What up? Welcome, Reg Joe.
Hey, how everybody's doing?
Good man. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm enjoying the show.
All right, cool, man. Whose team are you on?
I'm FE.
Okay,
I
let's
don't know if
go.
you, I don't know if you put that
Don
on my
DeMarco.
thing.
Get it. Well, hey, listen, man. We're
Well,
gonna
I'm
have
not
to.
a
We're gonna.
conspiracy theorist. You wanna.
I have confirmed what he
Yeah, but
measured.
what
Right.
did he use to get these measurements? What do we
Well, if
use?
listen, if we used a third well, if we went back in history and used a third well, that would prove that it's absolutely true. So we know today it's all confirmed. He got close. Now we have satellites, and the
Yeah,
satellites
but
tell us
him getting measurements isn't science, right? Said I was denying science and I'm a conspiracy theorist. So,
that's correct. You do deny the science, and you are a conspiracy theorist. Yeah.
but atrocities, if he's taking measurements, that's not science.
He's a part of
How
the
does
scientific community.
how the satellites works?
Do you think he disagrees with science like you do?
He's just taking a measurement. That's all he's doing. He's have yet to show me where I disagree with science yet.
He's not a flat earther like
Is
you
there
are.
a natural phenomenon that I'm denying, or this cause and effect
Yes,
relationship that I'm denying?
yes.
Some
Neither
hypothesis
you
testing
deny
that I'm
curvature
denying?
of the earth. Yes, you deny the curvature. You deny the rotation. You deny science. Yes.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
curvature.
the curvature
Denying that there's a
and the
curve is
rotation
an
are all not
observation.
measurable.
Well, that's why you deny them. See,
Okay, well, me denying the physical curve is an observation, something that me and you could see within nature. There's no science with that. Where
the earth is
science
too big to
have
see.
that.
That's why we know, because if
Yeah,
scientists, the earth is too big to see the curvature.
yeah. Okay, well, that's actually identifying a natural phenomenon. It's observing something in nature, a physical curve of the earth. But first, you have to show me the physical curve, right?
Yeah, we'll just go to space.
Okay, okay. Have you been in space, by the way?
Well, I don't have to, but if you don't believe it, then
Oh,
you
yes.
know.
so you
I'm cool
haven't
right
observed
here.
it.
Yeah, of course. I'm cool right here. I trust the experts. But if you don't believe it, then you go to space and you see it for yourself.
Oh, I have to go to space to prove your claim that
Yes,
you're
I have
making?
double standards. You have to go do this thing that I don't have to do because I believe it already and you don't. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you need
I'd
to
rather
go.
not. I'd rather you just prove your own claim that we went
I
to
You
don't.
just
space.
I
Who
have
did that, by the
scientists.
way?
I have scientists. What do you have scientists for you? See,
you
exactly. That's what I thought. You don't have
Oh, I
you
have
science.
just
science
you
itself, and
you just
I have
believe in that
science itself, and
stupid
I have
flat earth.
natural law,
You, you don't have any
thermodynamics.
papers. You don't have any peer-reviewed papers. You don't have any
Yeah.
articles.
Most review papers, the actual review papers, agree with the second law of thermodynamics, correct?
What do you think that is all about?
So any of those review papers actually contradicts the second law of thermodynamics, it would be wrong, right?
Well, the second law of thermodynamics is only about heat.
Oh, so it's isolated. Yes, what you was gonna say?
Yes,
If you
it's
want to speak
thermo.
more with this
Thermo means
anti-flat
heat.
earther, that's on you.
What do isolated mean, by the way, within that second law? Do it mean
All,
it's only limited to the earth?
listen, you said thermo. Thermo means heat. So if you're talking about thermodynamics and you're talking about
Or
the other
entropy
things,
law.
then
Talking about entropy law. Gas don't go down and go boom boom, by the way. We talk
Gradients,
about
that's
entropy
because
gradients.
of
law.
gravity.
And that
That's because
people
of
is
gravity.
flying out of space, how they do.
Well,
What
gravity.
about gradients?
Yeah, and we have gradient.
Yeah.
Well, do you not? Do you like deny gravity? See, I told you, you deny
Go,
science.
go to Mount Everest and you will see that there is
I haven't said anything about
Earth's
gravity
gravity.
yet. You
So what? Do you deny gravity?
do I deny gravity? Find gravity. What is it?
You already
Making
said
another
it.
claim?
Goes down, goes boom, boom. You're right.
Is that the other scientific claim
I
that you
forgot to splash splash.
what's gravity? Can you identify that? What natural phenomenon
Just,
is gravity?
just Earth's gravity. That's it.
Which gravity, by the way?
So you
You guys
deny.
argued
I just want the
earlier.
audience to understand that he denies Earth's gravity.
Earth's gravity? Oh, Earth
Yeah,
has its own gravity.
of
Okay.
course. Yeah. What do you
Yeah.
think it
Well,
doesn't?
but you have to identify. You're making a lot of claims. You still have not used any of the science
Well, it's
to
just
identify anything.
automatically true. Like unless you prove it wrong,
Or you
it's
should just automatically believe it.
no. It's the
Or like
default
you, the
position.
conspiracy theorists,
Automatic.
believing in people, making up stuff as we go.
They're smarter than you. They went to school. They're experts. They're scientists. And what are you? You're on.
It's measurable. 9.8
It's
meters
not
per
like
second square.
scientists have
They
scientific
read the
theories.
Rockefeller textbooks.
Scientists have scientific theories to back up any claim that they actually make. So,
Yeah, but they're always testing new theories and new science, and they're always updating science.
oh, so they
Okay,
tested gravity.
you're a bit too rigorous. Okay, that's how. How do you think we got like phones, iPhones, and
Yeah.
so like
None of that have anything to do with gravity. That's a non
so
secular, by the way,
no. I
which you
mean,
have been doing this whole time. You went away from the curvature argument,
you clearly
which is
deny things that are facts. All right, you're just denying facts.
oh, I'm denying facts. Or
Facts,
Yeah.
gravity,
you're in a way.
curvature, you deny science. I mean, those are all facts.
Well,
It's a
science.
cult, man.
Well, in order to validate that you have science behind you, backing you, you must have scientific proof, which would be a
Yeah,
citation or
I have
a
thousands of
theory.
years worth of the scientific community. And what do you have?
Oh,
Discord?
that will. I mean, it means you not just saying that. You got to
Well,
actually have that.
I don't have to do anything. I have all the scientific community. They all agree with me, so I can just say it.
The
And
scientific community also have that burden of proof too, don't they? Don't they?
well, I'm thinking if you say they're wrong and we all agree, then you have the burden of proof. I think it's on you.
I don't have to say anything. I'm saying science itself is saying they're wrong because they don't have scientific proof, which would be the scientific theories that's provable or verifiable with the scientific method, which will be systematically repeated hypothesis testing or a scientific experiment, if you want to call it that. Do you have any of those things, or are you just going to just keep saying science?
We have Cavendish. We have gravity. We have thousands of years worth of science. I can't sit here and believe you're actually going to just deny thousands of years worth of proofs.
More Okay, more running away from the actual proof and just saying you just have things, right? Basics was first things of that nature, right?
I'm sorry, guys. I think this is where I cap out.
No,
I
you're
can't
all
keep
playing
going.
good.
The
I
whole
can't
body
keep
of science.
I can't even keep capping. Like, this is crazy, man. Like, this is what it takes to be. You have to lie out of the corner of your mouth for like an hour straight. This is crazy. And props to Reg Joe, bro. You just earned yourself the FE Blues, man. That was amazing. So hey, give our boy a round of applause here. FEG Joe. Good job, man.
That was fun. I gotta eat with.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah, that was crazy.
Well done, man.
Take notes, guys. Take notes. That's how you do it. I'm better than half these Globies out here.
All you have to do is just be so confident about being so wrong. Then you'll match the Globies.
Yeah, exactly, Cam. Well, you're up next. If you if you know the secret sauce, then yeah, you're up next. Because yeah, that
I'm
is
up next.
the secret. Yeah, let's
For
go.
what?
Let's hear it. Let's hear put your globe cap on. You're next.
No, I won't be able to do it.
Yeah,
I just
practice. You think I'm playing too? I think everybody should practice.
maybe, but I just can't do it. I can't even. I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Come on,
Yeah,
it's easy.
do it.
It's
Start right now.
easy.
Start right now.
Earth is glob.
All right. Oh no, like what? You've never seen the curvature, Kim?
Well, the Earth is too big to see the curvature.
Yeah, but how big do
And
you think it is?
before I was up in an airplane and I saw the curvature, so
Okay, but you don't understand that that's too big to see that. You understand that?
well, you can see it a little, but yeah, you're right. It is too big to see.
See, there you go. All right. Well, okay. So what if you like you agree that like well, what about like a Red Bull jump? You've seen the Red Bull jump, right?
Yes, yes. Very clear as day curvature.
But the scientists said that that's not true. So do you agree with the scientists? Or...
Yeah, I agree with all scientists of all time for everything.
See, you're catching on quick. So you got this. Yeah. It's hard to be on this side, actually. I think it's harder to be on this side. It's more fun to be on your side where you're at. Because you can just say whatever. It doesn't even matter. You can just say anything you want. Anything flies. Anything goes. As long as you say it with like a little tongue in cheek, you're fine. So, like you said, oh, you see it a little bit. I've heard countless people say that. Exactly those words.
Same. Yeah, me
Yeah.
too. That I've stole it from them.
That's what I'm saying. You just take everything you've heard and you just, oh, okay, yeah, I see it a little bit. But you don't see it? Oh, you've never been on a plane? Yeah. So try it out, guys. Who's next? Who wants to go next?
Well, I've seen the boats disappear over the curve, so I know that it's actually curved. You can just see it with your own eyes.
Yeah,
They go
but
out over the water.
what if you zoom in?
There's a
Though?
physical horizon, man. Well, when you zoom in, you're going to see that the bottom of the boat starts to disappear before the top.
Okay, but boats aren't designed to sink, right? They're designed to be like in the water. They're designed not to go down. So that's
Right,
why you
and
don't.
that's because they're going over the bulge between you and over the horizon. Otherwise, the horizon wouldn't work, man.
Okay, so if me and you were standing shoulder to shoulder, me and you, just with our eyes, and we're looking, and we see the boat disappear, and then we get our camera and we zoom in, and then we see it again. So what happened there?
What happened there is the light, man. It actually comes up over it because so we watched it disappear over the curvature, but you zoom in and now what you're seeing is the light being bent up over it, and so you can see further.
So is that a factor of the camera or what?
No, it's a miracle of science that we found out over just countless years of study.
Okay, so why does it happen when you get the camera out and not with your eyeballs?
Well, you can just see, I mean, if we just take the camera and we drop it down, you'll see the bottom of the boat starts to disappear faster because there's more curve in the way. And so you rise it up and then boom, the boat's there. So I don't know what you're arguing, man. You
Okay,
can just see
okay.
it.
Would something else happen if like let's say it was flat, like when we rose the camera up, would something else happen or
Well, you're the one who has to make these claims because I just know the science and I just know it's true.
okay. All right, well, I'm just saying like the same thing is true. If you raise the camera up for both of us, the same thing would happen. We'd see more.
Yeah, but there wouldn't even be a horizon on a flat Earth, so I don't even know
Oh, right.
what you're
Okay.
arguing about.
Would it be all
Yeah,
sky or
exactly.
all
You
Earth?
should be able to see Mount Everest. You should be able to see Mount Everest from where you are. And you're sitting
Okay.
here telling me that I have problems with
Yeah.
my curve.
All right, well,
A
we got
horizon is only possible on a globe Earth, man. Don't you know this?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it just wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
So would it be all sky or all Earth?
It just depends on where you're looking.
Just
I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm done.
That was good, CB. Would it just be all sky or all Earth?
So the other thing is for the person
Yours
that
is
said,
flat, by the way.
yeah, we know. Good job, guys. And W. MacGyver as well. That was excellent job. Who else wants to go?
MacGyver, you helped me with an argument that I've been putting out there and challenging the whole voltage increasing, uniform increase in the air, and how
Oh
that's
yeah,
not really measured. Oh,
sure.
I've seriously, I've had to go and research it more on my own, of course, but I've developed that argument because of you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy one to figure out that it kind of makes no sense if you just think about it for a moment, huh? I mean, at least you realize there's no validity to all of the claims, and it's almost like, its whole other separate argument within this realm of flat Earth. But yeah, definitely in the pseudoscience realm.
Yeah, I wanted to give you a shout out because I appreciate that, man.
Do people meet you with hatred like they did me for a little while?
Yes, yes. It was
Yeah, like
napalm.
you're destroying their electrostatic religion, and it's
Yeah.
just electrostatics. It's not a religion, I don't know why they're so attached to it.
I just gave him a thorough line of questioning here in the live stream one day, and he said that I was mad or something. Like I kind of investigate here and there. I'm not gonna lie. It may be creepy, but that's just who I am. I think that we all do it. But I was investigating, and he went back to Geo server and was talking to Kosho of all people, and getting him to validate his side of his own argument with the electrostatics, the incoherent dielectric acceleration, whatever. Anyways, he was asking Kosho to confirm for him, and they both said that I was an angry lady. I was like, all I did was question what you were saying. I wasn't angry. It's so funny the way that they have to cope with the whole argument.
What sort of rebuttals? Well, what is your basic argument in short that you're putting out there for the electrostatics, and what are they telling you back as a rebuttal?
And they
Well,
said you were
I
angry.
didn't go for.
She's not a Christian!
I didn't go for the electrostatics argument. I was because Kosho and Napalm were arguing about the increase in voltage in the air, and they showed this video of someone with a drone grounded, taking readings in the air of and getting a corona motor to work or whatever. And if you go through the whole video, the source that they give you to understand what they're talking about, at the end, they have some other guy like pop into the video and talk about um things claiming things that you don't get from the results of the video demonstrating how you can harness voltage out of the air to run a corona motor. Their overall claim was that the uniform increase in voltage in the air outside of the grounded instrument and what it's measuring, and they depict it as like a curvature of an increase, uniform increase in voltage around the instrument, taking the readings of um, said voltage, but that's compromised because it's only reading what's around the grounded instrument, not the air. So to make the overall claim of the increase in voltage from something that's grounded, that you're reading the instrument and the measurements of voltage doesn't translate to the overall claim. So that's where I attacked the argument right there. And they were telling me how wrong I was. So
Interesting. Yep. Yeah, I think with a lot of that stuff, you just have to say, has anyone in this server or any other server ever seen a Corona motor working in real life? And then when you realize nobody's ever seen one or used one in real life, then the validity really falls off quickly. I mean, just right off the bat.
yeah, I've never even tried to make a Corona motor. I've never even seen one. So yeah, you're right.
Plus, it's like when you watch all those vacuum chamber demonstrations where they say, "Oh, of course a rocket will work in a vacuum chamber. See, here's a vacuum chamber, and here's a little rocket motor going off in there." And then you go, "Well, I noticed that there's no pressure gauge on this vacuum chamber that you have, so I can't even verify if it is a vacuum in there." And then with the Corona motors, you don't ever see any sort of voltmeter that tells you how many volts it's taking to operate this Corona motor. So it's lacking in information scientifically in many ways. And but then you ask people too, I asked some of I'll just, not to point anyone out, but the people who promote it the most, I say, well, what instrument did you use, right? I got my 3-point wig snatcher roll on Discord because I did the 3 points of electrostatics to Miggy, Indio, and Jedi one day. And I said, well, who measured it originally? And they said, well, I don't know. And I said, well, what device was used to measure it? And they said, I don't know. And, and then we went through another question. I can't remember what it was, but I said, well, can I get my 3-point wig snatcher roll for that? And they gave it to me, but it's because you can do the 3 points with it the same as Miggy did with the shape and rotation of the Earth and all that. Is who did it and what was used to measure it? And the answer is always silence. Besides, they'll say, well, a Feynman paper says it. And then you look in the Feynman paper, and it doesn't say what device they used to test the electrostatic charge increase in the atmosphere either. So the very basis of the whole belief system for that, which is the Feynman paper, is lacking. So it's just like the globe claim. It falls apart as you work it backwards and try to figure out where it all came from. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yes, I did. And I mean, just what a lovely 3 points that you have there. Appreciate it.
All right, that wasn't as much fun as CB being a Glober, so we should get back to some of that cool stuff.
That was hilarious, bro.
You're an insanely good Glober, CB.
I know.
But I know you've heard it all, so I know why.
Well, don't everybody, quit talking all at once. Maybe everybody's eating dinner, just listening.
I was just quickly watching a video of a Corona motor because I've never heard of it, and I was just curious what it is.
Oh yeah, I was given pretty much the same. Different people gave me the same video, so there's a couple more like it. But um, just like MacGyver was saying, in those videos, you don't see them taking any kind of actual measurement of how much voltage they're dealing with. So, you know what? That's something that I missed because I went to the conclusion and poked holes all through it, but it was easy to do that. All I had to do was say, "Where's the measurement? Where's the numbers?"
Yeah, a lot of it just stick to like, we would here with curvature and just say you're going to need curvature for that, but with electrostatics is you're going to need a voltage measurement for that, for anyone to believe you.
That's so true.
Especially in electronics, if you have no voltage measurement, then you don't have squat.
Yeah, because all those voltage measurements around the grounded instrument are just just written down or typed out and put in a figure. You don't see them actually getting these readings or measurements of voltage throughout the entire video. And man, that's something I'm mad because I didn't realize that at first, but I still took the whole argument apart just by the way that they were coming to the conclusion with not enough evidence to support their conclusion. It was just ad hoc.
Well, what I found was really funny is you take these people that were once prominent in the flat Earth community and well loved and well received, and then you say you hold the same standards to them as we would with a globe on curvature, and you say, "Can you provide a physical demonstration of what you're saying?" And they say no, but they still believe it. And then you tell them, well, it sounds like you have an electrostatics religion. And all of a sudden, there they are on the other side of the table as a glober, but with this other religion going on. And so all you have to do, like I said, is hold them to the same standards. Show me a demonstration, show me the measurement, and then I don't have to believe you. I can just know it's true. And until then, it'll remain in the pseudoscience realm.
100%. I got called being like a glober by Witsit one time. It's so funny. Just because, I asked him a question that he didn't like I asked him or something.
I
Well,
guess the main
I had a.
Oh, you can go on.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, I think the main thing with electrostatics and the reason people get a bit religious about it is because they sort of see it as like their their version of gravity, and it's like this is why we have a downward bias and all of that. I think that's what gets people super keen on it.
Yeah, but
They
what's so
do
funny?
say that, yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were waiting to go. You go ahead.
Oh, either way. Yeah, they do try to adopt it as their own version of gravity so that because they feel like they need to have some reply to gravity when they speak to a glober. Like, well, why do things fall? Well, it's not your gravity, but let me tell you, it's my gravity, which is electrostatics. And then you sound just as dumb because then I would say, can you demonstrate that, please? And they go, well, I mean, if you look at the Feynman paper and you look at this, and you look at this piece of foil that's floating in a David Weiss video, then you know that things are going to fall because of electrostatics. And then I say, well, I work in the industry and we make rooms that are 0 volts electrostatics all over, and we control the electrostatics in the area, and everything still falls at the same rate, and nothing floats, you know, when there is more static. Nothing falls faster when there's less or more. The two are completely unrelated, you know, unless you're talking about a static charged rubber balloon and you try to let it fall next to a wall and it sticks to it. That's what they try to claim as the power that's, you know, so much stronger than gravity. And that's how they try to prove it. But again, show me a measurement, you know, show me it working, because you should be able to do that. We can manipulate electrostatics from 20,000 volts positive to 20,000 volts negative and everywhere in between. Whether you want to put it on a person, a lead ball, a wall, or a piece of styrofoam, you can completely manipulate it for a scientific experiment.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is that they come with this whole argument of a downward bias. And they need to show me that first, because I don't see just an overall downward bias at all. So, where's that?
Why do they even need anything more than relative density? Like, what in the world would you be trying to explain that relative density would not suffice for? It works in every situation when describing why something is rising or falling in any sort of medium. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Like, only once you leave this world and reality do you need to start invoking something else. I mean, I don't know if you remember Lunatic from back in the day on here, but we spoke about it one time and said, shit just falls down. I mean, you know, there's just like, it just does, except for balloons and things like that, but everything's explained by relative density. You don't need anything else. Quit making shit up to tell a story to somebody.
I think these people have a case of I want to know something that no one else can know because I'm so smart. That's a that's a case, like a sickness and illness.
Yeah, well, those are people searching for attention the wrong way. It's better to get it with the truth, I would imagine.
Regarding the relative density, I'm just wondering, because sometimes when I'm talking to my friends, they end up saying, I'm like, hey, I'm sort of just walking. I don't feel like I'm being pushed down or anything. Do you guys think when you're at your equilibrium, you're just at the equilibrium of relative density and not being pushed down? Or does anyone here still sort of think there is some sort of force keeping us down when we're at our rest?
And what do they say?
Well,
I'm just wondering what the panel thinks, because I know the people I talk to, they think, what? You're obviously being pushed down, like you're not flying. And I'm like, no, but I'm at rest. Why would I don't feel like I'm being forced downwards.
Yeah, tell them.
and you're not less dense than the air.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Unless I start levitating.
Yeah, tell them to lose a little bit of weight and they won't feel so forced down.
Yeah, but people do fall as well, isn't it? If you are in this equilibrium, you will fall. It's all about equilibrium, isn't it?
But if you're a fat person in the Dead Sea, you're going to float up to the top like an inflated beach ball, probably. So,
that's true. That's true.
You know, that again, relative density works every single time. There is no exception to the rule. Just like gas pressure and a container, you cannot demonstrate to me in real life a situation in which those two don't operate properly, as we know them too.
Yeah, but even the fat person will float. Let's not forget that when fish die, they do float. They do come to the surface, regardless of the size.
Are you saying that fat people are dead?
Well, fish
No, but I'm
float
saying
because
that
they
eventually they will float.
and
Yeah,
they
that's
have
gravity
gas in
trying
their
to.
belly.
Muscle will sink before fat. Fat will float. And somebody asked, why do you need gravity? You need gravity to make you believe why you're sticking to a giant spinning ball. Otherwise, you would fly to space, right? That's the only reason why they need gravity.
Yeah, but that would be denying all the laws of physics, isn't it? To believe that you live on a spinning water ball is to deny physics.
Yeah, that's just what I'm saying, bro. Like, that's somebody asked, why would they need gravity? Because relative density explains everything. That's all I'm saying. They need gravity just to make them believe why they're spinning, how they're able to stick to a giant spinning ball. That's
Well,
all it's for.
to clarify, MacGyver was addressing also flat earthers who need their version of gravity. Why would they need it?
Yeah, we're
I
saying,
wonder what's
why do
my
people
version of
need
gravity.
some extra?
Right? What's my version of gravity, man?
What was that?
You said flat earthers version of gravity? Like, what are you talking about? What's my version of gravity?
Not flat earthers in general, but like Flats was saying, some flat earthers believe that there's still a downward bias. It's not Einsteinian or Newtonian gravity. It's like electrostatics that create a downward bias that make things fall downwards towards the earth, right? That's what some people who claim to be flat earthers believe. That's not what I believe or Flatsy believes. But that's what I'm saying. You don't need any other downward bias. Whether you're a flat earther or anyone, relative density always explains direction in which things move and why they do it, up or down.
Yeah, but I was going to ask what things, mainly that we're talking about that we see falling down. What things?
It sounds like people are talking about the phenomena that everybody's talking about things,
Yeah,
but
but
having a
is it the
bias of
phenomena?
only down, having a bias of only down, the downwards bias. What is that an itemized thing that is talking about one phenomena that is happening around a bunch of other phenomena? There's many relationships of cause and effect, right? It's not one thing happening because of one other thing. There's a
Yeah,
whole bunch of
it
other
is.
things happening in the whole thing.
No. If you drop something, it's you dropping something. It's you causing something to happen. Now you cannot call that gravity. That's you causing something. If
Oh, you
if
pick
a
it up, yeah.
leaf falls, if a leaf falls from the tree, it's because it's the time of the year for the tree to, for the leaf to detach from the tree. It's a cycle.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
entropy all over again. It's cyclical. We live in a dynamic system with seasons.
And those
Climate
cycles
is
happen within
always
an environment and a medium
changing.
that has a bunch of other variables inside.
Exactly. So we do know the phenomena fall, but some things rise and some things move sideways.
So what the Glovers and some of the other people that are trying to attribute the cause of the effects that we see in this medium of many variables, right? A relationship of from many
Not
angles.
quite, because their medium
But
is a vacuum of space where things
yeah,
fall at
no, no, no.
9.8
We're talking
meters per
about
second per
we're
second.
talking about we're talking about reality. But now I wasn't talking specifically about the Glovers because the Glovers, that's what the Glovers are telling you. But some other people are not Glovers and trying to tell you what is the cause of the effects that we experience, and they're trying to attribute that to their idea that we don't. I mean, I don't believe what you don't believe in the Glovers, and you don't believe in these other people that are saying, "Hey, this is the cause of the effects." Nor the Glovers,
We
nor
all
the other
heard
ones that
about
are not claiming to be.
erosion. Yeah, but we all heard about erosion, which is something normal to happen, something derogates, there's movement all around. Of course there is. There's energy all around. which is something that we haven't defined yet what energy is. But
And
anyway,
there are
Well, tell me.
and there are
point
antecedents to
is,
the relationship between the effects and the cause of those effects, right? We have the
yeah,
effect being
it's
caused
nature,
by a
isn't it? It's
chain of
nature.
events that are happening, like you're saying, and also another variable of that is part of the cycles that you're talking about. So what people are trying to go
That's
to is
correct.
to the layer beyond the cause of the cause of the cycles, the cause of the movement of the luminaries, the cause of entropy. This is the answer that people are trying to kind of like portray of the cause of the effects, right? But how can you tie that to one thing and say this is what it is, the cause of all of the effects?
Yeah, but the cause is a different one, isn't it? It's about scaling. Yeah. When you are
Right.
when you are not moving, yeah, you are at 1 g-force. And when you're falling, you are at 0. It's the scale that is wrong. You know, it should be at 0 when you are at rest, and you're not. You are one gravity.
See,
Nonsense.
Why do you think? Why do you think things fall? Like the leaf that fell off the tree that was dead. Why did it fall?
You just said it is dead. If a person die or an animal, what happens to it?
Right. No, but why did it fall downwards and not upwards?
Not, it didn't came eventually went downwards, but leaves they sometimes when they touch from the tree with the wind they go up, go sideways.
No,
They
but
go wherever the wind is blowing.
a lot of
okay.
a lot of parts of the leaf they start to organic matter starts to decompose and it will go into the air. It will go up
Yeah, to the
from
end
the
of the
leaf.
cycle. The end of the cycle of that tree. It's coming to its end.
But
But
you see,
some trees
the leaf
will bloom in the winter time.
the leaf came from that branch and that tip of the branch, and it fell down, decomposed, and it added into the medium that it came from. Right?
Right.
So
My
it's gonna add to
question
the
Yeah,
was
but
soil,
George,
the
and it's gonna
down,
add to the
the
air.
down,
George, take a look at the
but
chat.
the down that we are ascribing is to the surface. Because if a leaf falls
To the surface.
on water, it's not going to go down anymore. It's going to stay on the
What about
surface.
the gases that it releases? Where'd
Look
those
at
go?
look at the chat,
There you
George.
go. Let me have a look.
Guess all I was asking was, did the leaf eventually fall down to the ground because of relative density or because of some downward bias?
No, man, relative density. It's denser
Yeah,
than the medium that surrounds it. Simple as that.
exactly. Okay, so I think whoever is trying to argue is probably in agreement, but is confused and thinks we're not in agreement. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, I think it was a little misunderstanding. That's all.
Yep.
W freaking panel right now, guys. We're up to 33 in the panel. Oh, y'all know what time it is. 33.
Yo, CB, that was a good clickbait, bro. I fell for it. I gotta say, man.
Get it, let's go.
But she made me laugh, yeah, though. But I did fall for
What
it for
is
sure.
Y'all know what time it is. What'd you say, Jamesy?
I was listening to the sound that you put, and also thinking about what the guys were saying earlier.
Yeah, man. Those clickbait. I'm on a different type of timing now, man. Because we've had some really good panels lately. Last night was crazy. This panel's going crazy. So it's about getting people to come in and just keeping when you have a fire going, you have to keep the logs. You have to add logs to the fire, or it'll go out. That's exactly how it is here. So those pings and stuff like that, that's that new shit. That's I learned that recently that type of clickbait type of titles, shit works, bro. We did one yesterday.
Stuff, bro.
Astrophysicist joining the panel in 5 minutes. So yeah, bro. Keep an eye out. And if you have suggestions, throw the suggestions in the chat. I might do another one here in another minute. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Creation Bear, I hope I answered your question.
PhD. Oh, but they're asking if you're Greek or where are you from?
Oh, I see. No, I'm not Greek. I'm Portuguese.
Portuguese. Both.
Well, Portuguese knew the world was flat.
Nice.
That's how they navigated the world. That's how they found their latitude lines. Even today, for you to find your latitude, you need to do a right angle triangle to Polaris. Yeah. Actually, you need to do an acute angle to a right angle. That's what you do. That's how you find your latitude. But yeah, the armillary sphere is part of our flag, which we are very proud of.
Is drawing an angle from the angle to Polaris, is that a center part of it? How is that better than some people that just say, let's draw an angle between any other star, right? And what is Polaris?
But it's
Like
not done like that, though. Whoever says that doesn't know how it's done.
this is what I want. This is what I wanted to hear. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. You need to know the GP of a.
Is he coding out?
Yeah,
You
Jamesy.
know that.
Yes.
To go by if you have the nautical almanac, will give you the GP. I mean, the ground position of the stars. But if you're using Polaris, obviously it's known the ground position of Polaris. It doesn't move. So you know that you are looking at that zenith as a right angle. So you're going to have an acute angle to it. Whatever degrees you measuring your angle, you need to deduct from 90 degrees in order to find your distance, and that distance is your latitude. I mean, if your angle is 22, you're on latitude 22. If your angle is 50, you're on latitude 50, and so on. That's how you find your latitude. Yeah, the Portuguese knew that the world was flat. That's how we circle navigate the world.
I don't even think it's a secret anymore. I just think people are late to the party. That's what I think to realize. This ain't no secret. It's not like it's hidden from anyone. It's right in front of your eyes. It's just that people are so late to the party, they haven't figured it out yet. I think that's what I realize.
It's so in our faces, I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, we're not saying anything new. This is not nothing that we didn't know already. We just the pennies didn't drop. It was the missing piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
Once you come across this information, once that you actually know, not to believe, actually, when you know that you live on a flat and stationary plane, Earth, everything else makes sense. It's the missing link.
That's what Kim calls it, the skeleton key.
It's measured flat. We navigate horizontally, north, south, east, west, and all the other cardinals. They are horizontal vectors. That's how we navigate. That's how the coordinate system works. Longitude, latitude. That's how it works.
Yeah, I still stand by that. I still stand by flat Earth is the skeleton key.
Yeah. Yeah. I respect it.
All of the mess that you don't know about. You don't even have to know about all these quote unquote conspiracies. You don't have to know all of that. You know this one thing and you'll be able to figure out a lot of other things.
Yeah, I gotta give you credit because you were the first person I heard say that, and so I'm always giving credit where credit's due. And yeah, I mean, like you always say, it's that skeleton key, it's that master key. It works on a lot
Yeah,
of
but
lot.
hold on a second, because spheres they don't have horizontal planes. Horizontal is not part of the same geometry of a sphere. When you look at the horizon, and obviously it's horizontal, yeah, because horizontal is parallel to the horizon. So spheres they don't have horizontals. It's been in our face all along.
Very true. Yes, that's so true.
Is there a position where Polaris is 90? Because I can look at Polaris. I can't tell you the degrees that it's at right now. I mean, from me, I have to check that exactly. But is there a position on the ground that Polaris is 90 degrees above you? Is there is there a place that people say, hey, 90 degrees of
Yeah.
I'm here standing on the ground, and when I look up, 90 degrees plumb towards up 90 degrees. This
They
Polaris
tell
right
us
there, 90
they tell us
degrees
it's
above
not
you.
ground. Yeah, they tell us it's not ground. They tell us is sea, isn't it? It's actually
That's
covered with a
wow.
nice cap.
Yeah.
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 But I don't think anyone ever, and I would put this to the question: anyone who claimed
Did he cut out?
They cut off from YouTube, guys.
Can you repeat that? That there hasn't been anyone that claims probably what I asked for. Go ahead.
well,
Can you repeat it?
Okay.
what I, if I'm back,
Yeah,
what
he's
I'm
back.
saying is I would like to see someone. I would like to see someone claiming that, going actually to the pole and say, "Look, I'm in the north. I'm right in the GP of the North Star." I would love to see that. Because north is another convoluted thing. We have 4 different norths. You have the celestial north, you have the geometrical north, you have the
God damn, what happened to?
Are we back now or what?
check, mic check.
Yeah, I think we're back.
Them satellites.
Oh, it's a slight hiccup on that.
Yeah, that was weird.
I was saying, if you're navigating, you cannot be alternating between norths. You can only use either the magnetic north or the celestial north. No one navigates using the geographical north.
Wait, Jorge, what were the other two? You said the first two. One was the celestial, one was the geographic. What were the other two?
The magnetic,
Okay.
and there's another one they call it celestial something. Nothing to. Well, they have a different name. There's Polaris, and there's another one.
Okay. All right.
But the point is that they convolute more and more things.
Yeah. All right. Liquid, you're hot micing. I don't know if you want to try. There's also an MBX showers. I know who it is. There's also Glover named Silver Salt Lake Stacy. Glover named Quetzalcoatl. There's a 404, no rolls.
Why have we turned around already?
Yeah, up super globy.
Yeah, you guys are up. Stacy, Quetzalcoatl, Wobby time. Let's go. 404.
Earth's a globe because stars in the sky.
Okay, but if I'm in a house and I see those stars moving across my window, is my house moving or are the stars moving?
Well, yeah, like we're moving from the sun, obviously. It is-
See the sun reflecting under clouds.
Okay, see you later, everyone.
Sun reflecting in the clouds. I heard. Yeah, it reflects from the sea, sea surface.
No, it happens. It happens over land too, bro.
Oh, over land as well. Okay.
Yeah, I see it all the time where I live. What do you got to say about that, huh? Oh, fool! What's up now?
I think I'm back now. Yeah, so wait. So we swept
Are you trying to tell us that the clouds are 93 million miles away for the sunlight to be underneath?
No, I'm
Oh,
just
that's
saying that the only way that the sun could reflect on the bottom of the clouds or shine on it is if the Earth is a ball. There's no way you could get sunlight under clouds.
Unless the
over
clouds are
90
93
feet
million
away.
miles away.
Well, that's silly. Nobody thinks that. Clouds are close because what do you think fog is, bro?
Yeah, but fog is different, isn't it?
No, fog is a low-lying cloud.
Yeah, but even the clouds, they go at different heights. There is no specific height for a cloud, is it?
What kind of
So
cloud are you
93
talking
million
about?
miles away is not far-fetched.
No, 93 million miles away would be in the middle of a space vacuum, and you can't have a cloud there.
Well, if you can have a gas giant, what do you think a cloud is?
So you as a flat earther think that. Well, what's your rebuttal then? I mean, what does the flat Earth model have to say about that?
Model? What's that?
Yeah,
What
your
type of
flat Earth.
model?
There
That
has to be a
model.
model.
Yeah,
If you
but
don't
you
have
don't
a
have
model,
a
then it can be real. If there's no model,
You
then
don't
it's
have a
not real.
model?
Yeah.
How do you make predictions then?
Well,
Yeah,
models are
exactly.
reification fallacies, aren't they? Unless it's a
But
scientific model. For you
That's
to
a
do
fallacy.
predictions, for you to do predictions out of a model needs to be a scientific model, no?
okay,
Or
well,
is it
how do you?
like a model of a car or a house or a model of a chair?
Oh, I need both.
This is a serious question, and instead of saying 93 million mile away clouds, because let's be serious here. How do you have sunlight reflecting underneath clouds on a flat Earth?
On a flat
Over
Earth.
land or water?
Well, how can you have it on the globe? Because it's a
at
globe
one
claim, isn't
point,
it?
the sun will be lower than the horizon and it can shine up onto the bottom of clouds, bro. Think about it. Not that hard.
The sun lower than the horizon. That's another reification fallacy. The horizon is not physical. So the sun cannot go lower than the horizon. What are you talking about?
Don't ask me about how it happens on a globe. We know how it happens on a globe.
Yeah,
I want to
it
know
works
how it
perfectly.
happens on a flat Earth. Is there anyone else that can answer besides
It
this
can't
guy?
possibly work. Yeah, it can't
This
possibly work.
guy's horrible answers.
Yeah. This is conspiracy.
Anyone?
See? Exactly.
Dang.
You're going up against
Come
thousands
on,
of years of time.
Flatsy. Come on. How do you
Yeah,
have this
Flatsy.
happen
What? You agree
on
with
a
this guy,
flat Earth,
Flatsy?
Flatsy?
I've got you.
Back
I've
him
got
up.
you. Okay, yes. The Earth measures flat. It's utilized as flat and we experience it as flat. So whatever is happening on a flat Earth. So there
That's
you
only
go.
simplified. That's only simplified. Just like we have gravity simplified in high school, and we make it more complex in college. So that's
Yeah,
only
well,
simplified for people.
if you wanna push your and pedal your gravity, then just prove that the Earth is curving.
Yeah, but
I don't
let
have to
me
prove
let me
it. It's
ask you a
already
question.
given.
Is this
How
the
would you
one?
measure?
This is the one question you guys can't answer, or what? What's going on here?
But how would you go to measure that?
I don't have to
If you had,
measure it. I just see sunlight
Calculate it.
underneath the clouds, and I don't live near the ocean.
you
I
don't
can
live
just
near the
calculate
ocean,
it.
you see.
And
Well,
the sun in your flat Earth model is still higher than the clouds. So how are you going to get sun underneath
is
the
it?
cloud? I don't.
How do you know
Yeah,
that?
exactly.
When you say high edge, I mean, what do you mean? How do you calculate that? Are you going to use a
Math.
flat plane for that?
Well, let's see. I'll play along with you flat earthers, and I'll just assume the sun is 3,000 miles up because that's what you all believe.
But how would you come to
Exactly.
that
We have to
conclusion? What
believe that.
method are you
The
going to use to come to that
clouds
conclusion?
are only at like 10,000 feet because you're touching the top of the mountain
I
that I live
understand
near.
that.
Yeah,
How do
exactly.
you come to the conclusion it's 10,000 feet? What method are you going to use to measure that?
Trigonometry.
The cloud,
Oh,
the
so you're going to use a
clouds,
flat plane.
the clouds are touching the top of the mountain near my house.
But
soul. Essentially what I did, can you guys hear me, by the way, before I ramble on?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So what I did is I
can I have
took
a mic
this,
check?
I had this really
Go ahead, I can hear
powerful,
you too.
I had a 1,000-watt grow light, right? And I set it up on a platform way up above the ground. And then I had this simulated cloud deck with a couple of records, and I put the camera in between so it would simulate the ground and the clouds above me. And then with a sun that was way higher, I don't claim to know how high it is. What I found is that when you put things far away, you know how like the sun looks low on the horizon in reality when it goes far away from you. At the end of the day, it looks low on the horizon, but we know it's not.
So you're comparing the height of the sun to the horizontal then?
No, what I'm saying is that due to perspective, when the sun moves away and it appears low on the horizon, it will actually act as though it's lower, and it will
Yeah, but you're
shine
comparing the height
light.
of the sun to the horizon throughout the day. So your benchmark is the horizon, a horizontal plane. Spheres, they don't have horizontal planes. Once again,
All right, I was gonna explain, but never mind.
yeah, go ahead, man.
Oh, keep
But you're
going.
comparing the
Keep going.
heights to the horizon.
Keep going.
No, I just let me finish talking before you talk, and then maybe it'll make more sense. Because we probably all agree here. So what I found was that as you move the light further and further away, and it appears to be lower on the horizon, it can actually shine light upwards and act as though it's lower than the clouds, even though it's not. Like the clouds that are close to you and 90 degrees above you, right? And they look high in the sky, and you look far out to the horizon and the sun is low, that low-looking sun can actually shine light up onto the bottom of the
Okay,
clouds.
you're
It's
good. We're
it's-
good. We've heard perspective before in here. We're good. If you've got a globe proof, that'll be great. But right now you're just explaining perspective. We've all seen it and heard it. Got anything new?
Hold on.
oh
MacGyver
yeah,
is a flat earther.
I'm
He's a
just
flat earther.
pretending to
And
be a
not a
glober.
single fuck was given.
Yeah, I
Also,
got that. He's pretending to be a glober. Yeah,
also
I
Go-Go.
was,
that
I was
rhetoric is
I'm just trying to
that.
get him going. I was wondering what else he'd come up with.
Hey, you guys
No,
forgot
but
what
that
we
story.
were doing here.
That story, yeah. If you're gonna actually represent that on paper mathematically, you're gonna need a flat plane for that, because the description is the sun's movement or the moon or whatever, yeah, above the horizon and the trajectory throughout the day. So it's elevation relative to the surface, and that is what we're talking about. In order to do that, you're going to require a flat plane for that.
Yeah, that's my point. I'm explaining how it actually can work on a flat earth and not on a globe. So if somebody asks you, you might have some idea of what to tell them. Or you might have an idea of a test to perform yourself so that you could explain to them how sunlight on the bottom of clouds is not only possible on a globe, it is also possible on a flat earth. Don't get lost here.
You're making assumptions
My
about
point
the
is,
sun.
it can't be on a globe. That's
Oh
my
my
point.
God.
No one knows what the sun is, unless you're saying the sun is a torch. And you'd need to substantiate that.
Man, I feel like everybody lost the plot here. We've got somebody that is open mic'd and ready to talk, VC verified. Go.
Hmm?
Now, do you believe in this spinning space monkey ball religion?
No, I mean, I don't have, I guess, takes regarding flat Earth or round Earth. I debate other things like theology, epistemology, and
Well,
I don't know.
that's fine, but you're here on 24/7 Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna listen to debate.
Well, your mic is open, so we
Oh,
keep hearing a lot of feedback from you while everybody else is trying to talk. It's causing audio chaos. So instead of asking you to mute up when you're not talking, why don't we just talk
about what?
on how to prove the sphere tard?
I mean, I said I don't really debate that, so
Do
Okay.
it, do it, do it, do it.
Why you have
Yeah,
to be?
do it,
You're
G.
here
Still,
for a reason.
do it, bro.
Hmm?
Know
Do it, G.
what
Still.
your take is on the subject that we're here for. Why don't you give us a little bit of
You know what time it is.
What?
Why don't you give us a little
I
bit of
think your
background?
mic is lagging. So
Do you have any scientific evidence for your globe tard?
no. You mean like me? Or
You, anyone, doesn't matter.
I guess not.
You guess not? Do you think
Well,
that
yeah, I can't read other people's minds, so
well, do you think that somebody else has scientific evidence for a globe tard?
I mean, I can't know that because knowing requires justification, but I suppose not because nobody's responding. So
I have an input to make.
That's
Excuse me?
not the that would not be the reason why there isn't any. It's because my question to you was malformed. You should have picked up on the malformed question first, because scientific evidence would not need to be, or could not be, something you could utilize to prove a shape.
gaming
be
right
honest,
now, bro? What are you gaming right now? You sound busy.
I think the Earth cannot be flat because if the Earth was
You don't
flat,
know what that
why it
means.
goes around? Honestly,
What?
like because
What?
like
And he left. It's always with the drive-by every time.
Yeah, the globe measures to be flat.
Soft, dude. What are you gaming right now, Jagogo? What are you gaming, dude? What are you playing right now?
I'm not playing anything.
Cap.
But I was just playing Fortnite.
Gotcha, bitch. Tim, get this guy.
Well, I'm trying, but there's too much audio chaos, and I don't know. I'm just getting annoyed with
He's
it.
not paying attention. He's gaming.
Yeah, I know. He's just
I'm not
clicking.
gaming. I
I hear
said
you
I was
clicking, bro.
gaming.
I hear you clicking gaming.
Oh, I can share my screen.
No, we that's
No, we don't want that,
no.
but we can hear
Ah,
you
bro,
every
just
single
mute.
move. Your mic is
I
Cause
hear you
open.
not
alright.
paying attention.
Just mute yourself when you're not talking, bro.
God damn.
That's all I said. If you're not gonna
Yeah,
talk,
you found the mute
There we
button.
go. There we go. Yo, how was everybody missing what MacGyver was trying to say earlier? Or were you guys just trying to troll him? Was anybody listening?
I think there was a lot of stuff going on with the audio in the middle of
All
him
right.
because
Well, I
I
lost my internet connection. I had to change devices as well. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
listen,
connection
I
went down
missed.
too.
All right, that
Yeah, I
makes
missed
sense.
part of the
Yes.
conversation.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. My connection was fast.
just terrible mic night here on 24 Flat Earth Discord because everybody seems to have a
Them
horrible mic.
satellites.
This mic work. Well then, fuck that mic.
I gotta say, man, this has been a great year. We're like days away here. 29th. We're days away from 2024. This has been a fantastic year. Shout out to people like Kim. I seen you've been doing your thing this year. Jedi, always been doing this thing. I take a lot of information from Jedi. You're the reason why I come in here and I'm like going through the panel. Hey, look, we got 404. We got Adam Insulted. Yo, I learned that from you. Like the first time I joined the panel. So shout out to Jedi. Adam Unsalted, welcome back. I mean, Mighty Mush Vlad, welcome back. LVA Paul been doing his thing.
Cheers, brother. Cheers, man.
Oh yeah, Pure Trade, T-Dub, everybody, Gemsy. Man,
Yeah,
what a year,
we got a bunch of boomers, zoomers, loomers, you name it.
boomers, zoomers, goomers. Yeah,
We got it all.
shout out to you too, Quest, man. You know, we're doing your thing over at Politics. So,
Yeah,
Chris,
thanks, man.
Aaron,
Thanks. You too.
Jorge,
All of it.
the whole squad, man. 2023 in the books. What a year, boys.
Cheers, man.
Yeah. What's next? This next year's about to be crazy. So, hit it up, Black. Please move with
Well,
all y'all.
we've been in the era of the sextant. So, hooray.
Yeah, the year 2024 is gonna be the year of no horizon on a globe dart. Yeah.
You know what I think it is, bro? Because I've been saying for the longest time that let's just take the high road, turn the other cheek. If they can insult us, just keep it professional, keep moving forward, keep it educational.
You know it.
I think 2024 is demon time. I think all that's out the window. I think now it's too late. Now at this point, we're just gonna point and laugh. If you haven't figured it out by now, it's too late.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globe card.
That's me. 2024. I'm pointing. I'm laughing. I'm on that demon time, like maybe. So welcome to get on board, boys. I think it's time to switch it up a little bit.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globe card.
It's way too late in the game for this. 2024. If they haven't figured it out now, they ain't about to figure it out. So, guys, I want everyone to raise their fingers up horizontally and point at the nearest person nearby you that believes. Still, it just. I want you to reach deep down into your belly and have a good old laugh.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globe card.
It's a
Man,
celebration, you guys. We're gonna
Yo,
celebrate this.
yo,
Go
CB.
ahead.
So you're gonna run a New Year's party right here on Discord?
Maybe. I don't know. Probably
You
not.
know,
But
we should have like time zones. You know, like run the server for like hours, dude, for
that'd be
everybody's
fun.
time zone, right?
That could be fun.
Yeah,
You
man.
guys are forgetting that we all been on the other side. We all been ballers. Do you
Yeah.
think, by any chance, that when you were researching this flat Earth, and you thought that you could debunk, if you had people laughing at you, you would be against. You would try, you know, your hardest bit. Of course, you're going to fail, but
hold on,
you
hold
know,
on, hold on a
I
second.
think you should take it easier with them.
Hold on a second. We all came to this conclusion being laughed at the whole time. It doesn't really matter who's laughing at you. People's opinions shouldn't matter to you if you actually care about the truth and you're doing
Exactly,
your
my point.
yeah, but nobody's going to deter you from the path that you're on. You can't blame anyone
I
for being
understand that, but
for being
we should keep it
sensitive.
educational though, rather
Yeah,
than
well,
laughing at them.
I actually think that laughing at them is a good character building, so people need to learn to toughen up.
All right.
Yeah, man. Anybody who comes here that's ready to defend the globe, they better be ready to be laughed at, man. Because you better do your research before you start
Yeah,
defending the globe,
obviously they
right?
come into troll, isn't it? They come to troll.
Yeah,
They come
man.
to laugh at the flat
You
earthers.
know
Yeah,
that,
but
dude. You
those
know that, bro.
people, you cannot educate those people. Those are a lost case. Only some genuine people who actually come to learn some things. Yeah, I mean, after a certain age, you cannot be a baller anymore, can you? Let's
Yeah,
be
it's
realistic.
like being still.
Only the young crew that comes out of the university, or those still studying it will make sense to them. But if you're a senior, no way, no way you're gonna believe that you live on the ball.
Like still believing that Santa Claus is an adult or something. It's a little different. But yeah, I was just saying, guys. I mean, we're
That's
about to hear
that's actually one.
Go
That's
ahead.
actually
Go
one
ahead.
of the questions that I ask people. You know, how old were you when you find out the Tooth Fairy was fake? Yeah, and how old were you when you found out Santa Claus was fake? And how old were you when you found out that you don't live on the sphere? That's the killer one, the last one.
And all right. Oh, never. Yeah.
Frankly, I'm tired of being nice and I want to be more like QE.
Yeah, bro. Hey, it's that demon time. I'm telling you, 2024. Hey, it's time to
Yeah, but
shift into another gear. We on that demon
Kiwi is
time
not
now.
here.
Let's go.
Kiwi says he's not here to educate anyone. He's
Oh,
here to expose the liars.
yep, exactly.
It's not to
Although
educate. It's two different things.
that's not true either, because he does educate you
Well,
on
if
his
you're smart,
Yeah, he
you'll
did
educate.
educate
Yeah,
us, but that's not his
exactly.
main purpose.
If you're smart, you'll just come and get educated. But these other guys, they're get cooked. I agree with Citadel, bro. Don't worry about that. Come 2024, don't worry, bro. This is demon time. Mickey's doing it. I'm doing it. Huey said he's been doing it. Yeah, bro. Listen, Jedi, he already knows too. Who else in here knows what's up on that demon time? Uh, Adam Unsalted probably. There's probably some other people
Yeah,
in here.
it's time for big fish though, and that's what Kiwi is looking for.
Is somebody snoring?
I think that QE's just turned his attention to pretender clown flat earthers.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's never good. Those guys get cooked easy, sure.
I don't
But
know
yeah,
about you,
man.
but I don't feel too hot if I get scolded by QE. It feels like my grandfather is still alive and he just scolded me. You know,
I think the liquid
I
would
wish
just
he was
point.
here because then that would have been a dig at him. But you know what I mean.
You never want to disappoint your grandpa, you know?
Nah, Q is not even mean, bro. If people are trying to learn, if they're asking questions, I never heard him be mean to people like that.
Yeah,
But
he's
if you
not
trying to, if you
mean.
come here to lie, if you talk shit, man, you're gonna be exposed, of course. Like
Here's
this
the
Rocket
thing,
Man
bro.
dude. Dude, let me tell you, this Rocket Man dude. I heard him. When was it? Christmas night. I was driving back from my brother's house back home. It was like hour and a half, dude. The dude was talking about his equations, Newton equations, and all this bullshit for like hour and a half, man. Right here on this server, bro. I was listening on a Helios stream. I couldn't fucking believe it, dude. And now here again tonight, he comes starting the same bullshit. Of course, you're gonna be exposed, man.
Yeah,
What Newtonian?
Man.
That's too funny, bro.
Dude, shout out to freaking Rumble, man. That's how we can do stuff like that now. Because we can't do that on YouTube. I just put the Rumble on and we can play music. We can do whatever we want on Rumble. Let's say whatever we want.
Yeah, I wish they had timestamps though, Creation Bear.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I actually just um was talking to our boy Republicus who works and manages the Rumble and the YouTube and stuff like that about the timestamp. So he's gonna work on that, I think. And also I've been begging him to like, put together a Cash App or some type of Venmo or something so we could, throw him some cash or something. Because bro, he's the reason why we're on Rumble and all this stuff. But anyway, yeah, he's gonna try to work on that for us here. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. But the Rumble is great. Make sure you subscribe, follow. That's our only free speech platform. So that's why
I've
we can
noticed some
play music
spaces
over there.
opening
Go
up
ahead.
on X as well, so that might be worth looking into.
Yes, we are on Twitter as well. I need to get more over there. I have a Twitter, but I barely use it. But the YouTube bot, you see the YouTube bot in here is actually live streaming simultaneously to YouTube and Twitter or X. So, but yeah, we need to get really start having people go over to the Twitter, engaging there, and then also in the Rumble and the YouTube. It's just kind of making sure we're poking the bear in the right place. So yeah, make sure you guys. I'll drop a link right now in the chat. Make sure you guys are followed the Rumble. It's Rumble time, boys. We're about to. There was a FE channel that was number 11, top 11 live stream on Rumble. So that's my goal, guys. I want to be able to get in like the top 15, the top page of live streams on Rumble. We can absolutely do it. And we have to get the engagement up first, though. So here's the link in the chat. But guys, it's time for Rumble. Let's take over, boys.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Yeah, there's a link. Go follow Helio rumble.com/HelioSkeptic. It's the channel. Thanks, guys. What's the X link? Ooh, good question. Give me a second. I'll see if I can
All right,
find
guys. Have a good night, everyone.
All right. Later, Jorge.
Good night, George. Yeah, I'm out too, guys. CB,
Yeah.
nice talking to you, brother.
All right, Vlad. Yeah, man.
I'll
Have
be
a good
back,
one.
bro. You too, bro. Peace.
Yeah, it's still fairly early here where I'm at, so I'll be on for a bit. Shout out to the panel. 3D printing property FE. We got Adam Unsalted, Adam Unicorn, Blues Mover, Citadel Black, Dr. Derilla, F.E. Jedi, Lassie Clyde, Crisp, Julius J, Liquid, you were hot, Mike and Liquid, Mofo, LBA, Paul, Mark J, MacGyver. Good job with your Globy. He gets a round of applause for that tonight. Miguel Souza, Morvis, Plumbob, Wes and Joe are Devin. We have Says Who, Space, Florian, Enemy Spotted. Tita, True or Trey, and Jamsey at the very bottom of the panel. Welcome everyone. Welcome one and all. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. W panel, we're up to 25 people plus Rumble and YouTube. And like I said, I should go find our Twitter. So, I think I found it. If you yeah, there it is. Helio Skeptic on Twitter. Yeah, twitter.com/HelioSkeptic. It'll come right. There you go. So let's see. Who else has joined the panel? Says who? Ripcord. Welcome, Ripcord. Good to see you.
Hello, hello.
How you been? You been all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. And you?
Cool. Yeah, things are good.
And
Just
nice.
trying to get some content up in here. Miguel Souza, Migo. Guys, welcome. Say what up. Chris, Jedi.
Croatian Bear.
Hey, there he is. Hey Jedi, tell me something, man. So like you're we were listening to a clip of you earlier when you were like, you know, just fired up. What is do you feel like you just try to like control the fire and try to talk to Globy as calm as possible, or is there a certain Globy where like, you know what, I'm just gonna let this guy have it? What's
Well,
your
it
thought process there?
depends who it is and how they're presenting themselves. Sometimes
Yeah,
I can't get a word out straight because I'm kind of aghast because of what they've said. So it takes me a while to adjust to the monstrosities that's come out of their mouths. So that comes across as patience. I'm just fucking confused by how they could be so stupid. But it depends how they've presented themselves. If I was to start flaming them, for example, yeah, it'd have to be really specific.
Dude, what you said to the guy earlier was so funny. I'm trying not to say this too loud, but like you were like, someone tried to interrupt you. You were cooking this guy one on one, right? And someone else tried to kind of chime in and you know take the mic, and you were like, no, I'm gonna talk to him because he's a fucking cunt. This guy's a cult, and I'm gonna talk to him. It was just so funny. I love it, man. When you're fired up, I love it, man. That's that demon time I've been talking about lately. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's funny.
Yeah,
I noticed lately, though. I feel like you've been really trying to control that and keep it in check, and I respect that. I admire that because there's times when I just let loose, man. I let it loose too.
again, it depends on the person, but maybe with
Yeah.
experience, I'm not surprised. Even though I said just a moment ago, I'm kind of shocked by what people say. I'm not necessarily surprised so much. Whereas maybe a year
Yeah.
or two ago, maybe a little bit more, I would have been, I don't know, this cunt or whatever. I might have let him get away with it.
I'll go through the chat from the bot playing room or whatever and see if I can remember if it has like a timestamp of who you were talking to. But it was so funny, man. I was over here laughing, and I'm gonna talk to him. I'm gonna talk to this fucking Had me laughing, man. You're great when you're fired up. Some people are really awesome they're able to handle the fire really well. QE does it well. Biggie does it well. I think I do a fairly good job at that. You do a good job at that. Um, some people, I've seen some people, they don't really hang around here anymore, but I've seen some people who, when they get fired up or too charged up, they actually lose the plot or they actually start to fall apart a little bit. So, yeah, I don't know if you guys watch like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, there's fire benders, water benders, earth benders, air benders. Not everybody can bend that fire. You know what I mean? So you're a good firebender. So, but yeah.
This one. That's funny.
I don't know if I can trace exactly which clip you were speaking to or who you were talking to. Boy, you had
Was
me.
it on this server? Was it on this server or was it on the politics server?
It was playing in the bot earlier. Let me just. Adam was playing a lot of clips earlier, so it was one of his clips, I think. But Adam, if you remember, let me know. If it comes to mind. Yeah, bro, it was funny. It's, I love it, man. I understand to the audience, it can be good to like check yourself and keep yourself calm. I've had the philosophy in the past that like the calmest one of the room wins. And that's not always the case, but I do like that if you can remain calm. There's some people I will admit that like some of our enemies, some of our opponents, that do a fairly good job at remaining calm in the midst of the battle. We were listening to clips of like riding on eggshells and guys like that who do a fairly good job of sort of their voice they don't really get animated and emotional. Whereas I'll admit there's times when I was in the politics server just like 2 days ago, like on fire. I was letting them have it, dude. So even I will get hot. I'll get tight from time to time. So I think being calm can be a skill. But and I think Jedi, you've definitely been practicing that. I've noticed you've been taking deep breaths and staying calm. Where I'm over here getting charged up, like that, you know what I mean? So yeah, I see. I've been taking notes, man. I've been watching y'all. Watching. Respect. And Amish Earther's in the panel as well. He's in another one. Like in my top 15 favorite on the mic. So shout out to Amish as well, man. You're doing well. You're right.
So what was 23? Sorry, what was 2023? What can we remember it for? What did we do as flat earthers in 2023, and what are we going to do in 2024? If we say that 2020 was the year of the Black Swan, 2023 was maybe the year of, I don't know, the angle, celestial navigation. I don't know. What's it going to be in 2024?
Getting people to understand gas behavior would be nice.
Do you think that's what's going to happen in 2024 then?
No. Some people will never get it.
We got a newcomer, the VC. anybody fall asleep.
I don't know about everybody. I didn't. I was just thinking about my own question. That was all.
Okay. Might check out Merklin that joined the panel. Hello there.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good tonight. How about you guys?
Pretty good, pretty good. Are you... sorry, go ahead.
I was just asked what brings you into our server this evening.
I've actually been in here a while. I think I was invited by someone from one of the Telegram channels because I do a lot of the Flat Earth. I monitor the Flat Earth Canada channel and the other one in the USA. So I just thought I'd pop in and listen. There's not really anything new from Shaking My Head Productions or some of the channels I usually listen to, so I was just interested.
You said you write articles? Or you
Oh
check
no,
out-
in Telegram channel. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. I suppose you're Flatty or are you Globy? Which one are you?
Definitely flat.
All right, cool.
You have Globers that join this channel? Do they do it just to troll or?
No. We have genuine Globers, I would say. Yeah. Some trolls happens anywhere,
Yeah.
Obviously. But yeah, we do get Globers. We invite them to come here as well. To have a discussion.
Quetz, what kind of mic do you have, dude? Why you always sounding so crispy, bro?
Yeah, see, I'm using the Shure mic.
Sounds great, dude. Did you notice the other day somebody was like, whoa, like your mic sounded so good, it like took me back. Did you catch that the other day?
Yeah. And the
That was
politics?
hilarious. Yes, that was really funny. Yeah, it's really good, man. You might have top 5 best mics like award.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, Kiwi's
man.
is pretty good until he starts screaming up or something like that. You never
Super
catch that.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say, American doesn't have any VC verify role. I might hook her up with it.
Merkin.
You've been
Merkin bag. What up? Merkin.
American.
For some reason your volume sounds really low if you're talking to me.
Merkin. What up?
Oh, hey, what up?
How are you?
I'm doing good. I take it I probably know you since you're part of the, if I'm correct, a lot of the like Beartaria type stuff, right?
Oh, like the Owen Benjamin stuff?
Yeah.
You know what? To be honest, yeah, but I haven't hung out with them in years. It's when he got kicked off YouTube, I started hanging out here with these guys, and less so with the Bears. It's been a long time. Shout out to Owen, I haven't heard from him in years, bro. It's been a long time.
Yeah, dude, it was kind of weird because he literally set up base in Sandpoint, Idaho, which is close to where I used to live. And then we moved to Missouri in 2020, and now he's also doing something out here in Lake Ozark, Missouri, which is also close to where I live.
Wow. Hey, great minds think alike, right?
I guess, yeah.
Cool.
It's warmer out this way, so I can understand.
Warm is good.
Like the unstalker.
Right? Yeah, I was never a part of Beartaria, but I definitely like followed some of Owen Benjamin's stuff for sure.
Awesome. So, what brings you here tonight? Like, what's got you poking around the layer here?
So I don't know if you guys know the channel Kingdom Within on YouTube.
Maybe I've heard the name. Sounds somewhat familiar.
Okay. Well, I usually hang out with people from there or Fallen World Films or people in like the Flat Earth Flicks chat on Telegram and stuff like that. But everyone just seems kind of busy tonight, so I thought I would pop in here because I'm part of this channel and I got invited on this channel and I didn't realize there was like a live stream on here too. So I just decided to join and see what it was all about.
Yes, we are live on Rumble. We are live on YouTube. I will drop links in the chat right now. Make sure you go follow. It's always good to be able to tune in and catch the conversation before you join. But yeah, we're glad to have you. You said where do you normally hang out? You want to drop a link for that so other people can find you?
Yeah, sure. Also, I was on Modern Day Debate. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. I actually did a debate in favor of flat Earth. So I can put that on there too.
You debate as well?
Yes, I do.
Cool. Yeah. Drop a link to that. I have a listen.
Is there a
Obviously-
specific?
I have a question
is, there
from
a, is there a specific one I should put it in?
Yes.
On the sidebar.
Yep. It's called live stream voice text.
It's a separate channel. Yeah,
Someone
text
pinged
channel.
you in there just a few minutes ago.
Okay, cool.
So I'm just curious, like, what for when you graduate high school or whatever, you're a certain class. Like I'm the class of 2012, but I think with a topic like this, when you're introduced, your introductory year is your class of whatever. So for me, I'm a class of 2017. That was the first year I got introduced to this topic and sort of started asking questions, etc. What year could you pin it down to a certain year? What year are you? What year did you get involved in this whole thing?
What year I got involved with this, or just flat Earth in general?
Yes, FE in general. Yeah.
2020.
Okay. I call you the Coco, the post Coco. I'm not flat earther. Once that event
Yes.
hit, that got a lot of people to sit down and started asking questions. So, shout out to you.
Starting to feel flat Earth old over here. If you're talking about class of 2015.
I'm class 2014 for high school relatedness, I guess.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, I was class 94. Fuck.
Wow, I'm
Oh
class.
damn!
I'm class 2010 for high school, and I'm 2021 for flat Earth.
Hey, put your stats in the chat. I want to see
I
some
put-
stats in the chat.
I put the YouTube link to the debate in there, and then I also put my my Telegram channel on there. I'm not quite as active on my Telegram channel as I used to be, but the Outcast Researcher is the one that I run, and then the debate you guys can watch that on too. It's under Mercedes. That's my name, but I go by Merc for short.
Okay, I like that. Lamborghini Mercy. Awesome. Well, very nice to meet you. Glad to have you.
Yeah, you guys too. I like that the little button you guys have. That's awesome.
Yeah, we call that little button creation bear.
Yeah, that's me. So you know how to cook a Globy or what? Like, are you still learning how to debate, or you feel like you're pretty good at debating, or what?
I feel like what's interesting is I feel like I was better at it a few years ago than I am now. I was on the radio when I did my first debate in early 2021. And I would say back then I was like a lot more into the stats just even being in my head. But now I would say because I've sidetracked into like other stuff for like waking up type stuff, I don't have it all quite in my head anymore, so I would have to definitely like write stuff down. And because I noticed when I did this debate on the modern day debate, I wasn't quite at my level that I'm usually at. But that's because I've been like deep diving into Tartaria, Mudflood, and the other one. Oh yeah, like the simulation type theory, sorta. But I have my own take on it. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I would say that I would have enough head knowledge that if I was faced with a glober head on, that I could probably hold my ground pretty easily because there's just too many proofs that the Earth's flat. So
But so you haven't been like in an airplane or?
no, I have. Oh yeah, the windows in an airplane kind of curve to the side a little bit. You can tell. Like, what's interesting is that a long time ago they actually used to be made so that they were like the windows you have in your car, but then they commissioned them to be like concave, and that's why when you look down at the road when the plane's taking off, you can actually see the yellow lines are slightly inverted on both sides, like it's curving, but it's actually not. It's just the way that the window's shaped, obviously, because it's distorting the image. So if you went like to where the pilot looks out at, he sees nothing but flat. And a lot of pilots are flat earthers for that reason, because they have that big window vantage point to see it. And there's one video one pilot took where he had he had a really long flight and it managed to follow the sun for almost the whole time he was on the flight, which in reality should only be able to work on a flat earth.
I think that pilots only say that to comfort people, so I don't think they're actually telling the truth to you. I think they have a reason to make sure that people are comfortable with them, and I don't think that is valid evidence. So I think that's easily debunkable. Yeah.
Wait, so are you not on the side of flat earth, or are you just more saying that you think that pilots are kind of playing into the flat earth thing, but they're not?
I mean, you might as well just get the aluminum foil out now because you seem to be just a full-on conspiracy theorist. I definitely don't agree. I'm more on the side of science. Seems like you deny science. I mean, you go with pilots, and I'm going with experts. I mean, take your pick, I guess.
Wait a second. If you were part of the Barataria stuff, like, don't you know that Owen Benjamin is also a flat earther?
Well, I mean, it's a psyop. Some people get easily, deceived. So it sounds like you were easily deceived as well. I hate to say it.
I definitely wasn't, bro. Like, I understand the cognitive dissonance, believe me, but it's definitely flat and stationary. There's no getting around that. Like, if you really believe, so let me give you a good example, right? If you're in Texas, which is one of the states, just one, that is flatter than a pancake, by the way, geographically. And I've been in Texas. I'm sure you've been in places where the road's just completely flat. About after 3 miles of driving or so, even if a car is going straight, it starts disappearing. Like, from your sight, it gets smaller and smaller, and then it'll disappear in the haze of the atmosphere from the bottom up.
Due to the curvature of the Earth. Yes.
Not due to the curvature of the Earth. It's because we have a limited perception of sight. We can only see so far. So if you get out a zoom camera, which I've done, you just get a P900. It's so easy. You can do it at the ocean too. And you can pull that whole thing back from the top to the bottom. You can pull the whole image back, so it's not going over a curve. That's a lie. It's just that we can't see that far. And it's actually the inverse law of light. So there's actually a law. It's not a theory, it's a law. So there's only so far we can see with the limited perception of our sight that we have. That's why
You can see stars, and those are billions, millions of. Who knows how
Exactly,
many?
dude. That doesn't check out. How can you see something millions of miles away? How can you
No.
when you see a balloon in the sky and it starts getting too high up in the sky, like looking straight up, okay, so there's no curve. You know what starts to happen? The balloon gets smaller and eventually you can't see it.
Well, you're comparing the size of a balloon to a super mega massive star that is unfathomably large. So
It's the same thing with an airplane too. It doesn't matter how big the object is. It matters that it's getting further and further away from you. And your eyes cannot perceive anything that's past 20 miles outside of your vision going straight up like that. That's even a medium or small sized object either. So it doesn't matter how big the object is if it's so far away that it wouldn't matter how far away something that big is. Because here, let me put that in perspective to you too. Right? There's other supposed galaxies out there that are so far away that we can't even send rovers and stuff to it, so they can't quote unquote take pictures of it, but yet your eyes can somehow see it. That makes no sense.
I mean, I'm seeing a light in the sky. Clearly, it's not just 20 miles away. It has to be, unbelievably millions of miles away, gazillions even.
Well, you're only going off of the science that they tell you, which is they say what size it is, right? And
Going
it's
off of
usually
a
like a really
conspiracy?
big size. But how did they measure that size if they can't even go there?
We have radar, we have spectrometry, we have redshift.
Radar doesn't reach that far. Spectrometry doesn't reach that far. No way. We don't have the technology to reach 93 million miles away. That's absurd.
We've
Name
bounced
one
radar.
thing on this earth that can reach 93 million miles away.
We've bounced radar.
Bounce radar off of what?
I mean, we have technology, it's science, there's engineering, there's also we have
Yeah, we have
spectrometry.
short wave radios. It's not going to reach across the galaxy 93 million miles away. That's absurd.
Where do you think we got that number from? We just made it up?
Yes, I do. I think it's a heliocentrism religion, because if you look back, every single person that stood for the globe, and you can look into this for yourself, right? This is back to the Greeks as well, and the people that studied the flat Earth. All of them were a part of the secret society, or they were absolutely. They even some of them come right out and say it, so that part's just like undeniable by now. Like even Discovery Channel does documentaries on that stuff. But besides that, it's documented that they were heliocentrists, which means that they worshipped the sun. They had interest in the sun, and that's why our planets are named after gods and goddesses like Neptune and Pluto and Saturn. That's why it's named after those, because they believe in a paganistic, heliocentric type religion.
Folks, I just want you to take note. She's talking about secret societies. Okay. I mean, what is this? I'm talking about science. I agree with the expert. She's talking about secret societies. I mean,
I'm talking about history. Are you saying that there's no such thing as secret societies?
well, I mean, I don't believe in dark shadowy figures. I mean, that sounds like pure conspiracy. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Do you realize that the Illuminati and the Masons are both actual things, and in every single town you can find the Masonic symbol? And I know people that are in the Masonic order. It's not a conspiracy theory. They actually exist. There's a Masonic temple in every single town, dude. You'd have to be blind to miss one.
Those are good people. You're talking about dark shadowy figures, Masonic liars. I mean, come on. I mean, we might as well just get the conspiracy music out again.
Yeah, except for the problem with what you're saying is that they have actually come out and said that they were those things. So how many elite people have to come out and say it for you to not believe it? Like, do you have to go back and look at Epstein again? Or do you just cover your eyes and make it all try to go away to your unicorn and rainbow and la la land of the universal we're stardust shit?
Listen, if I want to become the president, I can. If I want to go to space one day,
Presidents are selected, not elected. You know who said that? President Theodore Roosevelt.
Well, then you have if you've taken the black pill, you're a negative Nancy. Okay, if you want to go to space one day, you can do that. If you want to become the president, you just need to put your mind to it. You guys are such
Oh, honey, I
conspiracy
didn't need to
theorists. You
take a
think
pill
you
to wake
can't.
up. That in itself is a psyop. You don't need to take a pill to wake up to reality.
Well, I mean,
That far, eh?
I'm not red pilled, I'm not blue pilled, I'm not black pilled, I'm not white pilled. I'm solely just a person that looks for truth.
well, it sounds like you've not found the truth. Sounds like you found only lies, conspiracies.
There's conspiracies all throughout history. If you look, that's how the Roman Empire fell, that's how the Byzantine Empire fell, that's how the Mayans fell, because there was always some big conspiracy to overturn empires and governments. That's just history. See, you want to argue science and you keep saying that what I'm saying isn't fact. History is a part of facts. It's not just there's historical facts and there's scientific facts. And both of those can play into not just flat earth, but it can play into pretty much anything when it comes to like what we're talking about conspiracy wise. There's always been conspiracies, quote unquote. There's no such thing as there just being these crazy people out there. Like, why do you think so many people these days are awake to the fact that these conspiracies are real? Do you think that the whole world is just wrong and you're right?
No, I think that the whole world is right and you're wrong. I mean, they only believe these things because of social media and TikTok, and that's why we have fact checks like.
Oh, so you admitted that they believe it, but it's just because of social media. So you are standing against everybody.
Well, I agree with the fact checks when the fact checks come out and correct things. Like whatever those say, those are pretty much. I mean, why would you go against what fact check? Do you really disagree with the fact checks?
I disagree with the fact checks that are of the people that are of the same company and they're paid for by the same people, which is the same thing Big Pharma does, and the same thing that most big corporations do, and they come right out and say it too. So of course they're going to make it say in their favor. A lot of times they're easily provably wrong too.
What, by you in a Discord or by like the experts?
No, by like for instance, when someone says something and the fact check comes out and said, no, they didn't say this, but then if you scroll down, even the fact checkers usually admit, okay, they did say this, but it was in this context, and then you go listen to it for yourself using your own ears instead of just trusting someone telling you if it's true or not. And you can discern based on the information and the facts provided and the data provided if it is actually true or if it is false. If you need someone to fact check something for you, that's called being lazy.
But you
What
don't
have
have
we
to
got?
agree.
What have we got here, CB? Somebody he denies gravity. What's going on?
Wait, what happened with gravity?
Do you deny gravity as well? Then, yeah.
Oh, of course I deny gravity.
Why?
Why? Because it was never proven a fact.
There's experiments all over the place. What are you talking about?
No. Even
No.
Einstein came out and said that there has been no experiment that has ever proven the motion of the Earth, and that's why he had to even come up with a theory of relativity, which then why can't I think of his name right now? Nikola Tesla actually refuted his theory of relativity and said that soon scientists would get their head so far stuck up into like math theology and making it all into philosophy and theology instead of based in fact and reality.
I mean, that sounds lovely, but that's still not answering my question. What Einstein did with regards to the motion of the Earth has got nothing to do with gravity and the amount of experiments that have proven that.
But some of the experiments were also trying to prove the fact that there was a downward force known as gravity, and they also tried to say that it was made up of black energy, like a black matter energy. And that's never 90% of gravity is supposed to be made up of that, and they've never even been able to prove that. So not only can they not prove gravity, but they can't even prove the force of what it makes it up. And somehow it's supposed to be a light enough force that it's barely holding things to the earth, but also simultaneously somehow holding the atmosphere up, which
Yeah,
doesn't make sense for it to be
again,
able
you're
to
not
hold the
addressing what I
atmosphere
said.
up. How can
That sounds lovely, but we've got experiments all over the place. We have equations that deal with gravity all of the time.
how
I don't
can
know why you
how
would
can
lie
a
here.
vacuum be next to an atmosphere without a container?
Because of gravity, obviously.
Gravity's not a container. Gravity holds things to the earth. It doesn't hold up the atmosphere unless it's contradicting itself. It would go
Well,
against the second law of thermodynamics.
does gas have energy?
Yes, gas has energy. It
Cool.
is
So
a energy, a type of energy.
okay, cool. Okay. So being as the gas has energy, depending on how that energy interacts with the, we'll call it gravitational field of the Earth, then it will graduate away from that gravitational field of the Earth with regards to the inverse square law of gravity. Further away from mass, then gravity will reduce. So the atmosphere thins out and it doesn't disperse into the vacuum because it doesn't have enough kinetic energy to escape gravity's pull. It's kind of obvious, right?
But they've never actually proven it because
No,
there's nothing except for theoretical math that they
no, you
said,
just
okay,
go
because
outside.
x equals y, and we said
just
that
go
y
outside.
is this, then therefore it's true.
No, you just go outside. You see that the gas is graduating.
You can't see gas. How can you? What are you talking about? How can you see gravity or gas or wind?
You do understand that when I say see gas, more accurately, we can measure gas pressure, right? And we realise there's a gas pressure gradient with altitude. Now, obviously, the sky is a vacuum, and the gas isn't dispersing into that vacuum. It graduates away from the surface of the Earth and is held here by gravitational forces or fields.
How has that ever been proven?
And you just go outside and measure the gradient.
You can measure the fact that there's gas.
A space rocket and you go.
You can measure the fact that
into
there's
space.
gases in the atmosphere and that they do different things, but the reason they either rise or fall is based on density. It's how much more dense they are than the oxygen in the atmosphere and what makes that most of the atmosphere.
Exactly my point.
So that's why heat rises.
Because these gases are denser, then the gravity is able to act upon those now more dense gas
You don't
molecules.
need it. You don't need gravity if you have density and mass and matter. You don't need gravity to explain anything.
No, that would be the
Especially
reason.
on a flat Earth, because if the Earth is flat, there's nothing.
No.
There's nothing you'd have to bend around a ball.
No, we're not talking about bending things around balls. We're just talking about very manipulating an object and a medium, and it will either go up or down. You'll notice that the denser objects always go down. That's because of the gravity of the Earth affecting
No,
those
that's
denser
because of
objects.
a static magnetic force that the
Have you
Earth
got a-
naturally has.
Have
And you
got
can
an
look that up
experiment?
because
You've got
there
an
is a
experiment that
static
proves that?
magnetic force on the Earth.
Okay. You got an experiment that proves that?
Yeah, just take a magnet and another magnet and try to stick them together. There you go.
That's-
That's static
that's
magnetic.
Okay, then I can, by your example, just drop an object to the floor and there you go, gravity, right?
Magnets alone disprove gravity
No, I've
because you
just
can
dropped them. I've
literally
just
you can
dropped
literally
them.
get objects to levitate
I've just dropped an
using
object to the floor.
magnets.
I've just dropped an object to the floor. Gravity, right?
Did you not hear what I just said? You can
Yeah,
look up you
exactly.
can look up
I'm using
experiments
your
that have
example.
disproven gravity just
You're
by
saying,
the fact
again,
that you
you
can
talk a lot.
levitate objects.
That's lovely. So that's magnetism.
Right.
Can you give me a demonstration of magnetism? I'm giving you a demonstration of gravity. I drop an object, it goes to the floor.
No, that's density. That's density and
No,
magnetism.
no.
That weak downward
I've already
force is a
explained that
light
to you.
magnetism
I've
to the
already
Earth because
explained that
everything
to you.
else is negatively charged. The Earth is
I've already
positively charged.
explained that to you. Depending on the object and the medium, the denser one will go down because of the gravitational effect it has upon more dense objects.
No, it's just because there's a natural down down and a natural up
There's a
up.
natural down. There's a natural down down and a natural up up.
Yes,
no,
there is.
There's a mechanism by which this axis works along, and it works upon density with regards to gravity. Denser objects go down, lighter ones go up. Lighter ones only go up, by the way, when replaced by a denser
You can
object that's
fill
underneath.
a balloon with half helium and half oxygen, and it'll stay in place. It won't go up or down.
That's
It'll
lovely,
level
then.
out
Yeah, it's buoyant.
and it'll
Awesome.
levitate.
Yep, that's buoyant then.
Buoyancy? Oh, that's in the water. We're talking about in the air.
It's buoyant in the air. It's not going up or down.
Mm-hmm. And gravity
Mhm.
has no effect on it.
Because it's reached its equilibrium. You've managed to match gas state so it acts like this. Awesome.
Okay, but our atmosphere is not equilibral because if it were, then we wouldn't have weather patterns the way we have them.
No one's
The weather would be perfect all
saying
the
it
time.
is.
Gases wouldn't react with each other the
No
way that they
one's
do.
no one's saying it is. I'm just pointing out that you keep denying gravity.
I do deny gravity.
Mm,
How can you believe in the flat Earth and believe in gravity?
I'm just trolling you at this point. It sounds like you
I
haven't had
know.
a debate with somebody for
I
a while.
kind of
So.
figured.
That was fun. I like
That was
playing Globe
that was
Earth for
amazing.
the time.
That was amazing.
Congratulations.
understand, yeah, brother. You scared me, brother. I swear you scared me because I came at the middle of the discussion and it was Creation talking to her, and I didn't understand what was about.
Yo, Merkin, that was a really good job.
Nice
That's the
work.
quickest ways to boost a bunch of rolls. So you should take a look at your rolls there. Good job, Jedi. Good job, Merc. Good job, panel.
Yeah, at the very beginning, it confused me too. I was like, "Is that Creation Bear talking? What the fuck
I
happened?"
like that idea of how we give new flat earthers to the server the flat earth role. If they could debate a flat earther who takes on the point as a globe earther, that's a kind of a cool exercise.
Merc, I know that's so great, but Merc, how did you like? At first, you were like, "Yeah, you're with the Bears," and then you're like, "Wait a minute." So, like, yeah, you started actually believing that I was like a Glober there for a second. Like that was great.
No, I figured he's messing with me. I totally felt that. I'm like,
All
well,
right, cool.
I kind of figured, especially after FE Jedi started questioning me too. I'm like, no, they're testing me. They're seeing how well I can do in a
You did a
debate.
great job. You did a great job. You're a good sport. You're a good sport. W's.
Oh, it was a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I live for that shit. I don't know why. It's just fun.
Well, I'm glad it's over. There were so many fallacies. I was twitching.
Well, Paul, you're up next, man. It really requires you to talk out the side of your mouth to do it, but you'll see. You're next.
And she won Jedi against you when you were talking to her about the gravity and the example you gave her, dropping the pen. It was a shitty and stupid example, but she's giving you an experiment and that they deny the gravitation, the gravity itself, and you say that, oh, I'm dropping a pen. Oh, who told you it's gravity? It's the unicorn.
Yeah, I'm an arsehole.
Yeah, all me and Jedi had
You're
to
all
do was
good.
look for the. All we had to do was look for the closest window and then jump out of it. So like
Right.
you would make a good point, and then I'd be like, yeah, well, escape out of this window. So that's all you have to do. That's what they always do. The
It
goalpost is
is.
always on wheels. Constantly.
I can tell that you've done some debating too because you knew a lot
Yeah,
of the Glober talking points. Definitely.
yeah.
Both
So
of you did.
Jedi, yeah.
No, don't be sorry that you did a good job.
Yeah, man. Good job to the whole panel. That's good content right there. Shout out to Jedi.
Guys, I have a real important question because this topic for me, I think I don't understand it, or it's me, the one who understands it well. So, do you agree with me that the word horizon itself and the real meaning of the horizon doesn't and can't be applied on a spherical shape or object?
Yes.
Yeah, like
Because I
horizon.
think that,
Horizon's supposed to be like horizontal. Like it's
yeah,
supposed to stand for horizontal.
and I think the one who created that word created the word for a platform that is flat or level, and the edges of that platform are beyond your eye limits. So I think that the word is created for flat platforms, because if it's a curve platform, so it won't be a horizon, so it will be an obstruction, a curve. So we say that the boat is going behind the curve. The Globers say that the boat is going behind the curve. It can't be a horizon because it's an obstruction, and the horizon has to be at eye level, no matter what. If you see the horizon under the eye level, it's just mirage or some kind of atmospheric effects, refraction, or those type of effects. And if it's above the eye level, it will be an obstruction, like mountain range, buildings, those things. And if you can't see the horizon at night, for example, you have to establish an artificial one using, for example, bubble sextant that make the horizon in your eye level. I think that can't be applied on a globe or used for a globe. Do you agree with me with that, or am I wrong?
You don't need no one's permission, bro. You keep cooking. Proceed.
They're the only two.
Sounds like it's time for another ping.
Couldn't tell because we haven't seen much of them.
I'm so sad. My goodness.
Just imagine if you are on a flat surface of a square shape surface, and it has edges, and it's big enough when you are standing at the surface itself. You can't see the edges. You will see just the horizontal line of the horizon, and if you start going up, you will the horizon will start following your eye level. It will start to go up toward your eye level till you start to see the edges. Then we can't call that no more horizon. It will be the edge. If you continue going up, so that those edges or that edge will start go down more and more.
Yeah, of course you're right, but if you would stay at the center of that cube, or that that kind of a surface, of course everything would be round around you, because you are basically drawing a circle because of your limitation in terms of field of view. Right? So just like you said, the more you go towards any one of those edges, the more the line would disappear. But of course, as an example, you're totally right.
So in the globe, there is definitely no horizon in reality.
Yeah, they try to say it's like a, oh gosh, what do they call it? It's like a forget what the word, I want to say projected horizon, but that's the wrong terminology. But it's like a horizon they say that's like invisible, like it's there but it's not there. But it's so stupid because they also have to kind of believe in a physical one too. And a lot of times you can catch a glober into saying that, which is funny. It's almost like they try to say there's both. I've heard some of them say that there's actually a physical and an invisible one. It's pretty funny. Their minds just can't wrap around their own theology for some reason.
Yeah, they're looking for excuses for their
Yeah,
own
exactly.
belief.
In my own understanding of the horizon, maybe it's because of the difference of the language. I'm not English, but in my understanding, the horizon, there is nothing as geometric or physical horizon. There is just two things: apparent horizon. When you
That's
see
what
the
it is,
horizon
yeah.
at the eye level, there is, and it's not under the eye level. If it is under the eye level, it will be a false horizon, and horizon you will have to establish an artificial horizon. So there are two types: apparent horizon or artificial horizon. And if it's not apparent and you see it under the eye level, it's just mirage and atmospheric conditions that made or established a false horizon. Like in the photo I will throw in the chat, if you can watch it.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I would say though that like, so I've always been, just to say, I've always been into like conspiracy type stuff. Like I knew about Sandy Hook and 9/11 by the time I was like 10 or 11. Yeah, I was already on that right path.
Let me just step into YouTube and you can speak freely, but just make sure we're on YouTube, so you got to speak in a little bit of code when you bring up stuff like that.
Oh
The
yeah.
50 Stand or the 7-Eleven. You got to be careful, girl. We're on YouTube.
Sorry, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I don't want you to get demonetized or anything. Yes, but you know what I mean. Just like the conspiracy type stuff, I've been into it for a long time. So definitely 2020 woke me up, though, like it did a lot of people, to like just how bad it was. Because I used to believe that, I guess you could say I am close to similar what the black pilled people believe, because I'm definitely at that level. I know it's all kind of a farce, if
So
you
I
will.
just sent the image of the flying boat. So
Yeah.
the line, the real line you see where is no more sea there. So that is not a horizon.
Right.
Not
It's a
a horizon.
refraction of the heaven, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. The horizon, you have to establish one artificially using level. So plumb bob or bubble sextant, you have to use bubble sextant if you can't see the horizon. And you can use the bubble sextant at night because the horizon is always there.
Yeah, all you need is a water level to measure
Water
it.
level. Yeah,
A
exactly.
water level. Yeah. You just hold a small stick or something, put it at eye level, and correct it so that it's horizontal again, and tilting in one direction or another, so that makes eye comes to water level on itself. I don't know the right term for him, but yeah, and then you look at it, and you know where the horizon is.
And there is no horizon that is above the eye level. If you see something or a line or anything that is
Correct.
above your eye level,
No
it's an
matter how
obstruction
how high you go.
yeah, it's an obstruction that is higher than the sea level itself, or the platform that you are flat platform that you are watching. So there is an obstruction that that is a higher elevation that hide the line of the horizon. So you have at that moment also to establish an artificial one. That's why I say it again. In a globe, in a sphere, there is nothing such as a horizon in a sphere. There is a curve in a sphere, a physical curve.
Yeah, based on their math, I mean, 1.8 nautical miles, you have, there should be a slope. In any direction you would look, the horizon would basically this very slope, you know, but it wouldn't be called horizon then.
Yeah.
But
not
they are
horizon.
fooling themselves, you know. Oh no, it's because of this and that, and they no matter how much you explain it to them, they can't fathom or understand it because they are so intertwined in their doctrine, or have been so much indoctrinated that they have basically a barrier built up in them, and are refusing to tear it down and look at it, look at everything objectively.
So can we agree that the word horizon is meant to be used only for flat surfaces that has topography or not on its surface? Only flat
Yes.
surfaces. Yeah, it has to be. It has to be, because if it has to be always at the eye level, and if it's shorter than the lower than the eye level, it's just a mirage or type of atmospheric effect. And if it's above the eye level, it has to be just an abstraction. The one who created that word, it was really just a flat earther. The person who created, if it's a person of, or word were also just created by the, I don't know, but what, no matter what is the source of the word, it was a flat guy.
Well, yeah, I mean, the square and the compass are all proofs of the flat earth, honestly. Like, you can't get any more basic than that. My husband's one of his biggest wake up call was the Hangung Bridge. I believe that's in China, and they built it before they would have factored in the curvature of the Earth. It was in the Eric Dubay documentary. I think it's called Flat Earth Documentary 2. That was one of the big ones for me. I've seen several after that. I even made my own too. But I've seen several after that since then. But that was one of his wake up calls. One of my big wake up calls was, I don't know if you guys remember, but this was really weird. In 2020, you could go to NASA.gov, you could go to FBI.gov and CIA.gov and the military nav, and you could do the FOIAs a lot easier, and you could bring up Flat Earth and like search it and stuff. Now they've changed it, so even though some of the links still work, some of them don't. So, like some of the FBI and CIA government documents I used to have, I do have some of them on video at least, but a lot of them that I used to have from other sites like the FBI or the CIA or the military, they all got redacted or put into a different file, so you can't find them as easy. NASA still has theirs, but that was a big wake up call for me just to see like flight manuals, missiles, and gyroscopes. Oh man, I made a Glober so freaking pissed off because the document said how gyroscopes actually work, and he about lost his shit.
Really? That's
Yeah, usually the denial kicks in instantly because they have data, and data clearly shows, but they are not willing to understand regardless of reading and whatever the position is, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Talking about the gyroscopes, do you know, guys, that every one of us have a smartphone, and a smartphone is the first debunker of the spin of the Earth around itself, because every smartphone has a gyroscope in it and an accelerometer. When you put an accelerometer up that detect the forces applied on one of the axes, one of the three axes, you'll never detect any motion or force due to the rotation or the spin of the Earth. You will detect the pre-programmed 10 meter per second or 1G that the manufacturer himself program on the apps. So the app, when you put the phone on the table, the app will always read a downward force like a 10 meter if the app reads by meter or
Absolutely. Yeah, you got it.
That's
so
probably why they got to put a globe on it. Because remember, that was like the first image they brought out. And even the guy who created that image, he's like, wow, I never knew that was going to be used for the iPhone. That was so hilarious, that whole interview.
plus in every smartphone now you can play 360 videos. You pause the video and you still can rotate the image using the gyroscope and the accelerometer of your phone. So play the video, pause it, put the phone on the table. Normally, if the Earth is spinning around itself, and if there is an effect of that spin on the pendulum, like they say, so we have to see that effect on the gyroscope and the accelerometer of the phone. And when you put that video and you pause it, you will have, when you wait 12 hours or something like that, you will have, when you go back to the video, have to see like you rotate it half circle. It has to be because the Earth is rotating, so the phone made half circle around the Earth and nothing was detected.
Yeah, exactly. Like, one way I got a Glober to think about too is they're like, oh, well, you can't feel the motion of the Earth because blah, 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 we're spinning 1,000 miles, upside down or whatever. They try to say, and they're always like, oh, you can't feel it on a train and you can't feel it in a car. Well, I argued that when you're moving in a car, you actually can feel the motion. You're not just like, you're moving when you're in a car versus when you're just sitting down in your house. And another way I explained it to them too is like, how can you even justify it in the first place? Because if you put the top down in your car when you're driving, then all those things that you just mentioned go out the window. Like, everything you just said becomes obsolete because then you can feel the motion the second you're exposed to the air if you drive in a car with the top down.
It's not analogous anyways because they're talking about linear motion instead of a rotating reference frame.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, but apparently the Earth's curvature isn't put into account when planes are flying across it, but when we shoot a rocket up into the atmosphere and we see it curving, quote unquote, that's supposed to be the proof that we see the curvature there, even though that's actually just them actually curving to go towards, I think it's the Bermuda is what they say. That's where all the landing is for, I don't know if you guys saw that documentary, but apparently that's where they think that that's all the landing
Yeah,
for all the main rockets.
you see if you watch a rocket take off, they make a parabolic arc. That's all you see. That's the observation.
Yep,
But
exactly.
you don't see that parabolic arc in any other case. Just when they say they're shooting rockets, you don't see it otherwise.
Exactly.
I tried to play sometime with the Chat GPT by asking him some of those type of questions, and he is really smart. The fucking shit. So I'm sorry for the bad word, but I asked him why we can't detect the motion of the Earth on smartphones and electronic devices. And he said, to respond, that the centrifugal force generated by the spin of the Earth is so weak to be detected. But I responded that that weak force could be visible on the so-called pendulum experiments. But how we can't see that effect on the smartphones? Then he tried to roll me, and he said, because in the smartphones, they are manufactured for just consumer utilization, and they are not the sensors on the phones are not really pro sensors to detect that weak force.
Yeah, it's nonsense. It basically exposed itself, you know. The centrifugal force by 360 on the outside on the Earth's crust is so high, you know, everyone would
You know when
basically feel it.
you know how I know that he knew that I am correct when he applied to you that yes, you are correct, but there is a misunderstanding. Oh, what? I'm correct, but there is a misunderstanding. Make me understand. So that point, programming that shit is really sophisticated. So yeah, he know how to apply and how to make you derive or to derive from the topic, to change the topic.
I mean, to be honest, if any one of us would get the hands on the script on the AI and basically program it to actually tell the truth, you know, based on how things are actually applied, bro, we would be safe. Everyone, you know, everyone would listen to the fucking AI. Sorry for the word again. Yeah, this would be awesome. But we have power hungry control freaks up there who do their thing, you know. They
Okay,
know exactly what is going on.
I gotta like explain this to people that don't understand really quick. So the ether, while you don't have to call it that, I'm not necessarily aboard the ether train. But from my understanding of what the ether is, it's basically all the potential energy that was put into the flat earth, because when Yahweh created everything, he breathed life into it, right? And so it's not in a new age way. That's separated out, because new age is everything's connected and it's all hive mind satanic stuff. But if you look at just the energy itself, right? Because we obviously have energy, or we wouldn't be able to power anything with batteries. We wouldn't be able to have the magnetism or the static naturally. We wouldn't have bees that can levitate on frequency, or have different frequencies that can heal us, that are just the natural frequency that Yahweh put on the earth. Because I am a biblical Christian flat earther, a little bit not what do you call it, like the traditional Christian. But anyway, regardless of that, my point is that how I understand the ether is, it's just supposed to be the energy that's the field in our atmosphere, and a lot of it is just frequency and static and magnetism, and it all boils down to that. So it's not supposed to be this like grand thing. And yeah, I agree. Nikola Tesla, he was a Mason. Anyone who is that big in history is part of it. You can't get around that.
I
But at
think
the
I have
same
to disagree
time,
with Nikola Tesla being a Freemason.
you'd be surprised then. But at the same time, the problem is, the biggest problem is that, they almost always tell the truth within their lies. So yes, I do think there is a ether. You don't have to call it that, but I do think that there is an etherical force, or some spiritual force, obviously, because he created this earth with his spiritual energy and spiritual force. So obviously that energy still exists within this atmosphere in the form of static magnetism and the energy frequency that we see,
Take it
just
like
based off of
this.
science.
I mean, of course, we cannot test this, you know. We can only assume that it could be this, you know, and we call it either electricism or ether or whatever is, you know, even in biblical terms, it's very difficult to actually see what is going on. I say just let it be as it is and just don't strive
Well, we
over
see
it
we
or
can
make.
prove it. We can prove it because static and magnetism are naturally occurring on the Earth. Electricity is not naturally occurring. Electricity is from lightning. So it's a buildup of energy that then hits the ground, right? So we saw that with like
Yeah,
electric
it
volt.
seeks equilibrium.
Can I say
Which
something
is
very
which is what Satan was shot down with. I have a whole theory on electricity, but I'm not really behind the whole electric thing. And that's
Wait,
kind of why I have disagreements with Tesla in general, because I've looked at what he believes in, and he has a lot of Gnostic tendencies in his writing, and it just way too much sends up red flags about the
Who?
a lot of the annotations it would have with the Masonic order, because most of them are Gnostics. So
do you have
Who
a
are you talking?
hold
Can I say
on?
something about that point?
Hold on. Do you have a citation that electricity comes from lightning?
where else would it come from? Oh, I know why you're saying that. I'm sorry, because of the electric field. So, they didn't actually discover the electric field until the early 1900s. But in the late 1800s, it's when they placed all those undersea cables that make up 99% of how we communicate across this earth. That's actually when they laid all the undersea cables in the sea that connected all the continents. And then they said, "Oh yeah, we discovered the electric field around the earth." They didn't discover it; they created it. It wasn't there before.
They invented it. They invented
Yes.
this thing, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Can you
So the electric
repeat
field,
that again?
the
Because
electric
I'm
field should not be there. If in fact, if you look at it, that's what's making us all so sick. And the more they amplify it, the worse we get. But the electric, so like the undersea cables, 99% of them is the reason for our communications and everything else. But those electric cables are under
yeah.
the sea, and they were laid out in the late 1800s. It wasn't until I believe the early 1900s when they said they discovered an electric field around the earth. They didn't discover it, they created it, because they're the ones that laid that electric field around the earth. And if you look at how they do it, like if you look at the circuitry, because I'm in IT, so I noticed this too. They base it after Solomon's temple for the motherboard, which is really creepy. And circuit boards too look very much the same way. So there's a lot of there's too many satanic elements. I'm sure you guys have heard how WWW in Hebrew is 666 and all that stuff too. Well, if you just look at a lot of the people that helped create the internet, or the people that discovered, quote unquote, discovered electricity, you'll find that a lot of them were Gnostics and a part of secret societies, and also a lot of them that even weren't were saying their colleagues were. It was like scary because there was ceremonies and rituals going on around the whole process of it.
Hey, Merc, have you read The Invisible Rainbow?
No, but I have heard of it.
It's fucking good, and it talks a lot about what you just talked about.
So
Okay, I'm
think
putting it
about
on my reading list.
Yeah, it's a great book.
think about it like this. I think personally that the ether is considered like not like a type of force or energy itself, like it's considered like a medium where the propagation of a certain type of waves of light,
But a medium
electromagnetic
has
waves.
substance. What's the substance of this medium?
Oh, that's what we don't, the thing that we don't know. So if, for example, if water is the medium where you have those physical waves that we see on the beach are propagating, if you slap
I
the surface
don't
of the
need you to
water, you
understand.
create.
I don't need you to like tell me what mediums are. I'm asking you if you're going to consider it a medium, it needs to be made up of some substance.
Oh, why it needs to
I
be
can
made
I can
up?
answer that. It actually is. It's made up of frequency. We can prove that. Static and magnetism. All three of those things are things that we can actually see and test and prove with our own eyes.
So you're saying that frequency is what makes up this medium?
No, I don't
Yeah,
think so.
sound plays a big part in it. I'm not saying it's the only thing that makes it up. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that the energy field that we were discussing, like the ether and what it was, those
What?
those are just what makes
Okay,
that up.
I'm a 5-year-old. What's energy?
Energy is anything that has the potentiality for a charge or a what would be a good way to explain it to a 5-year-old? A charge or a way to power something. Anything that gives anything some sort of power or ability to operate or work. Whether it be a fire, whether it be wind, whether it be kinetic energy, whether it be potential energy,
Do
etc.
you have a source citation for that?
A source or citation for something this simple that we're talking about, I shouldn't need it. You know that magnetism and frequency and static all exist and are provably in our atmosphere.
Yeah, but
Those already have names.
Can I say something?
I can't.
For me, I think because waves are not a thing. Waves are just the disturbance of the medium. So it's not a thing itself. You can't have a wave just like that. The wave is the disturbance of the medium. A sound wave is the disturbance of the air that you have around you. The wave at the sea is caused by the disturbance of the water itself. So the wave is not something other than water. It's just water itself. So the sound wave, it's not something. It's just the disturbance of the air. So there is nothing as a sound wave, and you can consider it as a thing distinguished from the air itself. So it's just air.
Propagates through air,
And
so not.
a microwave, it's something that is not propagating in the water or in the air, because we can have a microwave inside the vacuum.
But a vacuum isn't completely evacuated. So if you're going,
You
if
can
you're going,
have the microwave with the same length, nothing changed on it. With the
yeah, but you can't
inside the vacuum,
evacuate.
not perfect vacuum, or
You
where you
let
have
anybody else
less
talk.
molecules, inside that vacuum. So the wavelength or the power of the wave will never change. If you when you start the wave during an atmospheric condition inside that vacuum, and you start creating the vacuum, the wave will never change during that entire process till you create a near perfect vacuum. So yeah, it's not the air inside the vacuum, it's not the particles inside the vacuum, because there will be less particles, and the wave and the power of the wave will never change. So the wave using the water will change. So and the wave using a vacuum sound wave in a vacuum will change, because there is less molecules. If you have less water, the wave will be we can't be as big as if you have more water. So yeah, there is a medium where light and those type of waves, frequencies, and those
So you're
things
saying that these things don't
propagate.
propagate. Listen, Necros. So you're saying that these things don't just propagate through the air. They have a special medium that isn't detectable and isn't measurable at all. It's just going through the air. So what's the ether?
It's not going through the air, because it can go through the metal. It can go through anything that is conductive. Yeah, it's not the air the cause. It's not the air the medium of the propagation of those things. You can test it. You can use multiple things. That doesn't
Anything
have
that is non-conductive will go through it, but otherwise it will maintain and be applied to metal.
yeah. And you don't have you can have material that have no air inside it, and the waves can still travel on it with no problem. So there is a medium. And that medium is inside so many things.
Okay, so there is a medium. So where is it? Where's some sort of observation of it, so we can verify this to be true?
Yeah, you can try to test where the propagation
I'm
of
asking you.
those
David,
types of
David,
waves
David,
can be
show
done.
me the
Okay,
documentation.
you can suppress the air, you can suppress the water, and you can still keep up. If it's a solid object that it's not in the air itself, and we can have those type of waves in just atmospheric conditions.
Are you going to give me
inside so many things?
Are you going to give me some citation documentation that this is an actual thing, or are you just going to keep talking
Oh,
about
no,
it?
I will not give you a citation or documentation. If you are some type of person that follow just citations or documentations and nothing about reality, yeah.
No.
you can-
I don't follow that. I like to go check out where the
No,
information.
there is no citation, no nothing. You can check Tesla. I can throw something with about Tesla. Who
You're not
wrote
going to
it?
give me any source.
Nicola
Tesla is talking about waves. What was it? The three things.
I can give you a full reading about Tesla, what Tesla said. If you know, can
Excuse me, we're not going to go by what Tesla said about anything. We're going to go through the empirical scientific method with this, or it's just baseless assertions and affirming the consequent, or story time. But we're not going to go ahead and go through the Ken Wheeler, wits it, gets it nonsense of ether with you boys and Merck for this nonsense idea that you have. Now, if you want to show us some ether, then show us ether. Otherwise, it will continue to be a baseless assertion.
Oh, no one can.
You got to be kidding me! We have heard this nonsense before. Oh yeah, the ether exists. Show it to me. Oh well, Tesla. Oh well, Ken Wheeler. Oh, it's a wave. It's a perturbation. It's static electricity. It's electrostatics. It's a medium. And yet, no evidence for any of this. Just nonsense correlation. Which, by the way, Whitsitt is famous for saying correlation is not causation. So unless you have anything more than correlation and wishful thinking, I suggest you cool it with the ether nonsense. The YouTube flat earthers are not going to come in here and spout garbage about the ether.
Right, because you're standing
Okay, you can still live with where the propagation and what is the medium.
Propagation of what? Propagation of what? Propagation of what? Go ahead and tell me. Show me what's being propagated and the speed and the medium. Tell me about it. Go ahead. What test is being conducted?
Answer me, because you said that there is no ether. Where the electromagnet microwaves propagate? What is the medium of the propagation of those waves? So those waves, what we call
what wave? What wave?
The thing
what wave?
Microwaves. So we have
microwaves. What is that? Tell me about it. What is it?
What?
What is a microwave? Show it to me.
How to show you a microwave? So okay. I will show it. I will show it to you. Take a piece of paper, put it inside your microwave. Turn on the microwave, so the wave will draw itself on the paper, so it will turn brown on those places where the wave is going, and there is your wave.
Okay, so you're showing me an effect. I want to see the wave.
Okay.
No, this is serious. You're going to do the same pseudoscience nonsense that all the Globers pull. They're going to show me an effect and call it gravity. So far, you've shown me an effect. I want to see the wave. I want to see the cause. Where's the cause?
Have you ever seen the air?
The air is now the cause?
No. Have you ever seen the air?
This is the same Glober trick I hear all the time. Well, you can't see air, but that doesn't mean it's not there. I want you to show me the wave.
Why don't you say the same bullshit about the air? it doesn't exist. You see the effect of the thing, and you still.
Dude, you're like a glober now. So you're going to equate electromagnetism with air? Is that what it is? Because I can touch air. I can,
no.
Air is physical. Air is physical, is it not?
Effect.
Air is not. Is air physical? Can I feel air?
I showed you the burn of the electromagnetic.
You showed me the burn of paper.
Yeah, I showed you. I showed you oh my God, the microwave burning. You can still watch the paper burning, start burning, and it wasn't burned from the window. If you buy a microwave with a window, you can still see all the process of the wave burning the piece of paper that you put in the microwave. So when you say that, if the air touch your hand, so you will be satisfied and you can call it air, and you still now here trying to making fun of me in front of people about something that you can test the effect of it on something like you tested the effect of the air on pushing your hand.
Necros, take a break, bro. I understand that English is not your first language, so I'm not going to be hard on you about this. But for the time's sake, we're going to go ahead and say, yes, I understand that you can plug in a microwave and you're going to put power through something, and a certain amount of radiation is going to go through the air, right? We know all this, okay? But you have yet to show a medium. That's electromagnetism. Electromagnetism is not ether. You have to differentiate things. You can't say electromagnetism, radiation is ether. You can't say that there's a field going through. Bro,
No.
relax.
No, it's not the air, the medium, because we can have near perfect vacuum. So we still have the same wave. Imagine in a circumstance where you have less molecules.
So what? So what? So what? Who cares? Just because there's no air in there. Well, hold on a minute, bro, relax. You must assume that I haven't heard this crap all before. You must assume that. You must think you're bringing something new to me about vacuums, right? And only a fluke. I said, why about what?
Why? I have to answer the why first, and you can keep with the rest. So you said.
What did I say? Why? Did I say why?
We are not supposed to. We are not supposed to have a different wave. If you have less water, you can't have the same length wave. If you have less water in the container you got, you can't create the same wavelength. If you have less air inside a near complete vacuum or something, you can't have the same propagation of sound. If you have less environment or medium where the propagation of waves in general less than the average or the normal, so the wavelength will change. Brother, it's normal.
Necros, please. I've already heard all this garbage, bro. I don't need you to repeat it for me. So I'll tell you what, you're talking about two different mediums now, okay? So we know what water is, correct? You've touched water?
You touch water, you create a wave.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, bro, why? It's seriously like talking to Globers now. You've touched air.
You create a wave. You touch water, you create a wave.
Holy crap. Dude, just try to play along for a half a second. You know what air is. You know what water is, right?
Okay.
You've touched these things. Yeah? We know the effects of these things, right? Okay? I want you to show me the ether and tell me how it's any way analogous to two things that you've likened it to. Go ahead.
It's so different. Who said that it's exactly the same thing as those two things? Is the water the same thing as air?
Why are you using air and water to describe your ether when you haven't shown me ether? You see, the YouTube flat earthers you've just fallen for a stupid trick. Someone sold you gravity, you bought it. They didn't show you anything. They told you that space and time were warped,
Oh my God.
and you bought
So
it.
it's
And now you have another non-physical medium having physical effects, and you bought it again.
Waves. Yeah, 3 different
Where,
waves. Oh, 3
where's
different
the ether at? Just show me the ether. Show me this non-physical thing having physical effects, and I'll buy it. Go ahead. Show it to me.
What?
That's all it takes. Gravity is the bending and warping of space-time. Ether is the bending and warping of what?
Like I said, the ether is where you have the propagation of light
Yeah.
and
Don't keep repeating the same thing over and over again. You won't be showing me any light going through any waves. You're going to liken waves, bro.
Yo, brother.
You're going to liken light to a wave, and light is not a wave.
What? What?
Okay, show me a light wave. Show me a light wave. Go ahead.
You can't, brother, you can't see the wave if you can't see the medium where that wave is propagating. Yeah.
Oh
it's
my
simple
gosh.
as that.
What does propagating mean? What does propagating mean?
Because you know the wave itself, it's not something that is beside the medium itself. So a wave
Necros.
is not
Necros.
something different that water than water.
Oh my
And you will
gosh,
ask
dude.
me, "Show me."
Necros. Necros. I need you to show these things to me. I don't want you to tell me that light is a wave and then not show it to me. And I don't want you to tell me that light is propagating through a medium called ether and not show it to me. Show it to me.
Yeah, because otherwise you're just peddling another belief system that I'm not interested in.
So there is some things, brother, that we can't see in this reality.
That's okay. I'm not making
Like
claims
your
about
brain.
something I can't see and
Like
something
your
that
brain.
And there's no need for this. I'm asking you to show me something that you can't show me, and you're going to tell me it exists, even though you can't show it to me. You're going to affirm the consequent and make baseless assertions. And then you're going to, basically, this is the problem with the whole thing. The entire YouTube Flat Earth group is spouting nonsense about ether that they heard from a bunch of, basically snake oil salesmen. And you're tarnishing and making the rest of us look like assholes. And I don't much appreciate it. So if you guys are going to peddle nonsense, do it somewhere else. And don't use the word flat earth with it, okay? Go to the Tartaria servers. Go peddle that nonsense somewhere else. But don't come here without empiricism, period.
So, brother, do you have some haters against some people in other servers? And
No, I don't have hatred against anybody. What I don't like is people saying things that they can't prove and then representing a group that eventually looks like a bunch of assholes because you just spout nonsense. Ether is gravity at the same level. They're both unprovable. They're both baseless assertions. They're both wishful thinking. They're both non-material. And they both have the same amount of validity.
The ether, it is a thing that is so simple to prove. It does just need a person.
And yet you can't prove it. And yet you can't prove it.
Wait. It does just...
Where do you... Just prove it for me. Prove it. You say it's easy to prove, just prove it.
It's so easy to prove. I'm just talking.
Where?
Try to calm yourself. I'm just trying to talk and have a conversation if you want. I'm not debating you. If you don't believe on Earth, it doesn't change anything in my life. You can still like you are. So when you want to have information about things, you make some researches and you make some tests. And when you talk about, like I said, I will bring again the thing of the wave. So when you understand...
Necros, I don't want to hear about a wave again unless you got some proof for ether for me. If you said you got proof, I don't want it to be audible proof coming out of your mouth. I want you to show it to me. We're not going to have this conversation again if you don't show it to me.
The proof, you can call it anything you want. I call it...
Oh, now it's anything. Now it's anything.
Listen.
Bro, this is pathetic.
wasn't there. It wasn't me who created the word. So the ether, they created the word ether or the name ether. I'm just
Show it to me. I don't care about the word. I want to see the thing. Show it to me.
because I understand the thing that I understand that is a wave needs a medium where it can travel. So
Necros, you're a bullshitter. You're an absolute bullshitter. You're lying now. This is bullshit.
Why don't you calm yourself, brother? So if
I'm calm. You are bullshitting an entire room of people. Why are you doing this?
we have those different type of waves, wave of water, sound.
Yeah, more waves, more air, more water, but no ether.
Wait, just calm yourself, brother. And let me speak.
Necros, I want you to apologize to the people in this room for lying to them.
No, I'm not lying. You are just the one.
You are lying. You have told us a story, but you haven't proved anything. It's kind of like false evidence, false accusations. You know what I mean? Like,
Cognitive dissonance, brother, or what? Because
no, we're not having a conversation. I just want you to show me the evidence. You said it's easy to prove. I want to see it. I don't want to hear you talking. I want you to show it to me.
You can't hold yourself, don't you?
Dude, show me the ether. Just show it to me. Why are you describing something that you said was easy to prove, but you don't have any proof for it? I don't want stories. I want evidence.
Is it your cognitive dissonance or what? What are you doing?
See, now it's going to go to adhoms.
How can I show you something that it can
Necros.
be seen?
Right. How can you show me immaterial things, right?
Oh, yeah, brother. Yeah, energy and those type of things. Yeah, how can I show you those things? But you can call it.
So why are you making assertions about things that you can't see either?
You can call it just medium, simple words, medium of propagation of, for example, microwaves. So we will ask.
We're not going, Necros. Don't do this again. Necros, I will mute you if you continue this.
Oh, I'm not.
I will mute you if you continue this. Don't repeat yourself. Everyone's already heard it. We're not going to do this again. This is not necessary. All I need you to do is show me the ether.
I want to talk to you specifically. I will DM you.
You've already said these things already, Necros. You've already said these things.
Are the only one who's trying with pain to interrupt me and to stop me from talking and to say
I let you babble on about the waves and the microwaves and the paper and the air and the water and the propagation and the light, and we've heard it all, bro. You must think you have something new for us to hear. Don't do this.
It is so simple. So you have different type of waves. So those waves are not a thing. Those waves.
Necros, are you now going to grandstand in this VC?
So stop.
Is that how this is going to go, bro?
The waves
Are you going to grandstand in this VC and do the same thing over and over? Because now you're wasting people's time. What are you doing?
What's the difference
you
between
are the only one who's saying that. So try to hold yourself. So the waves are not a thing itself, are not a new thing. So the waves are the medium that was disturbed by something. So if you slap the water, you will create a wave. You will not generate something from your hand, but it is the disturbance of that specific medium called water. The sound wave isn't a thing itself, so it is just the disturbance of the gas of or air. So you need a medium to have a wave. So what is a wave? It is the disturbance of the medium itself. So if it is not the water that is the medium where the microwaves are propagating, if it's not the air, the medium where the microwave are propagating, so it has to be another medium that is different than those two, where you have the propagation of microwaves For example, microwaves. Because I can prove the microwaves, the other waves that you don't know about, I can't prove them to you. You will need something to see them. I can't show them to you.
You just told me it's easy to prove, and now you're saying you can't prove them.
Paper,
Bro.
show you the light,
Bro.
propagation of the light wave on a piece of
Necros. Necros, you are wasting people's time. You've already said this. Why, bro? Why are you doing this?
Now, can you tell me what is the medium where you have the propagation of microwaves?
Necros, you said that it must be this thing. That's a baseless assertion. Okay, it's my turn. You've already blabbered. Now you're going to shut up, right? You're going to shut up? You're not going to shut up. You've already had your time to repeat the same thing over and over. Okay. I'm going to take you off of mute, but since you insist on repeating the same thing over and over again, I'm going to ask you one more time. Show me the ether that you say must be having waves propagating through it. Don't just affirm the consequent. Don't make a baseless assertion. Show me the ether or let it go.
I am showing it to you. Yeah.
You're describing something that is a baseless assertion, and that's it.
What is the medium? Where we establish.
What medium? You're saying that there has to be a medium. I don't see how there has to be a medium. You're describing light in such a way that it is not identified to be that way.
Can you have a wave in something?
You are even insisting that these are waves, like waves in the ocean, and you don't know that either.
No,
okay,
I'm just talking specific about the microwave because I can show you the microwave. The bend of the wave inside the microwave, the bend, the top, the down, the middle side of the wave, the whole wave. And I think that everyone here has already seen a microwave on a piece of paper drawn by the wave itself. So, yeah. And you have to have a medium where this wave is propagating. So the wave is the disturbance of that medium itself. So it is the medium itself who is creating that pattern inside the microwave, because he was disturbed. The medium was disturbed by the mechanism in the microwave. So what is the medium that helps the propagation of a microwave, in specific microwave?
I'll tell you what. Instead of the medium, I won't ask you for the medium. I want you to show me the wave. Show me the wave.
Oh my God! You can't answer anything. You're just here to say no. Born to say no.
Necros, I'm not making any claims, bro. You're the one making the claims, and I'm asking you to show me anything about the waves, either the wave or the medium, and you have yet to show me both. You've described things that you hope exist. Necros, excuse me. You're describing two things and making claims about two things, and you haven't shown me either one. I'm not going to answer questions about things that you haven't shown me.
I can't give you my microwave. Do you have your own microwave?
You're going to go ahead and affirm that in a microwave.
Put a A4 size.
Okay. I don't like to mute people. It's not my idea of a good time. So if somebody wants to take them off of server mute and talk to them, they can. But until then, I would love for any other etherite or YouTube flat earther to show me the wave or the ether. And I certainly would appreciate if someone would not go ahead and say it's biblical because God created magnetism and static electricity and all this other stuff, and therefore the ether has to be real. I don't want to hear that either. So, I would just like to see evidence of the ether, or the wave, or the medium, not an effect, but the cause, or even the medium itself. And then I would also like to see if someone's going to say it's biblical to show me the verses about the ether. Either one of those will suffice. I'm going to let this guy off of mute. Anybody else got anything for me? Please go ahead.
You didn't want to see the wave. I told you how to see the wave. Put a piece of paper. You see the wave. What is that? It's a wave. It's a wave. Real wave. You can take a pen. You can also take a pen and draw
asserting
on
that
top
it's,
of it.
you're just asserting that it's a wave. You're not showing the wave. You're just
What is
asserting.
that then? What is that then?
Necros, what else do you think it could be, bro? Could it not be the ether? Could it be something else? Could it be heat?
No, when the wave drawn on a piece of paper inside the microwave. No, it's nothing. I don't think it's the rabbit or the unicorn. When I get out the piece of paper, I see wave. I see a wave, a 2-band wave or a 3-band wave. I see it. I can draw on top of it with the pen. A wave, real wave, real like when you put your hand and the air touches your hand. It's the wave burning the piece of paper.
Necros, you're losing it, bro. This is like chanting now. You might need to sit down for a minute, bro. You're losing it.
I think wave is a noun again when you just said that it's not an actual thing. It's a verb. So which is it?
It's the disturbing of the medium. So the wave in the sea, it's not a thing. It's not something separated.
You're double speaking. You're double speaking.
It's just water. The wave in the sea, it's just water.
You're speaking out of two sides of your mouth. Do you realize that?
What?
You're double speaking. You're contradicting yourself as you talk.
I'm not contradicting myself. I told you a wave is the disturbance of a medium. And I give you an example, and it is a simple example. Slap the water, you will create a wave. That thing isn't a different thing than the water itself. It's just the water move, the molecules of water moving. It's not something you added to water or I don't know what you imagine a wave is. So the sound wave, it's not the sound going inside the air. It is the air itself that is moving on a certain pattern, making a wave pattern. So the wave is the environment where the propagation is. Simple. And you have a new type of waves. Microwave. What is the medium? What is the medium? Simple. What is the medium? You have a wave created in a medium. What is that medium? And the wave, you can see it. You can test it. You have a microwave in your house. Buy it if you don't have it, and put a piece of paper. You will see something. Tell me, what is that thing? Burn piece of paper drawn, burn thing, pattern drawn on that surface of paper. What is that thing? It's a wave. What is that wave? It's a propagation of medium, of disturbance in medium. What is the medium? Air. No, it's not air. You can do that wave and the same length of wave and the same type of wave inside
You're losing
vacuum.
your mind, man.
Near vacuum.
Relax. Calm down. You've been repeating yourself 30 times or something.
Can you manipulate the ether, Necros?
No? What?
Can you manipulate the ether?
And somehow, if you send different frequency, the different wavelength, so the disturbance of the ether will be different in those type of and the wave itself is just a type of manipulation. So you
I
make
thought waves was the disturbance. So sending the disturbance will prove the disturbance.
no, send the disturbance itself. So you are disturbing something to create
So the disturbance
vibration.
proves ether can be manipulated.
Yeah, the disturbance. You are disturbing the ether. What are you doing? You are disturbing the ether. What have you done? You disturbed the ether. What was that? It was manipulation. You did something to that thing.
So just keep restating the claim, and that'll make it true. You don't have to prove it or anything. That's fine.
Oh, no. If you want to test it yourself,
Isn't the
you can.
disturbance the effect?
What?
Isn't the disturbance the effect?
Maybe.
Is it the cause or is it the effect?
The effect of what?
Ether.
The effect of what?
Ether.
No. The disturbance in the ether is the effect of what?
What is the effect?
So you disturbed the ether. You disturbed the ether. So it's the effect of what?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you because you said that it is the effect of the ether. No, it's not. It's the disturbance in the ether itself. The effect of what? The manipulation. You did something. And you can change that thing. You can vary it, vary the length, play with it. You can make
Are
a gun
waves
with
water?
you can make a gun with the microwave transformer. I can show you that.
Yeah, all I'm hearing is that your standard for evidence lowered when you heard about ether. You didn't care that it wasn't proven. You don't care that you can't prove it. You just come in here and state the claims, and that means that they're true because you stated it. Your standard for evidence shouldn't change. Flat Earth should have been your turnaround, and your standard of evidence should never go back down.
Yeah, I feel ether's a bit contradictory, yeah, because we have arguments about gravity and dark matter and dark energy that can't be seen or detected or tested, and then we turn around and claim ether. Yeah, I don't think so.
Somebody's a real good ear tickler, that's for sure.
You still got a new wave, and you don't have any medium to explain it. And you know that it's a wave.
I don't need
Microwave.
anything. I don't need anything. I'm not making a claim. You are. You need to be able to verify what you say. You don't get to just say a bunch of stuff, a bunch of crap.
Oh my
and
God!
then-
The verification I did for me are sufficient to know that there is a medium where there is
Well,
the
then that's
propagation.
your standard. Your standard for evidence is quite low, and I implore you to not have such a low standard for evidence, because that's why we got into the whole globe religion to begin with, because people's standard of evidence was dulled down, and you're not questioning whatever you're hearing about this whole paradigm with the ether and the incoherent electrostatic or dielectric acceleration. All of this stuff sounds good, but it's just tickling your ear. They're not giving you any proof of it.
Who's that? If it's me, the one who made the test, if it's me, the one who tested that the propagation of the
Show it.
of the microwave, the cause is not the water itself. So we can
If it's
have
provable, then prove it.
microwave
Stop
without
talking.
water. It's not the air, because we can have the propagation of the microwave inside near perfect vacuum too.
Necros, do you believe in Einsteinian gravity?
What? Do you think I'm a glober?
I'm just legitimately asking you if you believe in Einsteinian gravity. You could just say no.
He's a flat earther. He's a flat earther who believes in ether.
Right. We're just trying to get to a point here. So real quick, so do you know what Einsteinian gravity is supposed to be?
The wrapping of concepts.
Yeah.
No,
So what's ether supposed to be?
a medium.
Like a material medium or a non-material medium?
Oh no, I don't make any assumption. I'm talking to you about the thing, medium.
Yeah.
Where the
You're talking to me about the what? Dudes, calm down for a second. Can we have a conversation where you don't ramble on for like 10 minutes and laugh? Okay. Simple conversation. So in the ether, there's supposed to be a medium. It's supposed to have a wave, a propagation. But it's non-physical, is that correct? Or is it physical?
Who knows? Do you have
Who knows?
anything to assume about that? Because I don't know.
No, I don't make claims, bro.
I didn't
Necros.
make.
Necros.
Listen, I didn't make any assumption about what is made of, how it is, what is its color, what is the spectrum. I didn't make any claim.
Okay. I know.
The only
I
thing
know.
said,
I know.
and you can make your questions.
Jeez, dude. Hey, maybe you hold on just a second, bro. You might need like some lessons to know how to have a conversation. You're freaking out, and this is supposed to be calm, relax. Okay? So, you did make a claim though that this ether is bendable and has a wave propagating through it, did you not?
Oh, I said, yeah, that it is a medium where the propagation of microwaves are.
Okay. So we're getting somewhere now. So these microwaves, are they physical?
Who knows? Because the waves themselves are not something different than the medium itself. I'm begging you, don't ask those type of questions because it appears something bad. Please.
Well, the problem is that you're making claims that there's a medium and a wave. So when I ask you about the properties of the medium or the
the medium,
a medium or the wave, bro. The medium or the wave, you say, I don't know, but it has to be. We can see the effects, right? Like I can put a piece of paper in a microwave and I can see the edges of the paper burn. I can see the effects of this thing that I think exists.
No,
And bro,
not the edges. You will have a drone, the microwave will draw the pattern of the wave itself going up and down, up and down. Do you know how look the wave in some
What's that, man?
He's trying to make
Necros.
antecedent relationships.
The
Yeah.
wave. Do you see the wave in your photo? Do you see the wave in your photo? That is like a sound wave. So, do you know the waves that are curved, not pointed up? So you will have in the piece of paper you will put inside the microwave that type of wave, that curving wave.
Necros. Yes, I know. Bro, just a second. So you're showing me an effect. And see, when it comes to Einsteinian gravity, what they'll do is they'll say, see, I can take this pen and pick it up and drop it. And they're going to show me an effect. And they're going to say, see, there's the time and space bending and warping. And you're going to say, see, there's an effect of this pattern on the piece of paper in the microwave. That's the ether. That's the wave propagation. They both have just as much validity. Non-physical things having physical effects. It's the same bait and switch BS. Do you see it yet?
No, I don't understand.
Okay. Well, I tried.
If I see you say if I see the burn of the pattern of the wave itself on the piece of paper, that means it's not a wave. It's something else. It has to be.
So you're trying to make an antecedent relationship.
No, I'm asking him if it's yeah.
I just asked you.
What was the question?
Are you trying to make an antecedent relationship?
What does that mean?
When he says, what else can it be? That's a burden of proof reversal. He's asking you to substantiate his claim. What else can it be? What I say has to be it. What else can it be?
Can we can teach him. That's a pretty easy term. Yeah, thank you. So, antecedent is this is really simple. Okay, you don't get things like a T-bone, a filet mignon, unless it has come from some sort of a cow. You don't. It's beef. So that's a small example of an antecedent relationship. One precedes the other. Delta and delta X. So you can't get delta X, which would be the filet mignon, unless you have delta, the cow, the beef. So that's just one example of an antecedent relationship. There's
X is the gas pressure. Delta X is the gas pressure gradient, by the way.
Yes.
You're cutting out, CB.
Am I? Oh,
Yeah,
hold
a
on.
bit.
Let me.
But I was just trying to correct you on that delta X thing. X is the gas pressure, and delta X is the gas pressure gradient. Sorry.
What did I say?
You said delta was the gas pressure. I think you were cutting out a lot.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Is it better now? I don't know.
He
If
was talking about about filet mignon, not gas pressure.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was talking about that steak because like the cow is the delta, the ribeye would be delta X, and so what you're saying is right though, Kim, is that the gas pressure would be delta and the gas pressure gradient would be delta X.
No,
Yeah,
gas pressure is X, and delta X is gas pressure gradient. Delta is the gradient.
No, you wait. What?
X,
Delta is change. Delta
yeah,
is a change.
yeah. X is
Yeah.
the gas pressure. Delta X is the gas pressure
Oh,
gradient.
right. Well, I have a question though for all flat earthers. The curvature is what's important to us, right? Like we want to tell people it's not a globe, not a ball, right? Like I've noticed a lot of us are arguing over ether, and like what is the goal, right? Like as a flat earther, what is your goal? Like looking into ether and all these other things that have nothing to do with nature, reality, right? Because I think all that stuff comes from the same people that are trying to bullshit us and trying to tell us the earth is a ball and all these things. This is what they're trying to develop, and whatever that is, I think it's sorcery. I'm just
Yeah,
wondering what did we get out of arguing about ether when we've got curvature, to tell people about. We
Or the
haven't
lack
figured
thereof, because we don't have curvature. Just look
yeah
at the horizon. Look at the
right, we still
horizon. It's
trying to
not
figure
curving, Bong Sao.
right.
So that's not what
Well,
we have. And you said that's what we have, curvature, but we don't
right.
have it.
We still haven't figured
Let's
out
concentrate on what we don't have, huh, Bong Sao?
it's
how
all
to
about
tell people about the lack of curvature
No,
that
Bong
we
Sao.
don't
Let's look to the horizon,
have.
and
Yeah,
you won't see the curve, Bong Sao.
it's all about
right, right. What we don't have. Go ahead.
it's all about upholding a standard for
Messing with you.
evidence. So that there is no argument. If it was true, it would be so obviously true. They wouldn't have to give us the runaround. So it's not really an. I'm not arguing. I mean, I kind of did argue back and forth with Necros, but it's not my intention to argue. It's my intention to show people that there is no evidence for what he's saying. It's just a baseless assertion, just like gravity or something
Yeah,
like that.
I
It has no evidence for it. And our standard of evidence here, we have a quite an acumen for taking
right.
apart any information that comes through this server. So that's all
Yeah,
I'm say about it. It's
yeah.
just the
I agree with that. I'm talking to I was just saying Necros and everybody that wants to argue for ether, something that we can't put our hands on, right? Like just like gravity and all these other things. Like, isn't it enough to just first tell people that the earth is not a ball? I mean, there's a lot to talk about there.
Oh yeah, brother, you're correct. And I don't talk about that with the ballers when I'm talking, but it doesn't. It's not the reason to stop your researches, because if you don't see something, you can stop your researches and make inventions or something. So if people before us were just speaking and denying things like that, so there will be no electricity and nothing, because they didn't see that. So they couldn't. So they will stop themselves from trying even. So we people either we don't understand the propagation of waves. Oh, not it's not wave. It's nothing. So we can't do anything with that. That those things that we can't see.
You don't think that we all research in here? We didn't
Okay.
just stop at flat Earth. That's not what we did. I mean, if you're
Oh,
trying to say that that's what we did, you're gonna have to back up your claim there.
The, the problem is, like, what are you researching? You're not even researching anything. I've been listening
These
to
are
this
just
whole conversation, and it's just been I commend Says Who's patience, because I would have thrown you out of the room. It's just bullshit. You're not even research. You're saying continue to research. There's nothing to research. You're not even researching anything.
Oh, okay. It's not me, the one who says that the microwave isn't a wave, or there is no ether. It can't be a wave, and saying that there is no medium, and saying no to anything. It's not me who's denying everything. So I am the
Can
one
multiple
just
things
trying,
propagate
and
to a
I
medium?
didn't see that. I didn't say that I understand everything about those things, but we're still trying to understand. And like I said, the word or the name of the thing was just created by people before us. Just using the word, even I don't know what is composed of. I can just say
You're
that
saying that, but you're saying that he's denying everything, but there's nothing to deny. So what's he denying?
the medium.
Wow.
Ether denier.
No, just the medium.
Am I able to deny? Am I able to deny, like from what you know so far? Can I deny that gravity exists? Well, how would you answer me?
So I think now, with the conclusion of that discussion, that here we don't even understand what sound wave is. So we can say that no, it's not wave. We don't see it. We just it's just the effect. We hear something. You talk, I hear you. I don't even know if it was the thing that you said, and I
Sound,
heard something else.
sound is part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Do you know that? Right? It's all the way down at the bottom where the ears are working at. You know, I don't know how our sense of touch is affected by the electromagnetic field that we live in, but I'm pretty sure it is. Our sense of
Yeah,
smell.
it causes a vibration in your membrane.
Yeah, our sense of smell. You know, all we're bathed
Oh,
in
okay.
it.
Isn't
Yeah,
that
so
the
it's,
effect?
yeah.
So now today, those things are not just the effect, but the paper and the burn of the wave on the paper, that was just an
Yeah.
effect. But the
Well, that's what
wave,
I'm saying,
sound
right?
wave,
That.
the touch, you feel the touch of the sound wave on your ear. I
Well,
don't know how to do that, but
I
you
know
feel the
how it
sound.
works. It's called sound pressure. It's called pressure when you disturb the air. Okay, the air molecules, it creates pressure. It creates, and depending on what frequency it's going to create that, it's pressure. That's what all a wave is that you look at is mathematical representation of energy that's perturbating this air, bro. That's sound. And as you move up, that energy, right? We have different math to show it. Oh, this is higher frequencies.
The same thing that
No,
happened when you
Punch out. Punch out.
you
Is a wave what something is of what something does?
right, right, right. And we know that radiation burns things, right? We know what radiation is. So you're not really identifying or
what is
isolating.
radiation? Isn't a gamma wave a type of wave?
You
What I'm
see
saying,
it as
we haven't.
frequency.
When we got to Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity, right? We said, you know what? We don't need to talk about any
What
of
is
those
the
theories.
frequency?
Right?
What is the frequency?
Supernatural. We're going to keep learning the bullshit that they're trying to brainwash with us with, so we can counter their arguments and their fallacies, right? But we don't bring that right into
What is
our
the frequency?
understanding of reality because it can't be verified. None of those things can.
What is the
That's the point.
frequency? What is the frequency? Frequency of sound. Frequency of the waves on the water.
It's exactly what it sounds like, right? Frequently, this happens every, insert time here. That's a frequency. That's all it is. The lesser the time, the higher the frequency, the bigger the time between
Microwaves
these.
aren't
But is it frequent? See? Frequent.
Yeah,
See?
yeah,
uh, it's the how frequent the parameter or the pattern of the wave is going. So if the wave is going, for example, if we will take
Just
it
explained
using
it.
centimeter, if the wave is centimeter long, so the frequency is how long it takes to make the wave
Yes,
after wave after wave.
right. No,
Yeah,
no one's denying that. No one's denying the
microwaves
effects, right?
aren't they frequencies? Microwaves aren't they frequencies?
Yes.
Yeah, but microwaves
In
are
what type of
microwaves.
medium? If it is yes, in what medium?
What did you do to create a microwave?
Now it is another question. That is not an answer for the question, because when you say yes, a microwave, a frequency in a microwave,
Okay.
it is
You
a
know what, bro?
frequency, it is a wave.
This
So
is awesome.
if it is a yes,
How about you just answer this, man? What is the goal? Okay, let's say we all jump on board, right? Let's say all the flat earthers one day decided, hey, ether's a thing. Let's do this, right? What is the goal? Where are we going with this?
knowledge, just
Huh?
the knowledge. Yeah, just the knowledge. You will not do something with it you
There's no
yourself.
goal, right?
People
We're
will,
just
people
wandering.
can use it. People, if they
Just gonna,
understand
just
the
gonna
meaning,
wander,
if they understand
attacking
the
you know, like in front of these people. Like we came here to talk to people about the earth not being a globe, that we've been lied to about the shape of the earth, not to put on a fucking show, a clown show for everybody to laugh at. Like what? This is not what this is about, man. Dude, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't
Yeah,
want
it's
to
not.
argue.
It's about nothing. Now it's settled. The topic is settled. Now when we agree that microwave is a frequency, it's a wave. Yeah, it has frequency, and it needs a medium. I'm sorry, guys. If you don't want that, it's
Can
up to
air be
you.
that medium?
I'm not asking you to believe me. It's what the topic brought down, and I'm really sorry by for hurting you,
I'm sorry.
bringing up the topic.
It's not hurting. It's hurting all. You're hurting yourself too. Like what is the goal behind
I'm
pushing
not.
ether?
Ne-
Like what is the
Now
goal?
it's goal.
Necros,
Now
let me
it's
Necros.
goal.
Is ether what something is or what something does? What is? I mean, the wave. When you say wave, is a wave of something is or what or what something does?
Oh no, the wave. It's what something does is what something does like a wave on the water is
Because
the disturbance of the water. So when the water is disturbed, it
so the
creates.
water is behaving in this way and in a wave
Yeah,
pattern. It's showing a wave pattern. The water, right? You spoke
yeah,
about the paper inside the microwave, and the paper burnt or turned brown, like you're saying. So that's what the paper did inside of the environment
oh
that was
no,
put under.
I just
And then you're
asked
saying
this.
that what the paper is showing, what the paper is showing, the effect is the wave. That's what you said earlier.
No. Is the microwave?
So did the wave
Is
did
the
this to the
microwave
paper?
hertz? Is the microwave a certain hertz? Has the microwave a certain hertz? Has it certain hertz? It's simple question, yes or no. It's
There is a
just,
range. There is a range of frequencies that they call microwaves because of the length
Okay.
of.
yeah. Thank you. The
How
So
length
did
of
you get
what?
a microwave?
What?
The length of
What
what?
does that? Yeah, but
Frequency.
why stop at microwaves, right? Why not cover the whole spectrum? Why specifically
Okay,
microwaves?
because
yeah,
using
don't be
this.
spectrum racist.
No, I'm not spectrum racist. I'm talking
Gotta
about
be
the things I
inclusive.
can
If you
show
say
you.
microwave is it what the microwave did to the paper is the wave. I mean, not only microwaves are waves. You see, Bongsa?
I just want to know what ether is. Like if you can,
No, you
okay,
don't.
you know what? If you can show it, like and show, look, this is ether, this is electromagnetism, this is water, air. These are all the different mediums. Look, then fine,
Okay,
right?
Can you
But
show
Bongsa.
the
Listen,
ether
Bongsa.
creating a
You can.
microwave?
I don't
You
get what
can.
you're trying to do here.
You have a
Bongsa.
microwave. And if you have a microwave and you it's that wave.
Excuse me, I'm trying to talk to Bongsound.
Go ahead.
If you have a microwave
Bongsound. What they're trying to explain you, Bongsound, it's that they're attributing a cause to the effect that everybody experienced, right? We see the phenomena. There is a lot of various things happening in the medium, right? There's not just one thing happening. There's a bunch of things happening, right? In the medium, high pressure, low pressure, heat and cold, right? Displacement, a lot of different things happening, right? So they're saying the cause of this, all of these effects is this thing, right? Or the Globers are saying the cause of all the effects is this thing. So at the moment, it's an unknown that is being replaced by ideas, the globe idea, or let's say the ether idea, for a lack of a better term, right? So because everybody's we all experience, we have the waves, we have I use the microwave, okay, microwaves. We have the radios, they emit waves or whatever, right? We have the water, that's all reality. That's the reality level. We got all these things. But they're saying, what is the cause of all these effects? And they're giving you one idea. And that unknown, it might be coming, I don't know, out of this system. So maybe it's just an unknown that only God knows, Bongsound. Only God knows that. Right,
No,
Bongsound?
I'm sorry. No one said that the
I
ether
didn't say Necros. I was speaking to Bongsound.
No. I'm sorry. You didn't understand me.
I'm Perry. I'm Perry. Yeah, you're sorry, and I'm Perry, and I'm speaking to Bongsound.
About the ether believers, they don't believe that the ether is the cause. No. So the cause is the waves generator. So the microwave generator that you have, that is the cause of the wave on the ether. So that is the cause of the disturbance of that medium. So when you have hertz and you're sure that hertz are attributed to waves, and you have certain hertz in the microwave, you are sure, you know, you can see it, you know it already, that they are waves and they have certain hertz that you can even see and measure. If you put that piece of paper, you can measure those hertz and you can see if it's really really attributed to those hertz that you were generating using your microwave transformer. And
You're still asserting that it's a wave. You're still asserting that it's a wave. You haven't
yeah.
proven anything, and anything that is presented without proof can also be dismissed without proof.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's get to the point. Like
frequency. He said frequency. He was getting to frequency, and frequency. Are you saying that frequency is something that you reach into with equipment, and you're reaching towards that frequency spectrum, and that's where ether is in the background, where frequency is happening. All of these. What is frequency? Is something that you reach into and using it and cooking the food in the microwave.
What is the frequency? What is the what is
Look, mate. Look, hold up. Let's just stop, man. I'm starting to feel like some kind of wizard doing nonsense stuff that has nothing to do with living a happy life. You know what I mean? Like, we're trying to identify something very basic that anyone can verify for themselves. Okay,
it's outside. That's what I was trying to take you. It's outside of because the only way you're gonna know what's left is if you remove the water, the mediums that we know of, the air. You remove everything. You remove yourself out of the equation. What is it gonna exist then? You won't be able even to experience what's left because remove the container, remove the reality, remove the existence of everything, and what's left is that where the saying is ether that is there because it has to be. That's what I'm.
But to make so many assumptions to do all that. What I'm saying is, like, can we just?
But that's out of reality, right? You can't do that.
No, let's just stick with the stuff that we don't have to make assumptions about, because that's what we're trying to do here in the first place, right? Trying to keep it. Like, children can understand our message. Like, when you start talking about that stuff, like we're not even talking about the real world anymore. You know, that's what I mean. Like, what does this have to do with what we're trying to do? Ether. I mean, it's not
Yeah,
even a
it's like
thing that.
talking about curvature that doesn't exist, right, Bongso?
I mean, I can't even talk to a normal astrophysicist about ether, and he knows what I'm talking about. What you're trying to explain it to me, though? I'm just a layman. I
It
mow
is the
lawns.
same thing as the curvature. Basically talking
Yeah,
about
right.
something that we don't know of. We can talk about it and maybe make
Yeah,
some picture in the mind or an idea
like
of it. But can
yeah.
you measure the curve, Bongso?
Well, exactly. If you tell me that the Earth is not a ball, like I can deal with that. I can work with that. I could even probably go verify it myself and trust whatever results I get. You tell me ether, that's like telling me gravity. You know, it's like I don't know, don't care. Gonna go back to mowing my lawn. Have a nice day. You know what I mean? But the shit, you know, the Earth not being a ball, that's kind of very important, simple detail that everybody should know about. That's what I mean. Like, isn't this going to complicate what we're trying to do here in the first place? Tell people, you know, we've been lied to.
I'm so sorry. I just was thinking that you could be like me, thinking about God, even if he is not on
Oh,
this
that's what I
world, or
mean.
he is out of this world. You can think about things.
Exactly. I don't think God. That's
If
what I
they
mean.
are real, oh my
I
God.
don't think God
You can
wants us
still think
to give
about things even
people
if they
that.
are in some other dimensions or something like that. Yeah.
Wait,
So
God
you
supernatural.
you're
wants
saying I
us.
can't think about God if I don't think about what you're thinking? I do think about God. Well, what's wrong with you?
Show me God.
Who said that? Who said that Bongso can think about God? When did Bongso said that? When?
I don't
If
So
you
is
think God
ether
wants to
supernatural?
if you will
I don't think
talk
God
to
wants
someone here
to
about God,
complicate.
they will ask you to show them God, and if you can't
No,
show them God, they will tell you that it's bullshit, and you can go make a
God
trip
made
or
Nah.
eyes. Man, God made our eyes, and when we look at the ocean, it doesn't look like a ball. Okay, that's something you can tell me about, right? And I can relate to, right? And okay, fair enough. They told me it's a ball, made me hard to believe God. Now I believe God. Like you talking about ether, I don't think God wants us talking about some complicated sorcery stuff like that, right? Like I think He just wants us to focus on the things that He gave us
yeah.
senses to
And I
focus
don't
on.
think and I don't
Right?
think that he told you what he wanted you to think about, and the other things that he don't want you to think about.
Yeah, you know
So
what he said in Genesis? Let me tell you something. He said it this in Genesis about the stars, the sun, and the moon. Do
that's
not
why
look at the moon's glory. Do not look at how the moon's splendor, okay, and think anything about it to even worship it. Sun, moon, and the stars. That's what he said about these stars. They're for the times, seasons, you know. So it's for us. He made it for us, right?
Like
So,
clockwork.
so that's the point. You know, when you talk about gravity or all these theories that can be verified, it has nothing to do with our senses. Damn, sorry, guys.
oh, it's just a simulation. We are the
Amen,
creator
Bongso.
of that simulation, so we created it, and we are playing in our own simulation. There is no God nor nothing. If you say that there
Here
is
we
God,
go.
What?
show me it. Show me the God. So that is
Hey,
the
you know how you breathe in air? Necros, you breathe in air, right?
oh, that's a part of the program in the simulation. It's a deep.
But listen, you are breathing air, aren't you? When you expand your lungs, yeah, with your muscles, you expand the volume, and the
Yeah,
gas pressure
we
rushes towards
programmed
your
this
the
to
available
we,
volume.
progra- we
So
programmed
the gas
we
pressure
programmed
is there in the first place because of the container, right? Containment. And then we also see how the antecedent to the container will be a designer. Just like you see the movement of the luminary, if we see a
oh
design,
no,
there
we
has to
are
be
the
a designer,
designers.
right? A programmer to the program, right?
We are the
The code is not
programmers.
gonna write itself without the builder, right? The programmer. Um, and there is
No,
design to everything. So
no,
to
no,
say that
there
there
is
is,
He
no
is
you're,
basically
sign.
are
saying
you
we created ourselves.
There is no sign. We created ourselves. We created
we
our.
created
See?
we
See?
created entropy and we created the laws of thermodynamics. We created The
Yeah,
whole of
it's
creation.
all those things are
Hey,
programmed in the
Necros.
When
spirit.
you say we, do you mean you and me? We created you. You and me did this.
Listen, Ender, I'm just trolling. I believe on God.
Oh,
I'm just trolling. I'm showing you how the discussion went when we was
That's not how it
talking
went.
about something that you can't reach. So something when you can see something, so there is so many ways to avoid the discussion about that. So, like I said, if you think that you can't try to think about things that are here in our reality, everything, things that you can see, and even the things that you can't see. So try
okay,
to
go ahead.
verify everything. So I think
Either
it's bad,
either
bad things.
either there used to be only 5 elements, right? Like air, water, fire, earth, and ether. And
And heart.
Can multiple
ether is
things
supposed to
propagate
represent.
through mediums?
Well, ether is supposed to be spirit. Okay, and let me just fast forward. Let's fast forward to today, right? You know this God particle that they're looking for in quantum mechanics. You know what I mean? The God particle, the thing that controls everything, that interfaces physical reality with the mind. You know what I mean? That thing. Like if you think about spirit, see, so okay, what's the ether? What's spirit? Oh, this thing that they're looking for in science, it's the same thing as the Holy Spirit, the Christians.
Thank
It's
you,
the same
brother.
thing
Thank
as Brahma from Hinduism. It's all the same thing. It's the spirit, that unites us.
you. That is
Be
helpful.
careful.
That is
I'm just
helpful.
saying,
That is a way. Yeah, you can think it. You can
I'm
use this.
saying, be
You can use
careful
exposure like that.
because this is all going to come together, and it might all be a part of the whole awakening. You know what the awakening movement is?
And I
It's
will
Kanye West
never say
talking shit. It's Kanye West talking shit about the Jews and then apologizing and say, I'm going to try to work to bring sensitivity, awareness, and unity to the world. It's them saying, it's them. It's the sound of freedom, right? Oh no, all these children are being trafficked. We're going to stop them. And it's the same goddamn people, Elon Musk, and then behind everything. It's the great awakening. So I'm just saying, be careful. You might jump on the false truth bandwagon.
but
You know what I mean?
like you
Because
said,
it's organized
yeah, you can think about the spirit. You can say that the spirit is the ether, or they are related in some manner. Yeah, but it is like I said, it's not bad to do that. So yeah, you're flat earther. You knew that the earth isn't curving down, isn't curving up, so it's not concave, it's not a globe. You're sure about those things, but
right, right,
try,
right.
try other things.
And in 2017, when I first started, this was
También.
my question to all the flat earthers. When everybody knows that the earth is flat and our job is done, what is the next step? The next step will be arguing about God.
What is the other part? I think there is someone who is hot mic and I didn't hear you. What is the other part?
Jimsy, hot mic.
Oh, my bad. Can you mute me, bro? I'm in the kitchen. My bad. Mute me, bro.
Yeah.
So what was the other part? And trust me, Bonk, I agree with you. Yeah, you're correct. But like I said, tell me if I am wrong. There is nothing bad on trying to acquire more knowledge. Yeah, just to try. If the try itself is something good.
No, that's the problem. So there's this in the Bible. Okay, the Bible says, "Knowledge puffs up, but love builds up." Knowledge brings pride, and pride, right, goes before the fall. Okay, so and what knowledge, right? What knowledge? You mean the knowledge that you're going to acquire from this angel of light? That they're getting their information from, their revelations from. What knowledge? Is not the knowledge of Christ more important than any knowledge in the world? So I'm just saying, man. Be careful what you go chasing after, because knowledge is why Eve ate the apple, right? Because you're gonna be like God. You're gonna know good and evil. It's knowledge that caused, the first sin to happen. You know, it's
Exactly.
knowledge that's probably going to cause you to sin, or be deceived. So just be careful.
Because
Yeah,
everything
but
is everything
God
is
bless.
not profitable if it's not useful, you know.
Yeah,
Yep,
correct.
yep.
Not
Amen.
profitable if it's not useful. But if the thing that we are trying to understand is useful in our day life, and if think about that, think if we understand that thing, we can have uh, more technology, more advanced technology. If we understand all those things and how they work really, so I don't think that we have to let those people that they lie. I think, I don't know, they lie to us and they say that they
Yep.
invented
I
those
understand what
things.
you're saying, and I agree, and I think a lot of people would agree with you. But there's a problem with what you're saying. The first problem is we're all going to die one day, right? And the second problem is what you're talking about, right? Acquiring real knowledge and learning and growing, right? Jesus offers that. That's what Jesus is offering. Eternity with God. Like you can't beat it. There's nothing in this world that can
But
top that, right?
Bon, think about that. I don't know if it's real, but I think that people before just lost so
Real
much knowledge
because
that
death is real. You know you're gonna die. You know this is gonna end, and this is all gonna. If it's not real, everything is meaningless. All this learning I'm doing is
yeah,
meaningless.
correct. Yeah,
Exactly.
correct. But, I think that people before us had more knowledge than us, and we just lost all the knowledge that people before us had, and it will be a good thing if we all of us try to attribute to make that thing rise again.
You have to believe in God. If you don't believe in God, everything is meaningless anyway. But if you believe in God, then you shouldn't worry about anything. Jesus is the answer, like literally. So
Amen. Amen to that.
yeah,
I I believe in the creator, but yeah, my situation is so difficult. I
But
don't have.
do you believe in Christ too, or just saying that you just believe? Do you just believe in a creator, or do you believe that there's a savior as well as a creator?
No. I believe just in a creator. And if you ask me, I
agnostic.
believe I follow the God the Father, if you want, the one Jesus prayed to. So
Yeah. Yep.
What?
You're talking about the one that spoke to Moses from the burning bush. That one.
yeah, exactly.
Right.
Do you not think that like humanity needs to be just to ask?
Wait,
Do you think?
wait. They asked Jesus. They asked Jesus, "You're saying you're the voice from the burning bush," and Jesus said, "I am." So you must be talking about Jesus, right?
No.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
talking
I'm just saying that
the
because
God
it's
with
the
the
same
other
one.
name, because I don't think if they were single thing, they would have two different personal names. So I
Well,
think
the problem is that I see is that if you look at the Book of Enoch, which is in the Ethiopian Bible, and it's also in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's also in the Septuagint and the Sinaiticus Codex, and a lot of the older Bibles before it was removed, and it should be in its place. It would be right after Genesis. So if you look at the Book of
Yes.
Enoch, it says in there that the Jews removed the Book of Enoch, and I can post it in the chat. The Jews removed the Book of Enoch because it contained prophecies pertaining to Christ. So already there was the prophecies of Christ in the Book of Enoch, and that's why they removed it. And they're not shy, like Google will even say it. They're not shy about telling you why they took that out. That's why they even knew. That's why King Herod even knew to try to come after Christ and had all the baby boys, tried to have all the baby boys killed. And that's actually historical fact too, because there were other people living in that time that testified and witnessed to the fact that he tried to do that. So you would have like a lot of explaining to do to try to figure out why all that was going on if you think Christ didn't exist or if you think that Christ wasn't the savior, because there just seems to be too much proof the other way than what you're saying for that to be the case. And also just the fact that humanity has sin and is corruptible because Satan has tried to corrupt us because he was jealous of humanity in general and wanted the spot that we were in, so he caused humanity to fall, which is why none of the fallen angels are going to be forgiven and they're all going to be blotted out of the book of life, which is said in Enoch as well. If you look at that, then it really puts things into perspective that we still need a savior. That's like without a question, because yes, we still sin, we still fail.
So
And so Christ was the mediator between us and the sin. Like he's the one that Yahweh sent, the
He
creator.
still is, yes.
Yeah. And Christ is the mediator between that so that we could actually be free from sin and have a relationship with Yahweh.
yeah, for me, if Jesus is the Word, so I'm submitting to the one who spoke the Word. If Jesus is the will, I'm submitting to the one who owned that will. If Jesus is the light,
You are reversing.
I'm just submitting to the one who said, "Let there be light." And I've read the scriptures and even the Quran.
Um,
Uh,
I think your heart is in the right place. That word, okay, that word, let there be light. Those words became flesh, right? And that's who Jesus is. So I think yeah, I think you are submitting to Jesus. Yeah.
I like I said, I am submitting to the one who spoke the word.
Yeah.
I'm submitting to the one who made the
Okay, so
will.
John 1. Check it out. John 1, right? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, right? And then when you go on down, it says, and the Word became flesh. See? And we talked with him, we walked with him, we ate, we touched him. So in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. So you have to kind of process that, right? The Word is God. Like, is my word me? Like, when let's say I have authority over, some people, and I give an order, right? Are those words, that order I give, right? That comes from me. Is that me, right? When they hear it, I don't know, when your team hears it and they respond to it, are they responding to the word or to me, right? Can we distinguish the word from its
And my word shall never pass away.
right?
It needs to be said that regarding the book of Enoch and whether or not it made it into the Bible, we can only speculate because all the other books that made it into the Bible, for the most part, have prophecy of Jesus, a Messiah coming. So just because of a prophecy of Messiah coming is not a reason they're going to leave it out of the Bible. There's plenty of prophecies already in the Bible about him coming. So that cannot be the reason. The logic does not follow that that's the reason why the book of Enoch did not make it. Now, we can speculate that there's a lack of manuscript support and a few other reasons having to do with the history of that particular book. But prophecy of Jesus returning or coming is not the reason for it.
Yeah, I agree. I think the reason is so that they cover up what happened, from up to Noah. Because you got the ice age, you got dinosaurs, you got, the Big Bang, you got evolution. And I think including Enoch would have made evolution and the globe earth model harder. People would understand the things that's happening in their lives if they always had Enoch. What's a demon? What are demons? Like, what are these monsters? Oh, dinosaurs really are. They're lying to us about dinosaurs. Oh, that's a lie. Dragons have been around forever. Even the Bible says it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, they are chimeras,
Yeah. 2014 is the year that I stopped believing in dinosaurs and start believing that dragons were real. It was a really weird time, man. It's like, really? You know, I was laughing at myself like,
Every single flesh has been corrupted. So
You're
he
the-
wiped out everything.
Bon, you're the first one that I hear saying something like that because, yeah, that happened to me. I think that the dragons were real, but the dinosaurs were not. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, you know,
it's
whatever.
fine. I have
Yeah.
no proof, but
Yeah.
yeah, I think.
Yeah. The dinosaur story is not real. You know, like whatever, if the bones are real or whatever they found, maybe those are the dragons. You know, slash giant bones, right? Like, because there are giant human remains, but they hide that stuff. The Smithsonian Institute, and they've traveled the world collecting these giant bones, stash them away, right? Send out people, you know, on ships. You got these patrons that pay for these explorers to go and find places. Archaeology,
Yeah, well,
anthropology.
as soon as their agencies hear of it, they send off those people who then take over their
Indiana
places. You know,
Jones.
yeah, somewhat like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Make it look like superstition, you know, through the movies like Indiana Jones, you know. It's like,
Sometimes, like I said, I don't hold myself. Sometimes with my wife, she's a flat earther too, and we just like to do that. We just sit down and try to make some speculations about things, speculations like that.
yeah. So, speculations that are, you know, could be real, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like for example, the last speculation we made, and we were just surprised, but with what we got. Uh, we were just thinking that if the ground, for example, like I said, don't take that literally. It is just pure speculation. So if, for example, the ground is proven to be grounded, the Earth is proven to be grounded, so it's a discharger. Any supplement of charge is sucked by the ground. And if you have real positive charge that is going up toward the sky, 100 volt per meter, and you can measure it. And if our feelings have some type of positive and negative energy, so bad feelings, hatred, and they project negative energy, and good feelings project positive energy. If those types things are real, can't we say that we are in an environment where there is an equilibrium, like we are in the middle of two sources, the discharger, that is the hell and the underground, that is creating that negative charge, and the ground that is created, the grounding thing, and the heavens up in the sky, where there is the creator and the angels, where there is all that positive energy, that is the source of that positive flow coming from the skies.
I mean,
You started by saying if you can measure that voltage differential as you rise in altitude, which you can't, it kind of knocks you out of your whole ideology from the beginning, because you don't have a measurement of that. All you have is a paper written by somebody named Feynman that says that it's true, but you don't have any physical demonstration of this that you could pull up and show us right now.
Oh, no, it's so simple. You can do it, and it's so cheap to do. So
Okay, no, show me the demonstration then. Post the demonstration, because it's
Okay,
so
okay.
simple and cheap and easy. And
Okay.
don't post a Corona motor, because you're going to look like a not smart person.
saying
Go
it was speculation Mondays. Him and his missus.
Yeah, more electrostatic religious zealots.
I was gonna
Post
say,
that super easy demonstration, bro. Let's see it, because
let's
this has been
would it,
painful. Holy shit.
wouldn't it be the sun, moon, and stars? Like, wouldn't that cause the electromagnetic field? Isn't that
Well,
how?
electromagnetics and electrostatics are completely real. That doesn't mean that it's doing what people like him and Witsit say that it's doing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're saying that it causes a downward bias, and
The videos are made by
yep,
Globers. By the way, the
there's
videos in the chat are made by Globers.
But why?
They are not even
That-
flat earthers.
that video
why?
does not say. Go ahead, Bong. So
Yeah.
sorry.
I mean, why another cause for why things go down? I mean, isn't that already explained?
It is. You don't really need anything other than relative density.
I didn't even
yeah,
bring that topic that what make things go down. It just triggered you because I was talking about the Earth being grounded. So everything.
yeah. No, you're talking to an electrostatic subject matter expert. So let me ask you a few questions, and we'll see how much you actually know. Okay. So what device was used to measure the static charge that you're speaking of? What's the name and model number? Or the manufacturer? I don't give a shit. Give me any information on the device.
I swear I don't have any information about the device.
Okay.
I didn't
All right.
research any
So
information about the device.
who measured it? All right.
That measured
Enough of the dumb shit. Who measured this then? Who has measured this electrostatic charge increase of 100 volts per meter?
Like I said, I don't have
Exactly.
the
Okay.
name of the tool, but you can. I can
So, bro,
tell you what
you have a religion, and
You know
nobody
that-
wants to sit here and listen to you preach. And you're actually preaching somebody else's religion. You didn't even come up with this. Okay, but you don't sound any smarter the more you try to preach it because, as we just demonstrated, you don't know what device was used. I said, don't post a
don't-
corona
I'm
motor
talking
as your
about
proof, and
myself.
you posted
I'm
corona
talking
motors.
I'm talking about myself. I'm not talking about someone else. So I don't know what is the name of the device. I just brought a helium balloon. Just brought a long piece of copper wire, and I took the tool that you can use to measure the circuit in the motherboards.
Okay,
And
what's the
I
tool?
don't
What's
even
the
know
tool?
what is the name of the tool because I just bring that from the shop, and I just borrowed it. I didn't buy it. I don't have it in the house. I just borrowed it from the guy, the shop near my house. And I can.
Bro, my 8-year-old daughter, I'm sorry, she's 9 now. She was just going, she's clowning you, bro. She can tell how stupid you sound. She's
I
9
don't
years
speak
old. She's
English.
extremely smart.
English is not my language, my
Oh,
mother language.
it's
I am an
probably
Arab.
late at night too,
I am an
huh?
Arab, and English is my fourth language. So when if I speak my own language, it will be you that will just shut up and can't answer me because we will never understand anything from what I will say. And the I think is
Okay.
not a bad
So
thing.
so what demonstration do you have to prove whatever the hell you're talking about? You don't even know what device was you flew a helium balloon with a really long copper wire attached to it? I've tried to attach too long of a ribbon or a string to a helium balloon and it didn't go up in the air. And then You also have to raise up the device you're measuring the atmospheric charge with. You have to raise the electrostatic field meter into the air. You don't leave it down on the ground because that's what's reading the charge in the air.
Oh,
It's
no,
not
no.
just reading it off of a wire. You
Because
don't know what you're talking about. Witsit doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. When I
because the
ask him the same
microwave, at
questions,
least
he doesn't know what device it is. You're not the only one, but you're just the one repeating
I
it
want.
over and over.
I just want to share. You guys know King Solomon, eh? He's like he was like the wisest man ever, ever. But his ending, wisdom didn't really, knowing stuff didn't help him like live a better life. He even said, what actually ruined his life. Um, he said that as long as a man enjoys his work and fears God, like you're gonna be happy. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to, kind of
Yeah,
warn you about going too hard with the knowledge stuff, man. It's not really anything
yeah.
there.
If you know everything and have no love and can apply it actually to your life, then it's all vanity, and that makes you pessimistic. And Solomon knew
Yeah,
that or realized that, and he warned about this.
yeah. Especially if it's stuff you can't verify or theories and things like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Talking to this guy is like walking up to a psycho on a street corner that's bumming change, and then they're telling you about their worldview and how there's demons in the shadows, and it just over and over and over again. I mean, the time spent seems about equal. You know what I mean? As far as what you get from it.
Get like
I mean, the worst part is he's not even a glober. He's a supposed flat earther. I don't. This whole night's been weird.
as long as as long as you don't say we're like rising up or anything like that, like an elevator.
They go hand in hand. In my eyes, upward moving earthers and ether earthers, they are in the same category.
They're heading in the same direction. uh,
Their standard for evidence has just completely because they're having to they don't have to. They go out and they talk to Globers, and they don't have these replacements that Globers keep asking them for. So their pride gets hold of them, and then they have to come up with a replacement. But we have a standard for evidence, so we don't just say things that we can't prove.
Yeah, my suggestion is you forget about the ether stuff. Learn about how energy works, how frequencies and vibrations work, and look up the definitions from those and work with that, because that we can measure. Anything else we cannot measure is not worth our time.
yeah, but frequencies, like you said, those things we can measure, and those frequencies are, it will lead me to the word that is forbidden here.
Doesn't prove the cause.
Frequency, a wave needs a medium.
How did you get those frequencies?
Oh, you can ask a microwave manufacturer if you want how they create those waves.
it's
Those specific frequencies.
Look, the word. I don't know why you're using the word like that. Like what you're basically saying, right? Say to a musical person, you're saying C sharp, D. Notes, musical notes, dude. Yeah, musical notes. Like
Oh,
you know
no,
what I
no, no,
mean?
no,
Like
no.
You're not saying
I'll
anything.
try to talk to him using hertz also.
How
Yeah,
do you get a microwave?
It
because
doesn't matter.
sound waves. When I talk to a musician, I will talk to him about sound waves, another type of waves, and they have
Well,
specific
what does that have to do
only
with ether?
hertz.
What is this ether? With identifying what ether is?
Oh, that's the
Can
thing.
multiple things
No one,
propagate
no
through a
one know.
medium?
No one
I don't
know.
even know what it is.
No one know. It's just a medium where those frequencies are propagating. It's the simple answer that we can have now.
Water,
And if you
water
want to
is
help
ether.
us, and if we want to
What?
help us to go further rather than stop us from researching
Oh, so
what
the
is
air,
medium
the air
and
is ether.
how can we manage to work with it? So yeah, it will help us rather than
What
stop.
is it? What is it? What do you mean work with it? Work with what? With the air? With
Oh no,
gas?
it's not the air that is where those microwaves are propagating. No, no, it's not. It's definitely
Microwave.
not the air, rather than not the water.
Why?
Also, it's not the water. It's
Why?
not the
Why? Why microwaves? I thought we were talking about something. I
because
thought
I
we were
like the
talking about
waves.
medium. I thought we were trying to identify this. Is it a medium? The ether?
Yeah, you can
How do-
ask. You can answer
yeah.
it yourself because if there is a wave, so the wave is the disturbance of the medium itself. So if the microwave, the frequency that specific frequency is wave, so that wave is this
All right.
disturbance of a medium,
All right.
not
All
the
right.
air. So definitely not the air, and definitely not the water. So it's something else. And that other thing with where those type of waves are propagating, that's the thing that I was asking, just if there is an open-minded people who
You
can
lost
help
me
us
again,
to
man.
try
You lost me
figure
again.
out.
Okay. Hold up. Wait, man. Hold up. So let's say I throw a rock into a swimming pool, okay? And boom, it creates ripples, waves on the swimming pool, okay?
Are those
Is
waves other than water itself that is acting on that specific way?
pardon? I don't understand what you're asking.
When you throw the rock and
Yeah.
it makes splits of water, drops of water, and waves. Those waves, are they other thing other than the water itself acting or moving due to that disturbance you created when you throw the rock? So are those
Uh,
waves another
the
thing
wave,
other than the water itself?
the wave, okay? The shape, the behavior of the water, okay? What it's doing, okay?
Thank you. So what is the
Comes from, let me finish, comes from the energy, okay, that I put in the rock when I threw it in the pool. So the energy, okay, disturbed the water and caused
correct?
the wave.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
What's
And
the,
it is the
what are
same
you?
exact thing, and it is the same exact thing with the sound wave. But the difference, it's not the water, the medium, in that circumstance, it is the air.
Yeah, and it's
So
my
yeah,
it's my
so when
voice, right?
you make a sound, so you are disturbing the air around you, and you create
Yeah.
a wave that is going like the wave you created on the water. So now let's go to the microwave. So you are creating a wave. You are disturbing a medium. That medium is not the air, and it's not the water. So now we are trying to figure out. We can name it, if you want, Nikros. That medium. If we
No,
find, if you
no.
can, if you can distinguish that.
Also, you're wrong. You're wrong. Your statement is wrong. Okay, like you put something into the microwave. Okay, so there's a piece of chicken on a plate in the microwave, and it's surrounded by air. Okay, and then you close the microwave and you turn it on, right? And then it produces certain frequencies, right? Electromagnetic frequencies.
Not the air, because you can
It
just take
produces
out the,
a
you can
very
take
high amount. Wait, it produces a very high amount of radiation. Okay, and then that is what cooks the chicken. Okay,
yeah,
so
radiation. It's a gamma wave. It's a gamma wave, so it's a type of wave also. But wait, you can take the microwave generator from the microwave itself and take a vacuum, and you try to create near perfect
oh,
vacuum.
but it there is no what do you we're talking where's the ether?
So
Do we live in a
yeah,
vacuum?
you create
No,
the
no, the chicken,
near
the
perfect
chicken
vacuum.
in the microwave.
Wait,
No,
let me finish just this sentence, and you will understand. You create a near perfect vacuum, and you put the microwave generator, and the microwave will still travel at the same hertz inside that near vacuum, even if you created a less molecule inside that vacuum. So less molecules means the wave has to change its length, and it happened when you try to reproduce that with water wave, with the wave in water. If you have less water, you
oh,
can't
no,
create
no.
a
No,
big
hold up,
wave.
stop. Let's stop. Hold up. Let me. I want to unconfuse myself and maybe people that are listening. Hold up, man. Okay. So I think I'm getting what you're saying. No, when there's no water and no air, I think I'm getting it. But I think you're also misunderstanding something. Like the microwaves. Okay, they will travel. Okay, through the air until it hits something. You get it? And depending on the material, okay, if it's
No,
organic
I don't
material,
I
if
don't
it's
get it.
organic
You create a
material,
vacuum.
or
You create near perfect.
listen, microwaves will try to penetrate solid stuff, but it can't because they're high frequencies, right? So you need more power. So when you get it, but how does it penetrate stuff from the inside out? Okay, so water, you don't need you are chicken. The chicken is the medium. Okay, and that the microwave is interacting with at a certain frequency. If you change the frequency, it will change the kind of material it will interact with, and it'll bypass whatever material kind of material that it can get around. So it depends on the frequency. It's the medium is the material, the thing that it's cooking, okay, or penetrating, or not the medium of air or the medium of water, but the density and the type of material that of the object
The
it's hitting.
propagation. I'm
It-
talking
it-
about the propagation. It doesn't teleport. It doesn't teleport. That hurts. That wave. It doesn't teleport from the microwave generator to that chicken. So it is propagating. It is traveling from the source to the chicken to the extractor side of that
okay,
microwave.
and if
But
you remove the air,
wait.
and
In
if
the
you remove
experiment,
the air,
you can make a light bulb. Put a light
it,
bulb
it doesn't matter.
inside the
It
vacuum
doesn't matter.
chamber.
It
If
doesn't
you
matter if you remove the air, okay, the medium of air. That's not what the frequency, the microwave is trying to interact with. It's going to go through two straight in a straight line, okay, until it hits something that's dense enough for it to interact with. You can remove the air, add air. It's still going to keep going and doing.
you
So
know
you're
what,
not
do
really,
you
you're
understand
not
what you
really
said? No.
demonstrating
Just
ether.
wait. Just wait a minute, please. Do you understand what you said now? So, a wave, it is the disturbance of the medium itself. So now we generate a straight line from the generator. What is that straight line? And what was that? and when it will hit the chicken, it will turn to a wave in the chicken that is considered as the medium. So the line, what is that line that is going from the generator to the medium? What? We just said that we are disturbing a medium and creating a wave. What?
What are you saying though?
You said that when there is no medium between the microwave generator and the chicken, you will have straight line till it reaches the chicken and it will turn to wave. What?
What wave?
What's that?
Wave.
There are no such thing. Look, there are no microwaves in this world, are there? Are there any? Are there any vacuums in this world? No. If you create a vacuum, listen.
Yeah.
If you create a vacuum, wait. If you create a vacuum, all you're doing, that space is just waiting to be filled. Okay, so the vacuums don't exist. A microwave is something you have to create from a machine that produces. There are no natural microwaves in the world, is there? Are there? I mean, we got the sun, but so
I don't know.
I'm not seeing demonstration of ether. I'm still. Why am I still confused, man? That's my question.
You don't
It
have.
can't be this hard to explain something if it was something.
But the bunk, you don't have to be confused, and no one is pushing that thing. It is my own understanding, my own knowledge. So I'm just sharing. It's not an obligation to take what I'm saying for the letter. So just take that. When you create a near perfect vacuum and you put a light bulb inside that near perfect vacuum and you project microwaves toward that light bulb that is inside the vacuum, the light bulb will still will still get light. It will be lit and it will generate light. So because the microwaves they can generate light with distance.
Oh.
You put a
Do you
light
think
bulb, it
that's?
will
Do
lit.
you think that's a
So
scientific experiment?
yeah, there is someone. I'll try to find someone.
That's a scientific experiment.
What?
Do you think that what you just described is a scientific experiment?
Because we just tried to eliminate the other.
God damn, nigga, answer the question. Do you think it's a scientific experiment or not?
I think if you try the other factors, the other mediums, and you try to
Holy, we're
see,
just not gonna get
How
answered,
about
Tito. We're not gonna get answered, Tito.
well? How about this question? Is there scientific evidence for ether?
Oh shit.
no.
Huh. Cooked.
Wait.
That's what we are trying to, because we try to understand the thing. We have a type of waves, and
Oh, then it's just a belief.
we understood that we have hertz, microwave hertz. So hertz, I guess, related to waves.
You're putting the
In
cart before the
specific.
horse.
W panel right now.
If we have that type of wave and they are not traveling in neither in the water or the air, I think it has to be something else, don't you?
Do near
Don't you?
perfect vacuums still have air in it?
Problem
But
is,
less molecules, so the wave wouldn't be the same.
What wave?
The microwave.
Have you done this?
Yeah, I play with the microwave sometimes.
I
In a
never
vacuum.
made a video. I did because, like I said, I'm not doing that for people. I'm doing it for myself. If I brought that discussion, it's not to debate someone here. So I'm just talking about the topic. If you want, you can try it. Yeah, everyone here have a microwave.
Not
Like,
me.
You're a perfect vacuum.
ever since Ether came into this server, like
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
we've lost a lot of
You can
members, man.
create a near perfect vacuum, like a
Like
light bulb.
I, I,
A light
I
bulb.
just don't want stuff like this. Like how long have we been talking about this already, man? Like shit, right? To be, because it's just going to, cause people to go at each other for no reason. You think you're gonna make a discovery that you're gonna benefit from? Let's say, dude, like pretend, like okay, let's say you make the ultimate discovery ever, right? And you know exactly what you need to do to use it to benefit yourself. You think that's really gonna happen? You think you're just gonna start building things unnoticed, and nobody's gonna say anything or try to take that from you, especially people who would like to keep stuff like that quiet, you know? It's like what is the goal
It's a
behind
question
like
that it is.
this ether thing? Like if there's no like if you can't like explain it or at least identify what it is to us, then what's the point?
Like I said, who knows? It's an option. It can work in the future to change things and to ameliorate things, make
Like
evolution.
gravity and dark matter, right?
There is nothing as
A
gravity.
welcome in cookie.
Yeah, they're all in the same box. I mean, the same category.
Yeah. Try
Just
to
put
show
it back in the box and come back to the group. Let's just play with the things we can verify we can play with. You know what I
Oh
mean?
my.
Solid things you can touch and feel, measure.
Oh my.
Yeah, brother. Like I said, it's forbidden here to talk with you about God or something that we can't touch or see.
Oh, that's not what I meant. Okay, like
Yeah, that's what
that's
you meant.
different. That's
You didn't
different.
know.
Listen,
It's not different.
if there is a God, right? Look,
God.
you,
We
you
can't.
can't beat the argument. Okay, there is a God. Okay, you can't beat it. Okay, and if there is a God, right?
Who told you so? I believe on God.
There's an
If you want,
antecedent
I will go
relationship.
back again.
Look,
I
now
believe
you
in
know
God.
there's evidence of God, right? That's why
No,
you believe in God because there's evidence of God. So God is not a thing you can't
no.
prove.
Listen,
He
I believe
is
in
the
God.
ultimate source of
No.
knowledge. He built
It's
it,
not
right?
that.
So you can't
It's not that. I
unknown.
believe in God, but if I want, I can turn to simulation mode. And
What?
yeah, I can turn to simulation mode. I can play the role
Nah,
if I
dog.
like it.
That's
I
not the same
believe
as
that
ether.
we are in a simulation and we are
No,
the
look,
creator of that
Nah,
simulation.
simulation.
you can't do that.
Simulation is imagination. It's virtual reality. It's your
No.
dreams. Go to sleep. It's
Imagination.
cool. That's what
Uh,
simulation. That's all it is.
oh
It's
no,
in your mind.
no.
You
What
can't
does that have
compare
No.
to
ether
do
with God.
Imagine if that thing is if what we live now is all in your mind. I'm
Nah,
not
no
real.
thanks.
Imagine if I'm
Whoa.
not
Why would I
real.
imagine?
Nah, no thank you.
I'm just a
But that's all.
program, like Matrix in the movie. I'm just a program.
I
I
don't like.
programmed
That's it.
I don't.
Ooh, gosh.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That it's all in your mind. That's where reality is. Is you're the one who has to perceive reality. It's a skill. like we should have learned it when we were little, but I guess our parents didn't know any better and sent us to school and all this stuff.
Et voila, there is no God now.
Voila.
I don't like
It was
hypotheticals.
Oui,
just
oui.
this, and we eliminated we erased God. It was simple. So yeah, it's not forbidden to talk about something that you can't touch. So spirituality, it's not something forbidden to talk about. And even those things that you can't touch, like the forbidden word, the ether.
There's a
So
difference.
those things are not forbidden to search for or to try to understand. We don't just have to say, oh no, it's not real, we can't touch it, we can't feel it, so it's not real, we can, so we don't have to research
Bring it,
about it
say
or
it.
try to think about it at all.
Turn
Feel
it,
free to
leave
do
it,
that,
step
and we're free to
formatic.
challenge it, right?
We would much rather talk about God than ether. Like I'm pretty sure everyone here would
God has
agree.
way more evidence than ether.
Skirt. Do we have
Ether
to?
actually only has assumptions.
I mean, when it comes up, it's like, yeah, God, God, and then we move on. Like, it's not like ether. It's like, come on, man.
Stand on the brink of the relativity. Really, no MC equal. Sorry, I'll play it later on when I get home. J. Cole has a quadruple entendre talking about like Einstein and mass and relativity theories and stuff. It's actually pretty interesting.
And I'm really sorry,
He's
guys.
actually literally talks about ether too. He's like something about the ether. You know,
I'm
it's
really,
crazy.
I'm really sorry. Trust me, guys. I'm really sorry. I really didn't meant to
How
disturb
dare
you,
you?
or derange you with the
I'm
topic.
deranged.
Like I said, it's personal. You can say so. We can work collectively if you want, if
Well,
you want. But it's not an obligation.
No, you're all right. You're all right to me. You sound like you're sincere. I mean, it's just I think the topic is what gets. You know what I mean? It's just it's the topic.
And you
Yeah.
have to know, I am an Arab, so I'm so new
Habibi.
I'm so new in English. I just learned in English in the house by myself. That's why I struggle, and that's why I have the. So, like the little girl said, I'm not mad against that. So I was I
Habibi.
was mad at the father because he took that negatively, and it was just the struggle with the language. We have different things, like I said earlier when we talked about the horizon and being something that is linked to the flat surface with topography or no topography only, and there is no horizon in a spherical shape, and it can't be
Okay.
because those are our understanding, and I'm just trying to translate the understanding as it is. I'm not copying from people, like our friend said, and he bringed out many names, like I'm copying from those names. Nope.
Yeah.
I don't do that. It's my personal understanding of the things.
He said that's my shit. All right. I like it.
Now we can move on.
Yeah, go ahead, brothers.
Man, how do you build a house on a curved surface?
Actually, I have CB has a custom curvature crib. All right, everything's custom. The driveway is curved. The doors or walls are curved. The windows are curved. The bed is
Right.
curved.
Yeah, but did
Everything
you
is
guys
curved.
doors curved? God damn it!
CB's
Why
custom curvature crib.
it is possible to build a
Look,
house.
level four, man.
Surface is not the problem. You can dig that surface and make the horizontal base where you will start the house, or
Yeah,
build the base on
Just
that
ignore that part.
surface and
look,
create the base as a flat level surface. And you can establish that flat level surface with the water or with the string and
Just ignore that part.
and the weight.
yeah. If we lived on a ball, like straight lines and horizontal lines would be so weird to us. You know what I mean? Because how are we gonna?
Lines.
Yeah, how do we use? How am I supposed to use this on a curved surface? You know,
Yeah,
like,
I'm looking for circles.
Yeah, you can't have a straight horizontal line that is perfectly level horizontal on a globe, because it will go to the sky, unfortunately, from the sides. So yeah, you can't
you know,
have that. Like I said, it will take us to the horizon itself. You can't ever have a horizon in a shape that is not flat shape, where the edge of that flat surface is beyond your eye limits. So if that flat shape has an edge that is beyond your eye limits, the line you see, if there is no atmospheric conditions, the line you will see, it's the conversion line, natural, normal, it's allowed. I don't know how to explain it, but where the top, so the sky, will merge with the ground. And if and you have to know that that line is always, and it have to be always at eye level. If it isn't at eye level, so if it is under the eye level, so it's due to atmospheric conditions, or that shape, you are not watching the horizon, and if it is lower than the eye level, it have to be for example, if it's a square or like that, it has to be the edge of that square, if it is below the eye level, or atmospheric conditions. Higher than the eye level, it will be mountain range or buildings.
He cooking.
Thank
This
you.
is Necros, right?
Yeah, brother.
All right. Cool. Who else is in
So
here?
the person who created the word horizon, so I don't know if it was created by a certain person, but it was definitely a flat earther.
Uh-huh.
And he knew that no matter where we are going up, that horizon will always follow our eye level, and it will go toward our eye level, because it's a flat surface. Due to perspective, it will merge in the center of our vision,
On
and
me.
it's always horizontal. It can't be curving, so it will not be a horizon, it will be a curvizon.
Curvizon.
There's
The
Cookie.
ships, when the globers say that the ships are disappearing behind the curve, it's literally the word that they have to use always, other than using horizon, because it's not meant to be used in a curved surface or a ball or a sphere, because if you get altitude, that horizon will have to follow the shape of that sphere that you are standing on, and it can't stay at your eye level. It will get down, because it's just the edge or the limit of that shape. No horizon in a ball. They use a flat term created by flat people before the idea
of the globe itself. And it's in the scriptures, I think. Can someone agree with that? The horizon is in the Bible or the ancient scriptures?
Anyone? I got nothing.
I think it's not a new word. I think it's so ancient. And I think it was used in ancient languages also.
Well, it was more like common sense and common knowledge because the word geography means earth measure. You get the horizon, earth measure, horizon. I think everybody knew it was flat.
Yeah, I can't believe that they say nowadays, like, oh, horizontal, but like, yeah, but that doesn't, like, even though it says horizon and horizontal, like, those are different though. Like, do you know what a prefix is? Like, it's not that hard to figure out. They're trying to separate the two. No, like, well, it can be horizontal and curved. No, it can't.
I just thrown an image and a GIF in the chat. So, the question is for everyone.
Okay.
Where is the horizon in the picture with the ship?
Oh, well,
The one below the ship, and the ship is flying in the sky. So if there is no ship, the bowlers will say it's the curve. The curve is there. Oh, look, the horizon is below the eye level. Have you ever heard them say that? When they say, look that picture, the horizon is below the eye level. No, you can't see the horizon in that because of certain things. Atmospheric conditions, it's a mirage, it's a refraction, the light bent down or something like that that made the platform or that flat surface appear shorter the distance than it should be. And the other image, if they take literally the horizon as the point where the sky meets the ground, so the horizon is the top of those buildings.
golly.
What the heck? Those buildings appear like that because they are in the sky. They are high in the sky. The horizon is there. You can establish it with a bubble sextant if you can't see it. So the bubble sextant will help you to have a horizontal line from your eyes to that point, and you can establish the artificial horizon if you don't have the apparent horizon in your eye level. If it is above, it must be some sort of obstruction, buildings, mountain range, fogs, clouds in distance that appears like if it is the earth going further and further and going farther than the eye level, above the eye level. So no, it can't be. The horizon is always at eye level. There is no horizon in
No, not exactly. It isn't. It
Near.
appears it can appear to be near to eye level. It can't actually be at eye level because we're not living on a ramp. It's not literally ramping up, right? So it's an effect of perspective, right?
yeah. It's an effect of perspective. In every surface
Mario.
flat, the perspective will have to make the floor like it appears like it goes up,
and the sky, like it appears that it's going down, and they will merge in the center line that is perfectly level in your eyes. That will happen if there is no atmospheric condition.
No.
There is no atmospheric condition. You can see all to the limit of your eyes. The horizon of a flat surface will always be at the eye level. And if, for example, in the hallway, if it is long enough, and if our limit of vision is, say, 3.5 or something, let's say that the hallway is 10 miles long, there will be no horizon. So the ceiling will touch the floor. I agree. But you have walls; they will merge also. So it will create what we call it.
What does sea level mean, right? Like
Curved. It's curved.
right. It means like from one end of land, go to the ocean to the other land, right? It's virtually flat and level, is it right?
It's
Right?
flat, yeah. No, sorry.
Average.
It's level.
Yeah.
From
I mean,
the point.
wait. And it's water, right? In other words, we use water to level things, right? It's as level and as flat as anything will ever be, right? I mean, if that's not flat, right, and level, then what the hell is? What is it? If that's not what it's supposed to look like, then you know what I mean? That's my question. It's like,
Yeah. Water is definitely level.
it
When it's
definitely
not,
doesn't look like a ball.
Sasha's question. Copyright is Sasha.
So the water is definitely always level, and yeah, I agree. From a point in the 60th south circle, south degree, to the other point in the other part of the 60th south degree, it's perfectly level
Right.
from point to point.
And any elevation, right? Any elevation of land above sea level, right? What do we call? We always say this much feet above sea level,
Topography.
right?
It is
Right.
topography. You have because the ground, the earth itself, if you remove the water and everything, you will have just topography. Ocean floors, river floors, lake floors, mountains, hills.
Right. So the water. I mean, that's how you know that so it looks the way it looks, right? Can we explain why it looks the way it looks? It definitely doesn't look like a ball. No, especially a ball this small, the globe. But that's what flat looks like. You know what I mean? Like,
Not.
what can you do?
Definitely not. But listen, guys, and take it slow with me. I will say something, and it's triggering. It's always triggering. Yeah, it is level from side to side, but we don't know if it is if the land, if the ground, if the earth itself is completely flat, and if it will continue like that. So we say what we have, that the earth is a topographical plane, like that. For me,
And
accurate word.
how else can you have oceans if right? Like if the top of the ocean is flat, right? Like
The
how?
oceans,
Yeah.
the
What?
oceans are sitting on the surface of the earth. They are not the earth. Dry the
Yeah, but
oceans.
what I'm saying is, how can you have water, right? Like, what else can it be if it's not flat and level? If it's not a plane?
Well, If all sea level,
It can be a plane. It can be a topographical plane, a topographical level plane. But the word itself, flat, is the word that we found there. The people created before us, and it's not really accurate. Yeah, because if you understand the word, the meaning of the word flat, it describes a surface that has no difference in its elevation, and it is the complete opposite that we have here on the surface of the earth. We have ocean floor that is going be under the zero level line, that is which is the surface of the ocean, so the sea level. So the ocean floor is under the sea level, and the dry land is above the sea level. So there is definitely topography in this realm, and we continue use, and I agree to continue use this banner, this umbrella that we are using, the flat earth term, because of the single reason it is triggering the globers. Because imagine if there is no globers in this reality, we will never create the term flat, because it isn't. We will
So
talk about
let,
something
let, let me
as
check.
earth, like that.
I posted something in live stream text. Okay, check this out. Okay, check this out. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void. Okay, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Okay, like there was nothing but water and darkness, no form, just dark and just a bunch of water, right? But he was moving on the face of the waters, so But if you keep reading, it explains perfectly the world we live in. You know what I mean?
Should we call it flat water or flat sea, not flat earth? Listen, guys, like I said, I'm not asking for
Well,
anything, because I
we
love
call it,
using that term.
well,
I'm a flat
I
earther.
think I think we should just call it Earth. Because in
Yeah,
the
we will
beginning,
do that. We will do that. When we
call
will
it Earth.
read Globers, we will never have to create any title, because it's just Earth. We will never have to create flat. The word flat, we will never use it. The Earth. But now, I agree to use the word. It's not accurate. Definitely not accurate. It's not a flat Earth. It's a level topographical plane.
Look,
Level.
no, check this out. Hold on, let me post this verse right here, verse 9. And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place." I think that's the oceans under the heavens. And let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth. Dun,
Yeah,
dun,
but
dun, dun, dun.
100%. I love that. I definitely love that, and I think about that. I think people before the idea of the globe were created, they never said the word or the title flat Earth. They never said it, because there were no reason, there were no opponent to create that community, or to create that title for that community, flat earthers, flat earth, globe earth. So that word was just created because we have opponents. And definitely, if there is no globers, the name will be simply earth.
Well, yeah, they just changed it from Genesis 1's model to this model, and didn't change the name. They still kept calling it Earth, planet Earth now. But
In Arabic, it is always called, and I will give you the literal translation of the two words. So they call it the ball earth. So if you leave the ball earth, if you go to the ball earth, if you see the ball earth from space, if you have to, they just do that all the time, with no reason. They are not talking to. They can talk to each others. When I was baller, I was using that term, the ball earth, the ball earth, the ball earth. So it was created to insert the idea in the brain of people. It was so stupid. I hate myself.
Hey, Timbo, I check this out. All right, in the new Earth, and there was no more sea. So, so in Genesis 1, it started with just water and darkness, and in Revelation 21, there's no more sea, no more energy. There's no more law of the sin, no, right?
When it says there is no more sea, so is that talking about the end, the day of judgment, or the last day, or something like that? Or I don't understand.
Yeah, it's after everything and God, like this, yeah, after everything is done. Yeah.
Okay, so it's similar somehow to the Islamic beliefs, because they believe also that the God at the judgment day, he will remove all the seas, all the water, the seas, from the surface of the earth, and he will level all the surface of the earth. He will make the mountains level with the ground, and he will level up the ocean floor, and it will be some like a perfect flat shaped surface.
Yeah, he'll illuminate topography. Yeah, Isaiah 44.
So it's also in the Quran.
Pancake Earth.
Isaiah 44. Yeshayahu
And
40 verse 4.
it says in the Quran that after that, people, the dead people, and all people will wake up, and it will be pitch black, the night everywhere. You can't see anything, because he will remove. I don't know if it's in the Bible and all scriptures too.
Yes, it is for 3
So
days
yeah, it
before
will
his
be
coming.
just all night, and there will be a call. People will hear a call from distance, and they will go to that call. And because there is no topography on the ground, so they can't fall or step on a hole, or touch a rock or something like that. So they can walk easily on that flat surface with no topography, and following the call. And there is some similarities.
It's a bit hard for people that follow those scriptures to rectify in their minds if they think the Earth is a globe. I mean, like, that's going to be difficult. What do they think? It's just going to be like this smooth billiard ball? No, that's not. And actually, if you look at the etymology, like, look at the breakdown of the words used. Like, I don't know about in the verses in the Quran, but Isaiah, if you break down the words from Hebrew, they all mean plain.
The
Yeah, I mean,
Quran
if you
is
look at the root words, then
the
yeah.
Quran.
Root words, yeah.
The Quran is definitely agreeing with that topographical level plane. And there is so many verses. I will throw 3 verses that I have directly here. if you want.
I don't really care what the Quran says.
Yeah, here it is in the chat. In one of them, he definitely says that he made it like a carpet. And I believe in all the scriptures. I don't deny any one of them. I can't. I don't deny any one of them. I don't say that the Bible isn't true or the Torah isn't true or something like that.
What
The
are you?
Torah is Bible.
Yeah, and I follow the essence in it. So I'm trying my hard to be like the image of God. He is loving. I'm trying to be loving. He is forgiving. I'm trying to be forgiving. He is merciful. I'm trying to be so. And I'm trying to be. If you want to imagine a person living in heaven, how can be that person? So I'm trying to be like that person.
And don't forget to celebrate his feasts and honor the Sabbath.
God is good.
I liked the end or the last part of the discussion more than the first part. It was a nice discussion here when we changed the topic.
Nash, we could hear you clicking.
Sorry.
We are all students of the reality. So the 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 real illiterate person for me is the one who can't erase everything he learned and relearn again from the beginning. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to understand the reality better. And everything in it is interesting me. Everything. What we see, what we can't see, the spirituality. I'm not sure if the DMT or those realms are real or are in real other dimension. I'm trying to understand.
Better not. You're wasting your time with that.
Yeah, for sure. But sometimes I find so much pleasure doing that.
Dimensions aren't realms in which things exist.
No, this is a construct from the scientists who try to explain their way of dimensions just because they know how to determine 3 dimensions, and then they made up everything else. So don't go there. We don't know. We can only speculate. It's a waste of time.
I use DMT sometimes when a friend of mine is here. He can have some 5-MeO DMT from the frog, and I do some DMTs, and I really till now I'm not sure which one is the real reality and which one isn't, or are they both real? I don't know. I don't really don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, let me explain this. Is if you know yourself without being in any intoxication from any kind of alcohol or DMT or whatever, then is your best guess to stay in it as most as possible. But if you go into the other spiritual, how do you say this?
But the DMT isn't an obligation to be with the supplement. People can produce DMT with their own body using, for example, breed sessions. Intense breeding sessions.
What's that supposed to mean?
So you breathe in a way, you breathe so hard, and
you mean breathing?
Yeah, breathing.
Inhaling and exhaling.
Yeah, inhaling, exhaling in some specific rate, and you hold your breath in a specific rate while holding oxygen in your lungs, and you can also hold your breath out with no oxygen in your lungs. So it's a long session, and it's like it simulates the death, like you are dying to your pineal gland, and it makes it release DMT in your body, and you feel in short time, in short time, it doesn't take the same time as the 5-MeO DMT or supplements, external supplements. It takes short time because your body know the DMT that was produced by your pineal gland, so he breaks it so fast, but you feel the same things, and it's in your body. It's already there.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend that to anyone. Right?
Yeah,
It sounds like something you shouldn't do, right?
It's something like the Hindus do and the Buddhists, and I'd rather stay away from that.
It's a very old trend.
Sounds dangerous.
Ventilation.
It's a very old Hindu tradition. It's called pranayama. So it's just a way, and it's because in their reality is what they are experiencing. Everything is happening inside the body. Whatever is outside, it's a projection. So whatever you hear inside
your body. Because for example, when I'm talking now, my voice is going from whatever, it's hitting your ear, it's vibrating different tones, and your brain is translating to you inside your body what I am saying. When you're seeing is the same thing. The light is hitting on the material, and then your eyes absorbing it, and your brain is saying that this is a tree, this is a bird, this is a dog.
But
And it's
imagine,
all
Yeah,
the
but you,
feelings, the
yeah, but
heat.
it happens instantly. You know, you can
So
enter within milliseconds. So it's information that is in process already.
so it's very fast because the brain processes, I don't know how many things in a second, and he only shows you whatever your brain is uh, can process.
okay, but, wait,
Like when dog, some people they get scared. Some people they are happy. It's all the programming of the brain. Yeah.
yeah,
So that's what the brain. It's like the computer. It's whatever program you put on. It's projecting.
just imagine, and let's say it's real, because I never tested that with some other people. So when I got the DMT, my test was a solo test. So, but imagine if it's true that when they
What is true, like the DMT high or it working?
I mean, some people say that the dreams comes from the MT when you're sleeping, because that's when your body is completely relaxed and he doesn't have any worries, he doesn't have any problem, his senses are all sleeping. So the DMT is the body is relaxed, so the brain releases DMT, and you see dreams. Some people see visions. This is what they say, and it happens because I tried as well.
That's
I
not.
mean,
I mean,
I tried the ayahuasca, which is the DMT thing, and I tried the breathing thing as well. That does as well, and I know it because I practice it. So
for me, sleep for me is like it's like getting pulled into a portal. You know what I mean? Like like when you're really sleepy and you're trying to fight it, it's like you're getting pulled into a portal because once you're asleep, you're not here, but you're somewhere else. Whether you're in a dream or
yeah, this is another Hindu thing as well. It's called. Uh, they say the human goes through three stages in his day. The waking time where now I'm awake, I'm talking, I'm doing things, and the sleeping time and the dream time. And you have the dream time, you have the deep sleep time where you don't dream, you're gone, and you say, oh, I woke up. You woke up from what? Not dreaming, or sometimes you wake up.
oh yeah, that's what happened.
So and then they go deeper, and they say you are not three of these. You are the one who's witnessing. As we say, we are not the body. We are the spirit that experiencing the physical body.
right. Like, what's going on there? Like, did we just like jump through time instantly and woke up? Like,
Oh yeah, trust me, and it shocked me every time. I started to do that. It's been long time. I stopped dreaming, and when I put my head on my pillow, I just close my eyes, then I wake up. Nothing happened. If it wasn't, I said that just a few days ago to my wife again. It's like half a second.
Yeah. Yeah. Every time I go to sleep, you know, I'm traveling through time, right?
Yeah, like
That makes sense.
you went.
But what is time? What is time? Time is only now. Because like 5 minutes ago, it was 5 minutes ago, and 5 minutes later, it will be 5 minutes later. So there is only now, right?
But if you were asleep for 5 minutes, it might feel like an hour, somewhere around there.
Oh
I
yeah,
feel like half an hour. Yeah, half an
yeah,
hour. Maybe.
yeah.
And there is
It
the
just
opposite too. Don't you
yep,
agree? Because
yes.
my wife talked to me about a dream she had. It was in real time, a short sleep, 5 minutes, but the dream was a real long dream, and she said like she calculated that the hours because she was waiting for something, and every time she watched the clock, and it was like 2 hours for her in the dream, but in reality like just 5 minutes.
Wow. Was it really 2 hours though?
Oh, no, it was 5 minutes. I can assure you that because I was in the reality and
It's like,
I measured the five
well,
minutes.
yeah, it's more like, it's like she checked it twice, right? The first time she checked, she looked down, did something, like something that takes 10 seconds, and when she looks again, it's been 2 hours.
Yeah, but she was describing like it was the feeling for a long wait because it's like she was waiting for something to do something, and the feeling was like for long time of wait. So
Yeah.
it was just the feeling I know.
Yeah, but imagine going to sleep in your dream. Man, how long? I wonder what time would feel like there.
Yeah,
The
like I said,
movie.
like the feeling we have when you said that it feels like we travel in time. That feeling that where the sleep is so short that it's like we didn't sleep at all. Uh, I think the feeling of having the time, the like it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the length of time changed. It was long time. I think just it's just a feeling.
If you don't sleep, you go mad and die. Yeah. That's what will happen if you don't sleep.
Because the brain has to rest as well,
Yeah.
and that's why a lot of problems happen with the young people when they go these rave parties or whatever. Like when it was very famous in 90s, the all this acid, all these things, they stay awake like for 3 4 days, 5 days, and then boof, they collapse. Yeah, and some die, some survive, but yeah, a lot of things was happening, and yeah, and then you go to the dream as well. Sometimes it's like you dream a dream that you really felt it. It's like it was real. It's like, man. So is that it? Was that reality? Because I really felt it. I mean, I'm a man. I tell you, I had like wet dreams. I mean, I wake up, I'm like, fuck, man, it really happened. It's like, how did it happen? It was in my dream, but I came. I mean, so we had these things. So is that dream reality as well? So there is this
Virtual,
When I
famous.
dream,
virtual, virtual reality.
Sometimes when I dreamed, and I don't know if all people have the same feeling, when you jump from altitude, from high building or something, or mountain or something, those tickles that you have in your back, like you have some feelings in your body in real time. You feel something in your body when you jump from high altitude.
Or sometimes leg, I mean, you miss a step or something, and you shake your leg, and your wife tells you what happened. Oh,
Yeah,
so
yeah, brother. Yeah.
or you fall
Like,
down from one place, and your legs goes up in the bed or something. So it's, I don't know. It's like, so
it's so funny.
so that's where this um, uh, the teaching comes. Upanishad teachings that comes from India. They say that you are not the dream, and you are not the body as well. You are not the body. So you are the spirit in the body, experiencing whatever God created. So I came with this the other time. I was like just thinking, and I mean, it was a few years ago. I felt like I was an angel next to God, and I was looking down to earth, and it's like so beautiful. It's like, all these uh, happy people, or like whatever, and oh, I want to go visit there. And God says, okay, but the condition, like, if you go there, you want to forget that you're a spirit. You have to realize that. And then you come in, oh yeah, no problem, I can do that, man. Well,
That's Mormon. That's Mormonism.
I don't know what is Mormonism. I don't know.
That's what the Mormons believe. Yeah, that's what the Mormons believe.
But it's like, and then, but look at it. If it's a dome, we cannot go out of this place. All right. So we are here only to do what? To experience the creation of God, which was the nature, the trees, the mountain, the animals, everything, us, the humans.
Yeah. Well,
But instead, we are like arguing about if it's flat or not. I mean, come on, man. I mean, where are you? It's like, it's crazy. I mean, this question shouldn't be there anywhere. It's just like we have to enjoy the nature that God gave us. And because this is our body's capacity, it cannot do any more than that.
But that's how it's meant to work, because there is evil in this reality, and we can't avoid that. So you will find so many people that will try to hide the creator.
I know. And this is where we were trapped in as well, right? Because when we were born, we didn't learn the right things, because our parents, they were conditioned as well, and their grandparents, they were conditioned as well. So we got conditioned in this system that, yeah, you have to be this, you have to be that, instead of getting the real the thing that what I came here to do. Maybe I came here just to sing. Maybe I came here to play guitar. Maybe I came here to be a shepherd. Maybe I just came here to be, I don't know, whatever, but help other people or whatever, but not destroy other people. I didn't came here to kill other people. I didn't came to hate other people, because those are like the devil's thing that is in our mind, to be racist, to be angry about other people. Oh, this is Muslim, this is black, this is this is that, whatever. Yeah, this is conditioning. It's not reality. It's condition of the mind. It's we are. I mean,
Yeah, it was they created that, they made that like that to condition the mind of people to control people. So the globe Earth was created to control people, to condition the mind of people, and to hide the spirituality of people, and to hide the Creator. Also, the religions, the different religions you will find. So they were created by people to control people and to make divisions with the people, between people. So like creating communities dependent to those religions, and you will find different communities and they're the same religion, and you will find them hating each other and again always against each other. Like, for example, the Muslims, they are all Muslims, but there is Shia, there is Sunni, there is Sufi, and no one like the other. No one agreeing with the other. Like Protestant and Catholic, no one like the other, and they are always against each other. So those things are created to divide people, to control people, and to hide the spirituality of people, and to make them farther away from the God.
Of course, that was the purpose of it. The devil's purpose is to come and manipulate your brain, your mind, or program your mind before you start seeing God. Because when we were children, when we were taught, oh, go to the school, to the church or whatever, and this and that, but they didn't really give us good reason why. Oh, you have to do this because otherwise, the church mentality, God will punish you, God will hate you, God will do this, God will do that. And so you went there by fear. You didn't go there by joy to meet God. So when I was kid, I mean, I was in a monastery. I was like so much in a Christian family, and I was into it so much until I saw the thing, and it was all bullshit.
I was a Muslim, so you can have the image. I was a Muslim for so long, and I'm not now. I'm not following any type of religion.
Oh yeah, me too. Me too.
I think
That's what.
God never sent a religion. I think Adam never had a religion. He was just believing on the one he created him, and he
Yeah.
was trying to do good. And when he slept and sinned, he had what he deserved. So yeah, Noah didn't
Yeah.
have a religion. He wasn't a Jewish. He wasn't Christian. He wasn't Muslim like the mainstream Muslims now. So he was just a believer, believing on the one above all, and
Yeah.
trying to do good and spread good around him.
Exactly. When I respect, I mean, look at this. Another thing as well. I want to say, my body is made of everything came from this earth.
Yep. Oh
My
my God.
And that's why it will go back to the earth. So
I respect this server
you have
now more than any other server.
you have to
You're
respect
complicated, Rock.
you have to respect everything that in God's creation. That's we have to do instead
Yeah,
of
brother.
see our differences and fight. And man, okay, you think this, you believe in this, it's good for you as long as you are not hurting me, you are not uh, uh, coming to my space, right? You are my friend,
Yeah,
you are my brother.
our
I
bodies.
mean, this is how it works in reality. I see a lion, I know that man, this guy, he can eat me, even though it's his nature. Yeah, well, he can be good lion, but I still have to run away
Yep.
because it's a
It's,
lion.
you said it. Everything comes from the earth itself, and
Yeah.
everything will go to the ground, to the earth again. So we have in our body, we
Something
are
that's
composed
experiencing.
from people who died times ago. We are composed from what were in animals, in insects died ago, and was used by plants. And we and animals, we eat plants, and we have those things inside us working on us.
Even we breathe our particles, because when I exhale particles, it's in the air. Somebody's inhaling and then exhaling back again to another people. So it's like, you know, uh,
And
the only
some people will use that.
that's why I always think that the mind is not the capacity. So there is somebody is witnessing the mind. Somebody is there watching the mind. But the mind is not seeing. But the problem is the mind is not seeing the thing that is watching it.
I was present.
The mind is always confused and always attached to the reality. He doesn't want to live it. That's why, you know, when you said you had an experience when you did this pranayama, it's like the death experience, you know, and that's what I
Yeah. You
experiences.
believe on that? You believe on that?
That's why. Yeah, because this is called. This one is it's a practice that you do. It's called meeting the death. So
Yeah, I believe on that. I believe it's true because
some people even they do it in a coffin because they cannot do it when they are like because they know that it's only a exercise, right? You do it with your breath, and then you keep your what you know the way. Yeah, so that's the thing that wakes you up, because when you meet that you are not the body, you are not the mind, you are not any of this, you are just the one who's experiencing it. And this is when it becomes the thing, when you say, who am I? Am I the body? Am I the mind? Am I the things that I'm seeing? Who am I?
oh, I know who am I. I know, and I was
Yes,
there when my grandma died, and
yeah.
let me tell you, brother, the body she left behind her was just a vehicle, a physical vehicle to experience this physical reality, and she left it. And my grandma, the person itself, her personality, uh, her memories, herself went out of the body, and she left the body. I think our personality and our memory and everything inside us is in our spirit form, and has nothing to do with the physical body. And the physical body is just like there to experience the physical world. Like, for example, if you have an AI and you want that AI to experience this world, what you will do? You will create a computer, and you will put the AI in the computer, and it will have some interactions with us, the physical people. And if you want to go further, you will create a robot body for that AI, and you will put it there, and it will experience the physical world. But the AI isn't the body, the robot body itself. It's the program that is in that skeleton, that metallic skeleton. So we are not our bodies.
We are the program that we got from our after our birth. I always come to this conclusion because it was in one of my ayahuasca sessions. It's like I start to see my life backwards and until backwards until when I was very young, very young. I was breastfeeding with my mother. I felt even that. I saw that, and and then you come to a place. It's a nothing there. It's black, and then when you go in the black, the light comes out, and then there is nothing. Because after that, there is no brain can resolve anything.
Yeah, nothing.
There is only the creator of this, because the body. I mean, come on, we know, you put anesthesia in your body, you cut your leg, and you don't even feel it at the moment. Because you're not the body, and you're watching it, they're cutting it. Because you are not the body. You are not even the mind, because the mind cannot feel it as well. So you are something outside of this parameter. So you are, we call it the spirit, or you want to call it whatever you want to call it. Yeah. That's why some people, that's why some people, they think that they are the God because, I'm creating all these things. No, but somebody let you enjoy this thing, play in this thing, right?
It's an experience because everything in this life.
What about the word spirit means breath, right? And
Yeah.
when God made Adam, right? And then God breathed into Adam the breath of life, right? And when we come out of our mom's womb, right? No, I'm not saying that, but wouldn't it be that, the spirit? Because you know what an unclean spirit is, right? It's the thing that also animated the Nephilim. It's the offspring of angels. So their breath, their spirit came from the angels, right? And that's why they're called unclean spirits. That's what we call demons. But you know what I mean? Like,
But okay, can I ask you a question about
that's
that?
the Bible. Yeah.
Who let, if even if what you said it happened, that came and they blew air, but because the air they are breathing is from God, even if they have mal intention, but
It's
their
not the
breath
air.
from God, because God
No,
is
what I'm
the
saying is, what
creator
I'm
of.
saying. No, like I'm not talking about like the literal air, right? But I'm talking about the thing we call the spirit or the self.
Oh
The
yeah,
person, the
now I
Yeah,
person.
now I
but
understand.
Right?
I was thinking that you considered it as air in reality, literally, because I was about to say to you, we try to revive people using air, but they can't. They can't.
No, but I think Necros, you are wrong there as well. Even the air or the breath, everything it came from God. So
Yeah,
there
for
is
sure,
nothing else except it.
for sure. He is the
All there
creator.
is, all
Everything.
there is sub particles of manifesting God, because God gave choice to the, let's say, its particle to manifest whatever they want. So even
When
when,
I
because
when I
you're trying badly to bring ether in in reality,
no,
but
don't
there
talk
is no
about Peter again.
there is
I
no
don't want
ether,
to talk
because
about it again.
I know, but 2 hours, 3 hours, you talk about that, and I was listening about it. So that's what I'm coming to, because even Witt said that he was like he's still Ether thing. He says like he thinks Ether is God.
No. Listen. What the question I ask to atheists often is, what is the thing missed in a living body to make it a dead body? And when I talk about a body, not literally just a human body, but any living thing, what is the missing thing in that thing that make it dead? And some atheists they just answer it fast and say brain the brain I don't know, the impulses, or what you can call it, in the brain, that what makes things live or die. And I follow that with just living cell, single cell, like the blob that doesn't have a brain. So there is something that
Well,
Yes,
even a blob.
I think it
Even a
was air, but it's not air. I think it's the first um, uh, organ in your body that started. It was the heart, and everything came out of that one. After like 14 days, I think it was the first beat of the heart that starts, and after that started everything. And you can witness this. The thing is, um, what started that heartbeat? So I think that is when the spirit came into the womb, into the thing.
For me, I think
Because
we
I
were
think it
living
was,
things before that, because I think that the sperm itself and the ovule, and this when
oh yes,
it's not
yes,
to be
of course.
a cell inside the ovule during the fertilization, it is also a living thing. Just that at itself is a living thing, and that is the problem with the atheist, when they consider the living thing is just a full complete body composed from living things, living minuscule things, so we call it cells, and they just limit that to the body, follow with the cell itself, because it is a living thing and it can die. So it misses the same thing that the body, the complete body, misses when the person die. So the
I
same
think
process.
my point I was going to make it was when the spirit came into the body to experience the reality. That's what I was talking about, because I know even the cells, the sperm and the egg, they were even apart, they were still alive. Yeah, they had life in them, whatever it was, composition, different composition, whatever it was, but they had life in them, so they were pre-existing. So the whole existence is like, the existence is creating a place for the spirit to come in and experience the reality. So it's like, vortex that is created by the sperm and the egg, which is shining. For example, maybe we cannot see that, but I'm saying for the angel's eye, and the angel is saying, or the spirit next to God saying, oh, look at that beautiful thing, is the vortex is there, like, oh, can I go experience that? Maybe, I don't know. But
But
you know
what
what I'm trying to say is like maybe even God is like, you know, when he sees these beautiful things, he says, okay, I want to send a small particle of me, one whatever God can do. It is omnipotent. He can do anything, and he says, okay, you know, part of me will go there and like experience. It looks like good vortex. It can produce Buddha or Jesus or Muhammad or maybe Miguel, maybe Necros, maybe you know. It's like whatever happens.
what if, think about that, what if the spirit is in every living thing? But that's the question. What if the spirit isn't just coming when the heart is created at the fetus creation? What
But
if
everything
the
comes
spirit
from
was
God,
always
Necros.
there?
Everything comes from God. But this is the problem. Even the water, even the earth, even everything comes from God. So there is nothing but God.
Oh, for sure. For
So,
sure. So
but
God created
the
everything
only
that you
problem
can know.
is our minds programmed to chase things that is not created by God, which is fashion, lifting, this, that. I don't know. I want to look good. I want to do this race. I don't care about anything. Oh, kill this, kill that. I don't care. And I just want my drug and I be happy. You know, this is the war that they created for us. And we felt in it, unfortunately. Not all of us happy, fortunately. There
But
is some people still.
I don't think that they created something. I think that there is just one single creator who created everything. So he created the bad and the good.
Of
But
course.
some people who just utilize the bad or the good to
Yeah,
in this
but both of
reality
them,
to
they are
fool people.
programming of our mind. Both of them, it's a programming of our mind because we were not born no good, no bad. We were born plain and simple. Follow the rules that it comes into you. When I'm hungry, I want to eat. When I'm thirsty, I want to drink. When I hurt something, I can feel it, I am hurting something. Even sometimes when I'm walking, hiking, I step on a beautiful flower and I go like, oh shit, man, I'm very sorry. You know, it's like it was beautiful. I just step on it. But, sometimes, yeah, right. But then I go and kill the chicken to eat it. But even I have to have respect for that chicken that I'm killing. Otherwise, what is my joy? Because everything is from God, right?
Yes,
Good or bad. I mean,
yes,
if you say why I'm dying, because of God.
yes,
I am born because of God. So
yes.
suffering because of God. So everything
Exactly.
is
Why
because
do
of
you
God.
have pain? Because of a God, and it is an experience.
Yes.
It's a real experience. Pain is for some people an enjoyment. They enjoy pain. Some
Yes.
people.
Yeah.
Well, not according to the Bible. The reason why we die is because of sin. Yeah, yeah. It's very different.
Yes, but
Sorry,
you know,
guys.
sins are forgiven by God. God is all forgiveness as well. I mean, God is pure love. How cannot forgive your mistake, which
Yeah.
He created your mistake?
He said it about
Hey,
himself.
living happens.
He is
Jesus
forgiven.
Jesus said, "There is no hair will drop from your head without the permission of the Father."
You know, if
So when you
think about that.
doing your thing, you're going against God because you're taking part of your hair. Can you imagine that? When you're combing your hair, you're like taking part of God's will because He didn't say fell down. I mean, some people can can go that extreme as well, which is stupid, I think. But everything comes from God. It's like
I don't know because I think the
it's
idea that the idea that God would let His Son die to pardon sinners. You know what I mean? It's really like I wouldn't do it, right? So that kind of love, I wouldn't understand, right? I
Bonk,
mean, what
do
it's
you agree?
like. But
Do you agree that God said about Himself that He is merciful and He is forgiving? So, if He have those two attributes on Him, it means that there have to be sins and faults and missteps or slips. So you will have those things to that permit God to accomplish His attribute to be merciful. He can't be merciful if he don't if there is no mercy to show, or forgiving if there is nothing to forgive. So he is forgiven, and he created that to apply that ability or that attribute he have on him.
you know what I'm just saying now when you said that. You see, it's like He created the thing for me to experience the forgiveness that He has.
Yeah.
Because all I have to experience is God, right? So He creates the anti-God for me to see the anti-God and experience the God with my body.
To not be a sinless person. You can't have sinless person in this reality other
Yes.
than Mary and Jesus.
We are all going to sin. Sometimes I go almost the red light, sometimes like it's
He
orange,
made
and
it like that.
think,
He meant to make it like that because that's what will activate the attribute forgiveness.
because then you realize like, oh man, I made a mistake. Please God forgive me. You
Yeah,
exist.
and
Because
that's what we
otherwise,
want.
how I wanna feel God. You see, if I am in pure pleasure, like I always say, the governments, they create the problem so they can solve it and you see them as God. But it's the same trick they are using, which God is using. It's like, okay, I want to create a problem. I want to see if this guy, he will, like the magic trick, and I want to see if he want to catch it. Oh, he catch it. Oh, he saw it. Okay. It's
And
like,
my philosophy about the first sin is it had to be so because I think that Adam and Eve were created to live on this physical reality. At the first time, the project was to create humans to put them in this reality, the heavens and the earth, like he called them. So he put them in like a womb, a first preparation, where there is everything, and they have one single choice, one single order: don't eat from that tree.
that was the
And they
negative
slept.
thing. That was the negative thing that he planted. Because
Yeah,
everything is perfect. He planted the
yeah.
negative
It
thing.
was on purpose. He said to
On
them, don't eat
purpose,
from
of
that
course.
tree. and it wasn't it wouldn't change anything from him. It wasn't able, it didn't have the ability to make them god or to give them the knowledge or something like the light, the deceiver lied to them. So they slept and they made their first own choice as humankind, and they were ready to be thrown in this physical reality. And their real life started here, to make just your own choice between the
Yes.
bad and the good. And he sent, literally, it is the best plans or ways or methods to distinguish between the bad and the good are the scriptures, all the scriptures. So they are the manuals sent from him to make people who forgot with time and with the deluge or the flood he sent. So there
Delusion.
was
Yes.
a reset, and people, I think, forgot the way, and he sent again the manual how to live, how to distinguish between the good and the evil, and what is the purpose of your life.
Yes, but you see, this manual, it is already implanted in us when we are born.
That's
Like, you know, when
there
I
is
was like 1, 2 year old, and my mom made like a chocolate cake and she put it there, and I just start walking and I saw that and I go like crumbling there, and I know that I was doing wrong. I put my hand there and I ate it, you know, and like I destroyed the whole Christmas bush de Noel and things like that. And but I felt it was felt so good, you know. But I knew I was doing wrong. I knew I was doing, because she said don't do it. And
Yeah, there is something
you see,
inside that is pre-programmed in you,
yeah,
but it's not what will help you, because God know that everyone who is born on a community will follow what that community follow. If
yes, of course.
if you are born in a Muslim environment, you'll be definitely a Muslim, and you will defend Islam like if it's the true religion. And if you are a Christian, you will follow that thing. But there is some the program in you already there that help you in your life. But the scriptures are the best manual to distinguish between the good and the evil, and to be the perfect example, and to show, if he said that he created you on his image. So it's not the shape or the physical image. No, it's not that. But the image is, if he is loving, you must he put that on you. You are loving, and you must show that. If he is forgiving, and he put that on you, you have to be forgiving, not the opposite. And you have to show that. And if he is merciful, you have to show that also. So you have to show the image and make it. Uh, that's the way you glorify the God. It's to make his image on you appear clearer to everyone around you.
It's the emotions that you feed. You know, I can feed the anger emotion or the hate emotion and say, oh, I hate this, I hate that, oh, I'm angry about this, I'm angry about that. Or I can just say like, oh, I forgive this guy because he's angry and he shouted on me. I love this person that he didn't open the door for me, and it's okay, it's all fine, because you know, it's just an experience. So
Have you
instead of,
ever
it's not the physical thing, it's more the emotional. Our problem is because
Have you ever seen those experiments when they show the projection of the emotions on water and how the water would crystallize after the projection of those emotions?
we talk about this already, Necros. The Japanese guy.
You believe it's real? You believe it's real?
Of course, man.
Yeah,
I
good.
know it because
Think
of my
about that.
God.
There is water on you. So
I
if the
know it.
water behave like that, so it will behave on you like that. And
Yeah.
also your spiritual form, your spiritual you will behave at the same way to those positive frequencies or positive energy projected from your feeling, from your good feeling or bad feeling. So you will
Necros,
destroy things or ameliorate them.
Necros, mon ami. You remember we had this talk, exactly this talk in the first time we met. I was going to the solar eclipse on the 13th of October, and you were on the other Discord channel, and we talk about exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing.
Yeah, because it is the reality. We don't have anything else to talk about other than the reality we are living in.
Yeah.
And I would
But
love to understand it fully. I would love to have all the knowledge to understand everything.
the
Yeah,
mind cannot. And you see, I come to the conclusion that the mind cannot experience, cannot understand everything, because you are not the mind. You are the one experiencing the mind. So you have to be there to see behind the mind, because the mind cannot. The mind has five senses to explore, and then you can manipulate it, yeah, with breathing, with exercise, or this or that, pranayama, or whatever, yeah, all these other things, simulation, ayahuasca, whatever. I did it as well, and I will do it again probably soon. But in the end, it's somebody who something is experiencing all these experience that you are doing. So I have to be in that state to understand, because the mind cannot. You can only experience. You know, when you see the beautiful sunset, you go like, or you see a beautiful woman, you go like, you have like this couple of seconds that your mind blocks out, and it's just like appreciating the beauty of a lake, of a flower, of a
remember,
tree. Thing.
I think everyone feel that thing. You can feel when you have someone that you love so much. If you have a kid and you love your kid,
Yes, yes,
you will have
yes.
some pressure in your chest. You have something like weight in your chest when someone do something good with you, and you appreciate it till a point, good point. You will have also that pressure inside your chest. So the good feelings had a real impact in you. So love and good have a real physical impact on us. We can feel it really. If like we have some receptors that can detect those waves or that positive energy and that negative energy.
Why? Just leave it as it is. If you want to experience it, you go to that state to experience it. Why you want to create something to simulate it? No, don't do that. Keep it real, man. It's like,
It's many
you
points
know,
I don't understand what you said.
I have to go to experience the reality, right? Nobody will do it for me. That's what the other day I was like talking to one guy on the on this channel, and he was keep saying that, you know, he didn't know about the radius of the earth. He didn't know nothing, but he was just had this imagination. When he was a kid, he was in a plane and he saw the curve of the earth, and he didn't have anything. And we were in the end of like maybe 1 hour of talking. He's not coming around, and so I said to him, why you don't go out and try to debunk the flat earth and find the curve? And I come and look at it with you. But the guy says, no, I like to read it instead of going doing it. It's just like we come to a place that, everything, like idiocracy, everything has to be feeding to me. I have to see everything on the computer. If I don't see it there, it's not real then. That's the crazy thing. Like, you can only experience the physical thing in the physical world, not on the simulation. So that's where I think the simulation theory came, because, they can simulate everything in the AI computer and this shit. With your eyes, with your mind, as you're dreaming, they go to that vibrations and can simulate anything they want, hypnotize you. And they think like this is reality. Man, you have to go out, look at the lakes, look at the ocean, see the mountains. I go up, I don't know, I see 5 French mountains, one after the other one, or 4 of them, or 5 of them. It's like 100 miles maybe. How can I see that? Even if I don't have an ocean, I can see that it's flat. But no, they have to be in this. They fed us this. It has to be reality. It's the same with the religion. Oh, I'm Christian. It has to be reality. I'm Muslim. It has to be reality. God didn't create any religion. We created religion. I mean, and then they go, I don't know, somebody said religion is a poison of the humanity. It's right. But it's not that knowing that there is a creator. Once you know that there is, you feel that there is a creator, then you don't need all that things. It's your connection direct. As one time they asked Jesus, there is this rich guy, he came and he put I don't know how much money in the temple, and he's saying very good things. And he said, no, but the Samaritan that is praying alone in the room with his heart open to my Father, he's the one that the Father is listening, not the one he's like,
When I knew
right?
the Creator, my life turned to a real 100% happy life. I appreciate the life as it is fully, with all its experiences, the bad experiences, the good experiences. Yeah, I hope that I have less bad in my life than the good. But yeah, I have great life, and I feel the God. I feel uh, that God is with us, is always with us, and
It
I
cannot
feel
be.
that He rewarded me with a nice kid. It was like He rewarded me with it, and it is better than I could imagine myself. If you give me the ability to create an image for a kid, I couldn't imagine it like that, or but as he sent me my son. So yeah, I appreciate this life, and it's a real good experience.
It's, you created that vortex, and the spirit of your son said, "Oh, I want to join there." But before that, it was like beautiful when you said, you know, God is like everywhere. It's omnipresent. It cannot be. It is in the sadness. It is in the suffering. I mean, I'm going now through some things. If I want to sit down and think in a normal person, like think drama shit, I should be like maybe drinking so much and like maybe I don't know, doing so much crazy things. I'm going through very bad things, but I know that it's only just passing through. It's like
What is the worst thing that can happen ever?
you stop
Think
experiencing this
dying.
existence. No, it's not dying. It's
Yeah, I
stop.
think that
No,
if
no,
you
no.
die, we'll join
No,
your
no.
God.
Wait. Depends what we are talking about. You don't die. You just stop experiencing this physical experience that you could have because you are
Yeah,
not the
yeah.
body.
But people are more scared
You are not
for dying.
you are not the body. Remember that. You
I
don't die.
understand that. I
The
understand
energy,
that.
the energy
But like I
doesn't
said,
die. The
it's
energy
not a
doesn't die.
bad
It just
thing.
transforms. You don't die. Dying is an illusion that they put in our mind.
I understand that. Like I said, I believe on a near-death experience, and
Yes.
I believe that if you die, it
What
will
about
just
complete
be like the
dying?
near-death experience, but a complete transition to the other side, and you will not come back from that, like in the
Yes,
near
that's what I'm saying.
experience.
You stop experiencing the physical experience that you are experiencing. That's all.
Yep, yep.
You go to
That's
some
what I
you
said.
go you go wherever you want to go, but you cannot come back. But it's not that. It just this experience finished. Oh, new game. Game over.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
new game.
that's exactly the point of my question.
Are you
What
there
is
or
the worst
you are
thing
still in the
can
body and
happen?
dying? So this is the problem. Are you there or are you still in the body and dying? Oh, can you say, "Oh, game over"? Because this is why you do the near that experience, breathing, the all the thing that you do, yeah, the path to death.
So
Because
think about it again.
you
What
have
is
you
the
have to
worst thing
realize
that can happen to us?
you have to realize that any moment, any moment, any second can be game over. Are you ready to put a new game?
Yeah, and I still
Who are you then? Who
it's
are you
still
then?
there.
Who are you then?
In your opinion, why? What is the worst thing that can happen to us?
Nothing. There is nothing
Yeah,
worse happening.
yeah,
Everything beautiful.
yeah, brother. It's simple as that.
Okay,
Nothing is bad.
okay, okay. Sorry. I misunderstood you. Yes, nothing is happening wrong.
No, nothing is bad. Like I said, I give you the example of death. Death is not bad. So, what is the worst thing that can happen to us, human? So, if people are scared from death more than anything, so if death is not bad in reality, what is the worst thing that can happen? It's nothing. Nothing is bad.
But even they know that death is imminent. It's coming. You cannot escape from it.
Oh yeah, for
They
sure.
know it. They know it. The only thing is they want to fight against it. That's why they want to go to do the surgical plastic things and lift here, lift there, put this, put that. Even man doing it. It's not like about woman. It's like I want to fight that. Why are
Yeah.
you gonna fight whatever is there? Because it's not yours. Why are you fighting?
Yeah, and it's better if they understand that it's just a short moment here. It is so short moment, too short moment here. Whatever your life is,
It's like
if
a
you
dream.
spend
It's like
1,000
a
years,
dream.
it will be so short.
It's like a dream. You just wake up from one dream. Oh, you see. Oh, you go like. It's like when you wake up. Like when I said, I was. Oh, I had a wet dream. Oh, I wake up. Oh, really? Shit! I really had a wet dream. I mean, oh, it happened. Oh, but it
Like
was a
that,
dream. Yeah,
like
it
that.
will happen like
Oh
that.
shit!
It
Here
will
we
go
go
like.
again.
I had the body. Oh, oh, shit. Oh,
Oh
oh.
shit! Here we go again.
It was another dream again.
Like in the meme. Oh shit! Here we go again.
Yep. A new game.
And I would like to, believe me, I would like to make God proud of me. I want him to be proud of me, what I'm trying to do. I want to show him how I respect his power, because seeing what he created and starting from the smallest thing you can have
Bad as
to
well.
all this reality, you can understand the power of the one who created all of this. And I respect that fully and I submit fully to him.
But he created the bad as well. And this is the thing. He
Doesn't
let it
matter.
happen. He let it happen. He could stop it anytime he wanted. Why he stopped the Pharaoh chasing Moses? He can stop any bad thing if he wants. He's allowing it. So that means he's allowing it, right? It's his choice. It's his creation. He can stop it, but he's allowing it. So
And you can't argue.
there is a reason for it. What is the reason? Because
The reason
us
is because
as humanity, we lost the connection with our reality. They put us all in cities. Oh, go to Mumbai, go to London, go to whatever. Oh, New York, oh, Los Angeles. Oh, you living in Oh my God. Oh, you must be so good. You're living in Los Angeles. Oh my God. It's like, what the hell? It's like they put us all in the cities, away from, never see the sky. In the cities, you don't see the sky, nothing except the moon, little bit. No stars, nothing. It's crazy. They put us away from everything that God created. This is our reality. And then we think that this is reality. This is our problem as humanity, because we forgot the creation. We forgot that we are not in a spinning ball from nothing. We are created. This is closed system God created for us, for the man, this physical body, to experience his creation. But we turned against God, kind of, right?
Yeah.
As humanity. Because we forgot about the creation. We forgot.
Yep. And it is by choice.
Of course, still God's choice. But I think, I don't know how bad we have to go to realize. I don't know. Maybe we have to go deeper. Look what's
Because
happening
in
in
your
the
spirit,
world. It's crazy. It's like crazy. Hunger, war, killing each other, people raping each other, stealing. I mean, crazy.
so if
When
the
they
spirit
have to wake,
is
when
blind,
they have to wake up, maybe something has to come, like a catastrophe or something, right? Like he did with the flood. Maybe he has to do another one. I don't know. Reset. Okay,
it didn't work
it's like
because
a puzzle game when you come to a place. Oh, it didn't work. Okay, reset. I want to play it again. I
even
don't
the
know.
reset didn't completely work. I wouldn't say that word. It didn't completely work. Like if God failed and something, but I think that the reset was for a reason, but it didn't ameliorate anything in the reality of human nature. So the people still forgot God even after the flood. The
Yeah, but
example is us now.
maybe this time it's not a flood. It's completely something different. Flowers. I don't know.
The day of judgment where the God will end everything, and where all that physical reality will shut down, and you will have just those people
Okay.
who were living in this
Now we are
reality
talking
who
about the
complete.
future. We don't know. We are talking
Well,
about the future. No, God can do anything. I mean, can God change His mind now?
no.
No, He cannot change His mind.
Yeah, if he is merciful, like I said, and
Okay. Can He change His mind? Is He
it's
omnipotent?
it
Can He do
has.
it? Can He do it?
Yeah, he can.
Of
If
course,
God is
He can.
omnipotent, if God
He's not
is
omnipotent.
omnipotent, so he can do anything.
He's not omnipotent.
If God is omnipotent, so he can do anything. And I believe, in my personal belief, I believe that God is omnipresent, omnipotent.
And omniscious.
Yep.
He knows everything, right?
Yep.
We cannot escape from this reality. This is the reality we have to come to for our soul, right?
Yes.
Because the soul has one thing to have to realize, that everything is happening is God.
Yes.
Even you know I forgot her name. Oh my God. There is this woman, she was raped when she was like maybe 18 years old, something like that. 30 people or something like that. Fucked up shit. She come to realizing that even that was the will of God, because God let that happen. And after that, she felt that, oh my God, there is nothing but God. Everywhere is God. Omnipresent.
Like, for
Omniscient.
example,
Because
if God,
everything. He's
like, if he is the dimension zero creator of every dimension.
you you want to put it in words to explain, but you cannot explain.
Yeah, you cannot. There is
It's
nothing like God.
everything. It's God is everything. It's like cannot be nothing. It's like your suffering is God, your happiness is God, everything is God. He's allowing, but you have a choice to play in that. Where you go, which one you gonna feed more? I wanna feed the fear, sadness. I wanna feed the love. He gave you these two things, right? That
The
comes with the duality from the
best thing
duality.
I bring up to
That's where it's
people.
and then the unity, the one God. It comes from that He created that duality, that I am playing in it. If I don't want to play in it, it's game over for me. I have to play in this duality because I am in this duality of God. But God
Yeah.
is not this duality. It's the one who created Allahu Akbar, who is the only one.
Yep. And think about this. When I talk to people, I tell them this: the God is here, is present, and there was no start in His eternal in the beginning, and there was no beginning. So He
Yeah.
was there, always there, and he will be always there to the eternity. And what make the brain work harder, he is nowhere but everywhere at
But
the same time.
you see these things that the people they come to and they say, "Oh, I cannot understand that. He was always. How can it be? It must be time."
Our
That's why
brain can't work
Bang
like
comes,
that.
right?
We can't
That's why
imagine
the Big
that.
Bang comes because he. That's why the Big Bang came because he saw that the man's mind cannot understand that, or he can manipulate that thing that God was always,
Yeah,
and it's
he was
always,
all.
and it always will
There
be.
was no start, no starting point. It
Past, there
was
is no.
always.
That's why for God there is no past, there is no future, there is no, there is only present. I mean,
Yeah, time is just uh,
illusion.
yeah, it's just the rate where the deterioration of physical things happened in this physical reality, because everything deteriorates. So the materials will rust, will change with upon time. So the rate of that change, we measure it using time, like we use a meter to measure the length. So we can't have 1 meter. I can't ask you to give me 1 meter. You can give me 1 meter of something, but you can't give me 1 meter because it doesn't exist. You can't have 1 hour. You can have 1 hour doing an action. You
Yeah,
can
but you see,
spend 1 hour doing an action. It's not a real thing. It's a conceptual thing.
of course. But I think there is a clock up there in the sky for us to know where to plant, where to harvest. Uh, you know, because it's that clock up there. It is for something because it has its pattern that is going always the same. So it's not like we have 4 or 5 kind of rotation, like Earth is rotating around itself and then going around the sun, and then the sun is going around I don't know where, and then Halley's or whatever galaxies we are in, apparently we are going somewhere, and then another one coming that way, and then oops, there is this comet is coming after 334 years of passing. It's like, what the hell you're talking about?
I have a question.
If Earth, if Sun's gravity is holding that comet for like 300, I don't know, 40 years to go around it, why is not sucking all of these our planets in him? If he has so much power to what is like collective gravity or something, it's like nothing makes sense, man. It's like nothing makes sense. It's like all bullshit they fed us, and oh man, I was so much believer in this shit. It's like I cannot tell you.
I have a little question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
When I talk to Muslims, I have a point that I argue with the Muslims so much. So the Muslims believe that God knows what will happen in the future. When I tell them that no, it's not correct to say that God doesn't know the future, and it's not also correct to say that, but the reality is there is no future to know something about. So those things that they say, he knows what we will do and what everything will happen in the future. He knows everything that happened and before, but future is something that didn't happen and doesn't exist.
Choice. He gave us choice.
Yeah, he gave us choice, and
So
he is what he is watching what we are doing at the
yeah,
moment.
we are in the game and we have to know the game. Yeah,
Yeah,
that God created everything. So we have to respect everything because God created it. And it allowed it to be there.
so you
But
are with me. I believe you don't think that God knows something about the future because the future isn't a thing. It doesn't exist to be something that we can know or God can know.
I think that's the fun that God is having when he's sitting and watching all these things. Because
Yeah,
he's okay, let me see
space,
what
for example.
Nicholas will do. Or let me see what Migo will do. Let me see what Song will do. Let me see this what will do. So
Yeah,
it's like whole game, and then he's watching but he can stop anytime he wants the game. This is the thing that we have to understand about God. You see, he can stop anytime he wants the game, but he's allowing it because he wants
sure.
to see that how far you want to go to realize
And
that
he
you are
is able.
in
He
his,
is completely able
you are under
to.
his command. It's like I watch a lot Nathan Oakley, and then he plays a lot the video game, yeah. And when I'm listening and I'm watching the video game, and he's going up and down, and or he's creating whatever he's doing, and blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay, so is the guy that running doing all this shit? He knows what he's doing? No, because somebody's telling him what to do, right? But we are not that person. We have the choice because I have the command. I can tell him, don't go right, go left, go up, go down. It's my choice, right? God that has that choice. But what he does, there is a thing that he said, okay, now it's your plane, run.
And
So
yeah,
he
because
still has the joystick. He still has the joystick. He can stop anytime he wants. He can take you left, right, up, down, anytime he wants. He still has the joystick, but he's telling you, okay, now I give you the run. You're
he
the
is
one.
able to change everything at any moment he wants. Imagine he can change everything to completely good or
Of
to
course.
complete the complete opposite. And imagine we don't know if he have something else other than us, some other dimensions where there is just the good, no bad,
Who cares?
just the
Who
good, no
cares?
choice, just the good.
God, man, God, he can have anything he wants. He's omnipotent. So, maybe he has 3,000 million trillion things like this around him. I don't know. Do you
Remember,
a chair
infinite.
and a video game? I don't know. Maybe he's participating in the game. I don't know. You know?
Infinity. You can't know. You can't know because he is omnipotent. You can't even know if
Experience.
he is doing everything at the same moment.
Yes, but you can only experience.
Yeah.
When you are in that moment when you say, ah, beautiful.
Think of it like that. If we are God, so God is doing everything at the same moment, at the same time.
But he can do anything he wants. What?
He is doing
Why,
through speaking
why
to
you
you
want to
through
argue against?
me.
Why you want to argue against what he wants to do? He can do anything he wants. Why you are putting limits? That's why I don't like the religious people when they come and they say, "Oh, but you see, he put this, he put that." Yeah, but he can take off that, he can take off that. It's like, I know the right, I have
It's
to know
him
the
limit.
wrong.
Do
I have to
this
know
or can't
things
do that.
because it's embedded in my creation. Because there are two things that he created, right? You know, there is one time, oh, a long time ago, I saw this beautiful picture of an Indian, American Indian face, and a question. He's saying, "What is the purpose?" And there is two. Um, what is the purpose of life? And there is two wolves. One is black, one is white. And the Indian guy is saying, the wolf that inside you, you feed more, it will grow stronger. So you have two wolves inside you, one black and one white. That's what God put inside you. You know that He's one. He is not this duality. God is one. But we experience duality. We have to experience these two of them, happiness and fear, love and fear. There is two emotions in the whole existence, love and fear. Everything, happiness, joy, blah blah blah, blah comes from love. Everything, fear, anger, hatred, killing, all this shit comes from fear. Nobody happy living beautiful life will say, okay, now today I want to go down and kill 500 people. Only psychopath will do that. Not a normal person will do that. Even the babies, you see, when they see animals struggling, they want to go and help. It's a human nature, helping the weak. But then you see people, they take advantage from that and they say, okay, I don't want to be good in the society. I want to be the weak because the good will feed me. And then you have all these homeless things, but not only that, these begging things that people. Actually, I met a person that she said she loves begging because she's very pretty and people they give good money. Why should I work? I make 300-400 euros a day just sitting there 6-7 hours. You see, so people abuse the thing and you can just really be part of the good thing. You can do anything you want as well. That's why there is some people they say we are God because we can choose to be good or bad. But we are not neither good nor bad. God is God. Is not good, is not bad. God is neither of them. Is something outside.
Yeah, he is the creator of the good and the bad.
He is
He
the
is not
creator.
of the bad.
He is not. He is the creator of the good and bad.
Yeah.
The duality. But he's not. God is something else. That's why we have to go behind the mind. Because the mind can only understand duality. Good or bad.
Yes.
That's why, who am I? I am not the mind. So we know that we are not the body. Who am I then? I am not the body, I am not the mind. So who am I? And then you're gonna hear people say, I am God. Or people they will say, nothing, which is the best answer.
You and I, brother, we are the most perfect things that you can imagine. We are
Every,
created by the creator
not
himself.
only me and you, brother. Not only me and you.
Oh
Everybody.
yeah, I'm just
Ev-
grateful of saying it. Everything.
and that's why you see, when you were talking about ether, in the end there was a time you said everything, but I was driving and I couldn't stop it and say everything ether. That means you are saying God is ether. God is not ether.
You can't create anything, and no one and nothing can't create anything. Why we argue about God? He created everything and is able to do anything.
Yes, but it's not ether. This is the problem. You see, because the Witsit concept, I don't know which concept you have, is like ether is God, like it's like spirit is like everything is like God.
Oh no, brother, nothing like that. Ether is a creation of God. Ether, I consider it, like I said, I consider ether as the medium where a
Wait,
certain type of waves are
my
propagated.
friend, Necros, please don't go there again. We heard, I mean, I heard it so many times. Please don't go there. Please don't go there. Don't, man, forget about ether. Why you have to bring ether? It was a trap. You're not seeing it. It's a trap. The word ether is a trap. You're not seeing it. I mean, you're so amazing. Why you can't see that? It's I can see you're amazing person, and you can see like almost what I am seeing. You are agreed with everything and we talk about. Why it has to be ether? What is ether? Even it's not correctly spelled word. Yeah, I mean, it's like the globe is another fucking poison. Don't fall in that. You know, I understand the curiosity of the human. It's so curious. It's like wants to know. But when you say I don't know and you open to the spirit to come in and tell you, and then but don't go there. I don't know. I mean, if you want to play that game, I don't know. Love you, brother. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you think I'm saying something wrong, you can tell me. Maybe you can help me. But I don't know. It's what is coming up from my heart, and when is God is everything, so the rest is all manipulation, right? Even ether is a manipulation. Even you are manipulation.
You can call it primordial light, for example.
What light?
You can call it, for example, primordial light, just for example.
Yeah, call it if you like that word. I don't know if that satisfy you. Okay, but is that reality? Is that you want to prove that I have this beautiful idea, but I don't know which word to put in it. But it's just an idea.
Yeah.
I
What I
don't.
want to prove is there is a third medium that is not water and not air, where we can have different type of waves other than the waves that travel
Okay.
in the water medium or those that travel in the air medium. So there is some other type of waves, and there must be another type of media that there is. It's not the water or the air.
Okay. There is no water. There is no air. There is different medium. You want to call it ether?
Yeah, the water and the air, they exist. They are mediums.
So you're
Water
calling.
medium where you can see the physical waves of water moving. The air where you have the sound waves moving. Mm, we have something else, some other third medium where those microwaves and those type of waves and frequencies are propagating.
Okay. Uh, what propagating means? Traveling, right? Going from one place to another place. So you're saying you make a vacuum. What is the vacuum that you made? It was like zero?
Yeah, near zero. So much less particles of air inside that chamber than in a normal atmospheric condition, in atmospheric or atmospheric pressure. So yeah, it's so
But,
much less air near zero,
but
but still
there
have
is,
a wave that can travel inside the vacuum and reach the bulb inside the vacuum and make it light.
okay. Wait, Nicholas. Vacuum is when it's under 14.7 psi start to be vacuum, right? Because it's sucking the air that we're breathing is 14.7 psi. So everything less than that, it has to be considered as vacuum because there is less air, less air, less air, less air, less air, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how low you go? How psi you go from 14.7 to test whatever you tested?
Like I said,
Zero.
the meter is showing like the needle is going like it would touch the 0 point, so it's went all the way.
That means
Like
zero.
this, like if there is nothing, but we know that
Okay.
it's still remainings of particles there. You can't have a perfect vacuum,
Yes.
but
So
those
then
less.
do we know how the particles react in the vacuum?
I think it would have to be to work the same way
You
as outside the vacuum.
you see, we come to one thing that we think, we see, we might.
If the
There is no. Wait, Nicholas. There is no proof. So it's all thinking and imagination. Maybe in the less vacuum, the particles they move much faster, I don't know, to fill up that space that there is. I don't know what they do. And then when I put the microwave, whatever you want to say, and it makes the same reading, because there is still particles in that microwave, and they're acting in a different way. But doesn't mean that there is no medium.
No, but you have when we talk about wave, it's hertz. But
Oh, wait,
and if it hurts, it has to change with the quantity of that medium. For example, if you have less water in the cup, you can't make as big waves as when you have full cup of water or full swimming pool. So the waves are dependent to the quantity of that medium itself in the container or in the environment where you put it.
That's why I asked you, how
With
do you know
air
what
also,
the
when you
particles
create the vacuum, so the wave of sound wouldn't travel as when it's in normal atmospheric pressure. So the sound wave doesn't travel in air in the vacuum as it travels in atmospheric pressure. So that third type of wave is consistent even if there is vacuum or not, and the hertz of the wave doesn't change during all the processes of sucking the air from from that chamber.
Necros, you went to the same trend that you went, I don't know how many times. The thing is, you're not understanding that. You don't know how the particles they react in the vacuum. Even if there is two particles in that bloody room where you put the microwave, you don't know how that particles they are going to move.
For sure, we can test that using a sound wave where we are sure that it is using air to propagate.
What about the
So
microwave?
if
What
the
about the microwave?
reaction of the molecules inside the vacuum is different than in normal atmospheric condition. So yeah, we know that, we can test that, and we can see that the sound wave doesn't travel the same in vacuum or outside.
How
So
do
the
you know?
particles are not working the same way, and
Yeah,
because they are not working the same way, so it has to be visible when we use microwaves that use other type of
yes,
mediums.
but how do you know that the microwave doesn't react differently in the vacuum than the sound? Because the sound reacts differently in the vacuum doesn't mean that the microwave has to react differently in the same way in the vacuum, because they are different kind of waves. One if the sound wave,
No,
the
no,
other one
no, 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 no,
microwave.
no, 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 no. The
Microwave is
wave itself is not
frequency,
a thing.
sound
Wait,
wave
wait,
is
wait,
different frequency.
wait, brother, brother,
Thing is
brother,
different.
brother. Just wait, please, just wait. We will
Okay.
establish a point first. We have to agree about what is a wave first. So the
Oh,
wave is not
okay. Okay.
something different than the thing itself. So the wave
No, it's
in
not.
the
It's
air
not
is not
only.
something. Listen, but just listen. The
Okay, okay,
wave
okay.
in
I
the air,
listen.
the sound wave. So the sound wave is not something different than the air itself. So the
Oh, you
microwave
said
is not
this, man.
something different than the air itself. So if the air itself is
Necros.
acting different inside vacuum,
if the air itself, because the wave is not something different than the air. So if the air is acting different inside vacuum, so yeah, the wave would have to act differently, because the wave is not different thing than the air itself. When you slam the surface of water, the wave you create when you disturb the water is not something different than the water self.
Energy you put in the water.
Yeah, and that wave that you you create with that energy is nothing than the water itself that just behaving.
Yes,
Just the
but
water.
still
It's
the
the
water.
water.
It's
It
still the
is the water.
water.
So a
At
sound wave is not something different
and
than
if
if
you
you
say the same
consider
thing, the
if you consider then that the microwave is something that is propagating in air. So the microwave is a filial of sound waves. That's what you created now. So, because it is the same environment and there is just two types of waves, it is the same thing. So, it is the same filial. So, sound wave, it is the uncle or the father of microwave. It is the same thing. You made them by that thing. You made them the same thing. No,
So,
it's not.
are you saying the ether is God? What are you saying?
No,
I
no,
don't know.
no. Don't go back to that. I said it earlier. I'm talking about a medium. I'm talking about something like that is like the water when
Yes,
you create wave on water, like the
thing,
air.
the thing,
They are not gods. They are not gods. Even if you
okay,
find
but
water
the
that
thing,
it is a trinity at the
okay,
same time, you can find
no,
the
no,
water
that's good.
at
No, no,
solid form.
I'm happy.
Or
I'm happy that you didn't say that it's God.
no,
But
no,
the
no,
thing is,
not.
I want to say,
You can find.
I want to
Just think about that. Water is for me is more intriguing than ether. Is more complex than ether. Water
oh
is
yeah,
a trinity. You can find water in the three faces at the same
yes,
time. You can find
Water isn't light.
form, water form, and gas form, and you can. It is
air, that's
omnipresent everywhere in every
oh,
living thing. You can find water in every living thing. So
stay in
I
the
would
water.
say that it's
Why you
God.
want to go to ether? That's what I'm saying. Stay in the water. Why you want to go to ether? Something that you can
Why I
even
don't want
define.
to eat it? It's there. It's something. Yeah, you have a medium. You can't
Man,
say that the
okay, but the problem
microwave
is,
is the same thing as sound wave.
you know
What is it
what?
that's waving?
Okay, Necros, just one minute. Do you know why I told you that you think if ether is God? Because of this thing. If I tell you, can you explain what is God? You cannot say because God is everything. And then when we come to ether, in the end, it's like ether will become everything.
No, it's not everything. It's a medium where a certain type of waves are
Everything is
propagating.
running in the
The
middle of it.
microwave.
What is it that's waving? Fuck's sake. Hello? What is waving? What are you saying is waving?
But
Yeah,
even if it's waving in the
not the water, not the air. So it's another medium.
I'm not talking about what you're talking about, fucking waves of light. What is it? Is it the light that's waving or the ether that's
I'm
waving?
talking specific. I'm talking in specific about the microwaves.
Yeah? What is waving? Is it the light or the medium?
Necros, we talked 2 minutes
Yeah,
ago that
it's medium itself that is waving.
God
Wait,
was everything.
Migo, wait, Migo. Let T Dub keep this. Yeah,
Okay,
it's the
I
medium that
want
is
to
waving
I want
T
to
Dub. It's the medium T Dub. When you generate a microwave, it's the medium that is waving. So when you generate a sound wave, it is the air that is waving. When you generate a wave on water, it is the water that is waving. And when you generate microwave, what is waving? If it's not you can call it whatever you want.
Talking about water, we're not talking about anything else. You're talking about light, right?
No, I'm talking just about the microwaves.
Yeah, light.
That certain type of yeah, but because people don't know that light is wave, I don't bring that to the table because
How do you know it's a wave?
What?
How do you know it's a wave?
I just believe that. I don't know, but like I
So
said,
light is a wave. So it's not the so now okay. Light is a wave. So not the medium waving. Light.
What
the
is
light
wave?
now.
What is a wave? What is a wave?
It's not me that seems to be confused. It's you.
No.
You're saying
What is
you're
wave?
saying the medium is waving, but now you're saying light is the wave.
It's the wave on the medium. I'm not telling you that the light itself is the wave. Like I said earlier, it's not a wave of sound. It's the air that is waving. It's not something that is called sound that is going, but it's a wave, a certain frequency, and the air itself that is moving from side to side.
So what's moving? So what's moving then? The medium or the light?
The air itself. And when you talk about the light or for example the microwave, it's not the air, the medium that is waving, and it's not the water. So we have another medium that we don't know, we know nothing about.
What the heck are you talking about? What is it that's moving? The medium or the light?
The medium.
Medium. So it's not a light. So light is not a wave then.
Oh no, the light is the disturbing of the medium, like sound. Sound, it's not a wave. So light is not a wave, but the wave is is inside the medium. It's happening to the medium. It's the disturbance of the medium.
So the medium is the thing that's moving from one place to another.
Yeah. The medium,
but
is
it's already there.
Yeah,
it's already there.
Yeah, it's already there. When you project.
How's it moving from one point to another if it's already there?
Yeah, but it's like air. When you throw a sound wave, the wave is traveling, and the propagation is the wave. It's the disturbance of that environment, of that medium, the air. The waves start going from a point to point, and the wave itself is the disturbance of that medium. So
you said it's the medium that is moving, not the disturbance of the medium. You said the medium is the thing that's traveling from one point to another.
Okay.
Medium's already there.
Like I said, like a wave in the sea. Or when you slam the surface of water, you create a wave. So that wave is not something, but it's just the water behaving like that.
So what? How do you know that light is a wave? What evidence is there of that?
I don't know that the light is a wave. I know that the microwave is a wave.
How do you know that? How do you know that there is a wave?
It has a frequency.
And
it has frequency.
And
what are the things that have frequencies?
That's just something occurring at intervals.
Other than wave.
It's just something occurring at intervals. A frequency is just something that occurs at intervals. It doesn't have to like a wave, does it?
It is a wave. It is the rating of the
where the top of the wave is and the down of the wave is, and the rate. Those are the hertz.
It's
Hertz.
just something that's recorded at intervals, correct?
Certain hertz. So it's a certain wave. So that wave, if it is a wave, so if it is a disturbance of a medium, what is that medium?
If thought you knew it was.
If what?
A frequency is just something occurring at intervals. It doesn't have to be a wave, does it?
It does.
Why?
Every frequency that we have are mainly waves.
I'm not waving on a door when I knock on a door at intervals.
That's what you think.
You could describe it. You could mathematically describe it as such, right? You could, if you wanted to, mathematically describe it as a wave, but it doesn't necessarily mean it is a wave, right?
When you knock at the door, what are you doing?
I'm knocking at intervals.
And someone heard the knock?
At intervals.
And those intervals doesn't create a sound wave?
We're not talking about the sound. We're talking about the contact of my hand on the wood or metal.
Okay. And what is
not a wave?
Microwave?
I don't know.
Okay. It's microwave, but it's not a wave.
It's called a microwave. I don't know that it is one. That's just how it's described, right?
Yeah. It has frequency, and you can see the microwave pattern if you put a piece of paper, A4 size, in a microwave, and you turn it on. You will see the pattern of the wave drawn by the heat.
How do you know it's a wave?
You can measure it. You will see that it is the same frequency that you generated by the transformer.
The recording something occurring at intervals.
You can see it. Oh, those intervals, you can see them. You can measure them. The length of the wave, and the same length that.
No, not the length of a wave. Not the length of a wave. No, you're not measuring the length of a wave. You're measuring the time in between the occurrence.
Yeah,
intervals.
Yeah,
So you want to interpret. You want to interpret that as a wave.
What is it?
It's something occurring at intervals. You're recording something occurring at intervals. Like you could say, the sun comes up at intervals. Right? Suddenly, the sunrise is a wave now. I just heard a crow. It crowed at intervals. Suddenly, its crowing is a wave now. You could describe it mathematically as a wave if you want.
Okay, so the sun is going up, rising up toward the sky at some hertz. Call that hertz. Is it what you call hertz in your word?
I don't know.
Oh,
I'm just saying that there's things that occur at intervals.
Oh, intervals are hertz.
So I could say,
show me
my dog's scratching. Intervals is hertz.
Show me some hertz that are not waves.
No. You don't get to turn this on me.
I guess you say that
you're
show me hertz that we use in intervals or something that are not waves.
Intervals of something. Intervals of
Yeah,
something, intervals
yeah,
of an
hertz.
occurrence.
The
Something's
word
happening at intervals.
that we're
So then
talking
what?
about is hertz. The
Yeah,
word
and
we were talking about is hertz. So we measure the
so that's
wave.
how we measure anything occurring at intervals. We measure it in hertz. Anything at all, anything out in nature, anything
Let me
happening
ask.
at all,
Let me
happening
ask
at
you. Does
intervals.
the hertz have any relation of the with the top of the peak of any curve, sound wave, or anything? Does the hertz have any relation with the top of the peak? When you have a wave, you have the top of
How
that
many
wave
how many
and the
hertz
low.
is in my heartbeat?
What?
How many hertz in my heartbeat? My
You can
heart's
tell
beating
me.
at intervals, right?
You can
How
tell
many
me.
hertz is that?
You can tell me. I don't know. I never used hertz for something other than waves.
But it's just you're just
Because
recording something occurring
we
at
can use hertz
intervals,
for
right?
anything.
Where does the wave part come in? Where does the wave part come into it when you're just simply recording something occurring at intervals?
Not only the intervals dependent on the time, but the length of the wave also. So the length of the wave is required in the hertz, not
Okay.
only the
I've
intervals.
got a ruler. I've got a measuring stick, and it's got increments on it, right? Units, and they occur at intervals. I can slide along. There's an interval. There's an interval. There's an interval. I can get all the way to the end. Is my ruler bendy now? Is it a wave? My ruler waving? Measuring stick? Is it a wave?
Measuring stick?
Yeah, is it a wave?
Wave?
Yeah, it's got increments, units of measurement at intervals.
Hertz? Hertz?
I can measure hertz with my measuring stick.
Hertz? Okay. How?
I'm asking you. Saying
How can
things.
you do that? How can you measure the hertz?
I don't
How
know.
can you measure the hertz?
Tell me. But you're talking about something occurring at intervals, correct? So something happens, and then there's a break, there's a pause, and then something happens again, and then there's a pause, and then something happens again.
The hertz are for the intensity of the wave itself and the rate of the wave itself. So
Why are you calling it a wave?
if you are playing a sound, for example, if you have a piano or something and you're playing sounds and you have wave checker in front of you in the screen. So if you play the notes, you will have, and if you put your instruments at a certain wave pattern or hertz, specific hertz, you will have different peaks because of the sound and the volume of the sound, different peaks, but they will go at the same rate because you change it to hertz. And so the hertz are only for the wave itself, using the acknowledging the peak of the wave.
A wave? What wave? Why are you calling it a wave?
Because it is.
It's associated. I think it's being associated with the term wave, right? Because waves, like what we observe in the ocean, right? you know, we observe from, you know, them lapping up against the shore at intervals. So there's a wave, and then it resides, and it goes back, you know, then it sort of becomes still, and the next minute there's another wave. So there's another event, right? There's another event, and it just so happens that in water it's all wavy, you know, like we've described waves to be
And the
in
air
that
itself,
shape of a wave, right? But so
and the air
it's just in the sense that it's something occurring at intervals, right?
in the air itself, the sound
So you
waves.
want to imagine this squiggly line that light is doing, right? That's what you want to envision. It's wavy line. It's happening through something. And that's not what is necessarily happening. You're just recording something occur at intervals, and then you can mathematically depict it on a chart like a wavy line in reference to a horizontal line.
Oh,
That's all you're doing. It's mathematical. There's no way to tell if that's what's actually happening in reality with what
if
you've recorded.
but
You've
if
just
you
recorded data and interpreted it mathematically into a wave.
but not
All
that,
you've done.
not that. If
Yes.
you have if you can
Yes.
see if you can
You
see
can't see shit. You
but
fucking
wait,
can't see shit,
T-Dub,
Necros.
please, T-Dub, calm down. I just want to have a
You
conversation.
see an effect, correct? You see an effect.
Wait,
See an effect. You see the result of something happening, and you record the amount of times it happens, at what intervals it happens. That's all you're doing.
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's not that at all. Just try to do this. It is so easy. Try to take an A4 piece of paper size and put it in your microwave. Just take out the
Yes.
plate till it stops spinning, because it doesn't have to spin with the plate. So remove the plate and put the piece of paper just at the floor of your microwave.
Mhm.
Make sure it doesn't rotate, and turn on the microwave. And just try to watch it, because it will start to burn easy. And try to stop your microwave before it burns. You will see exact pattern of the wave of that microwave
What
drawn
does it look like?
in your paper by the heat. So the piece of paper will turn brown, or go into black because of the heat, and it is exact pattern of the wave.
What does it look
and you
like?
can measure it.
It's concentric rings. What, like, is it like
No,
squiggly lines? What does it look like?
Like like a little wave you can have in a reader or screen. You can a curve, little curve that is slowing, going up and down, but it has some big distance between each top of the curve.
I'll see some wavy patterns. Will I?
Yeah. We'll see a real wavy pattern of the direction that that microwave generator will project. Yeah, we will see it physically burned on the piece of paper. Really, like that wavy thing.
So I'll
like
see.
you see
I'll
on
see
screen.
uneven distribution of heat.
Oh no! You will not see an uneven. You will see a real line inside in the top of that piece of paper, brown going to black, and a wavy curve going up, down, and then up and down. I think you will see two peaks in that piece of paper,
Where does it
dependent.
start on the paper? If I got the paper dead center in it, where does it start?
It will start from where you have the transformer and the microwave projector in your microwave center. If it is projecting from from left, and the exhaust is in the right side, will hear the vent in the exhaust. Yeah, It will take that movement from left to right. And if the motor or the transformer and the projector of the microwave is at the right, so it will start from the right to the left.
So I'm seeing something happen at intervals.
You will see a wave, yeah, and wave is something that happens at intervals.
Right. So it's not necessarily a wave like in the ocean.
You will see a real drawing of the wave that you can't see with your own eyes. You will see the drawing of that wave in the piece of paper, and if you measure it with the real frequency of your microwave, you will see that it does match exactly the hertz of your microwave. It's there.
That's
It's there. Trust me.
fascinating.
Make it. Just microwave piece of paper, A4 size. You can do it at home. I'm a
Alright.
as I'm not sincere. I'm lying. But do the test. See the wave yourself. And I don't know. I don't force you to believe anything. It's my own beliefs. I did the test. I saw the pattern, and if it's a real wave, so there is a medium there that we don't know about. So it's not air.
No.
Definitely not air.
No. Where are you getting that from?
What?
Where are you getting that from?
That's what?
That's the problem.
There's a medium there.
That's the problem.
If it's a wave, if it's the microwave, if you see the pattern, if it's the conclusion is that it is a wave. So the wave.
No, you can't do that. Why are you doing that?
So the wave itself is not something other than the behavior of the medium itself. We agreed on that already. So the wave.
No. What? We agreed on what?
That the wave is the behavior of the medium itself.
I'm not agreeing that that's what's happening. I told you what you're recording is something occurring at intervals, and you want to interpret it as it being a wave, like in the ocean.
Yeah, because you will see it like that in drawn in your piece of paper. You will see it by your own eyes.
So something reacts with the paper, and you see a pattern, right? Something occurring at intervals, right? And you want to assume that what's happening.
You see a pattern of wave. You see a pattern of wave. If you want to call it a square, you can, but it's a pattern of wave. If you want to call it a rabbit, you can, but it's a pattern of wave.
And you're assuming that the thing causing it to happen is a wave.
It's the same frequency that you activated. It's the same thing that you activated.
Frequency. Something happening at intervals.
You did that. You did project that wave, and when you placed that piece of paper, the wave will appear on it, like it had to do. It's normal. It had to be.
No, the paper is reacting to something.
Yeah, and you can see it. That it is reacting.
You don't
to
see
something,
what's.
And when it's
you don't see what's causing it. You just see a reaction. No, you see a reaction and assume that what is happening is being reflected on the way that the paper is behaving. So you see a reaction, you've recorded some data and something occurring at intervals, and you think that, and then you interpret that into it being a wave.
So
that
for
the,
you,
the radiation is acting like a wave, like it's appearing on the paper.
So for you, the sound wave isn't a wave.
I'm not talking about sound.
Oh no,
talking
no.
about light.
I want to hear you acknowledge that using the same sentences that you used
Not
with
talking
the.
about sound. I'm talking about light.
No, no, no,
I'm
no.
talking about light.
Why can't you say now, like you said that I interpreted that effect and I said that it is a wave. Why did you accept the fact that the effect that you see on water or the effect that you have on the air with waves, and you consider that
I'm not talking about
is
air. I'm not talking about water. We're talking about light.
it is the same thing that you acknowledge with the same manner that you did to
No,
acknowledge
it's
that. You have
not.
to do it for the other things. If you just see the effect on the piece of paper and you call the microwave a wave, like you said for me. So why do you call the effect that you have with the sound wave, why do you call
You
it wave?
imagine. You imagine squiggly lines that light is doing through something, or you imagine that the thing it's going through is causing squiggly lines, is doing it in squiggly lines. And that may not be the case. You don't see what it's doing. All you do is record something occurring at intervals, and then you interpret it as waves. And we can describe it as a wave.
Yeah,
Sure, we can
that's what you do
we
with
can use
sound wave.
mathematics.
Yeah,
We
that's
can
what
draw
you
a
do with
graph.
sound wave.
We can draw a graph, and then we can join those intervals together with squiggly lines and say, "Look, it's waving."
Yeah,
Data shows me
exactly.
that
That's what your PC is
you
doing.
don't know that it is. You don't know that that's what's happening. You
Yeah,
don't know
that's
that
what
that's
your
what's
PC
happening.
is doing when you are
No, you
playing with
don't.
sound.
You picture it happening like the ocean, and that may not be the case.
Oh no, you never seen a sound wave, but you still
And you've never
consider
seen
it
a light wave,
as
and you've never
as
seen ether
waves.
waves.
No, 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 no.
You've
Wait,
just
wait.
recorded.
You never seen a sound wave, but you can see the microwave on a piece of paper, the pattern of it on a piece of paper. You still convinced by the fact that the sound wave is a wave, but even if you never seen it, but the thing that you can see its effect on a piece of paper and a pattern, you don't want to call it wave.
Necros, you're seeing the wave on the paper, which is a medium. It's not ether. You're seeing the wave in the paper.
No,
It's
no,
not
no.
a medium.
We make that experiments just to see the pattern
Oh
of
my
the wave.
god.
But you
You're
can
going back again to
remove the medium.
wait. I will tell you one thing. You will go to the conclusion in the end that ether is God. And then you're gonna realize your mistake. Okay, now you can go with your journey.
Don't worry about that.
Yes,
Nothing will
have a beautiful
bad will
journey.
happen.
Have a
I
beautiful
never
journey.
consider a medium as God. I never consider ether as God because if
Because it
that
will
thing
come to that. It
is
will
there,
come
is
to
real,
that.
it's just a medium. Like I never consider air as God or water as
Is
God.
God
So those things
omnipresent?
are
Is God
different. So
omnipresent? Is
no,
God
no,
omnipresent?
yeah, God is omnipresent,
Yes.
omnipotent.
Okay.
I will not
Yes.
change in
Yes.
5 minutes.
Yes.
Don't worry.
So,
We just talked
because
about
the way you are talking, everything is ether. So everything is, which
no,
is
no, no.
everything.
Even if the
That's
water
what you
is
want to come to it. Look, go
even
with
if
your
the
journey,
fact,
my
even if
friend,
the fact,
my
even if
brother.
the fact that the
Go
water
with
is
your
on
journey.
everything, it doesn't make the water God. Even if the
Yes.
water is in every
Doesn't
living
make
thing, it doesn't
why?
make the water
Okay.
God. So
Yes,
just
but what is
don't
the
worry about those
microwave
things.
that is making everything different?
Don't worry. My spirituality doesn't have
I know,
anything
I
to
know,
do with the
I
mediums,
know.
with the different
We took
mediums
1
that we
hour
are
about that.
studying.
My brother, we took 1 hour about that. And I know where is your heart. But your mind
Where my heart,
still,
in my chest.
yes,
It's not. It
but
doesn't. It
your
do
mind is
anything
still
other than something
playing
blood.
tricks. Your mind is still playing tricks. Even when we talk about the spirituality, your mind is it was not there because the mind doesn't exist. But in this case of ether, your mind wants to play trick. You can play that trick. Enjoy it until you find out. That's what I'm saying. Because it doesn't matter which way you are taking, you are coming back to God. Okay? Ether, no ether, breathing, no breathing, you are coming back to God.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
the
for
solution.
sure. For
Yes.
sure.
So why
We
you
all
are
are
trying?
going back to God.
So why you are wanting to give your mind that happiness to enjoy, to discuss about something that he cannot understand?
Knowledge. Just
Yes,
I love
you
knowledge.
don't
I love
understand. But
acquiring
there is,
knowledge.
you don't understand. You can only experience. We agreed about this. God, you experience. You don't know it. You experience it, and that's how you know it. Because you experience. I put my finger on the candle. I burn my finger. I know that the fire can burn me. That's a knowledge with the experience comes. If there is no experience, there is no knowledge. There is education. You have to experience it. That's what I keep saying. If you want to know if the earth is flat, you have to go out and look for it. Because the proof is out there for your physical uh, questions. For your spiritual questions, for your spiritual questions, it's very difficult.
Yeah, correct,
Because
brother.
everybody's
Because
journey is different.
oh my God,
You
because
want to
the
come back again and
microwaves.
tell me waves. You want to come
Because
back and tell me about waves. I know
yeah,
what you're
because
going
the
to do.
microwaves are there and it can
You know
burn
what
you.
you're
Wait, wait.
going to
Because the microwaves are there and because it can burn you and because you can play with it and make I can throw a video to show you how to make a gun with with the focalized microwaves. Just it's so easy to
I
remake.
know.
And yeah,
It's,
that thing
but
is
in the
there.
end, they
If
all
there
come
is
back to God. I mean, why you are resisting? But the end, everything comes to God.
yeah, yeah.
There is only one. But why you are resisting on this one? I don't understand.
I don't resist on this one. Do you think that it's the only thing that I am thinking about? No, it was
No, but
just
you don't have to think about
not
it because
up
your mind,
today. But if
my friend,
you want, I have so many things that I know. Yeah,
my friend,
about the flat Earth,
agreed,
about the
agreed. My friend, we agreed that God we cannot know with our mind. We can experience it. You cannot know it. Your mind cannot understand. Like the computer will never know which guy who clicked the last screw because it's a computer. Your mind, it's a computer, cannot understand who created it, but he can only experience it. As
who is
we talk about
talking about
3D,
who
as we
created
talk about,
the
as we
Earth?
talk about breathing and ayahuasca and or whatever DMT. We can
Don't worry,
experience.
brother. We were talking about the creation, not the creator, but the creation itself.
Yes.
So
Yes.
those things are real if we are using them in our daily life. Gravity isn't real because we don't use it, we
Even
don't
ether is not real.
experience it. It's
That's
not
what I'm
in
saying.
such a gravity. But
Ether
if
is not real.
microwaves are real, it can burn you, like you said about the fire on the thing. Yeah, it can burn you. It can explode your
Yes.
head. Yeah, it can melt your
All
brain if you
mediums,
want.
there is
Uh, yeah,
energy.
it does so many things. So it is something real. There is people that understand that thing. They know that thing. Do you think the industries? No, the people who showed the blueprint to those industries to reverse engineer or to remake those microwaves. So we do that. We use those things. And
Yeah.
we just
Where was ether involved?
try to understand what we are using.
This
What
is
is that?
Where did they factor in ether when they manufactured those devices, right? When they drew up the blueprints, then eventually manufactured the device, where and when was ether a factor?
There is no ether in this shit. I mean, that's
No,
what
no. There is no there is no ether
talking about
introduced in
the
that.
microwave.
It was just the wave, but because they know that people don't know what is a wave, so they hear microwave. Okay, it's microwave, so it is a wave, a certain wave called microwave, but they don't
It's
even
interpreted
understand
as.
that the wave is the disturbance of a medium. So
It's
if
mathematical.
it
It's
is
interpreted with the
that microwave
mathematical
is a medium.
conception of it.
Wait, Migo. If that microwave, like they say, it's a real wave, and it has hertz and it has normal pattern that we can show in the piece of paper that you can put in the microwave. Yeah, is it true? A microwave? And what are we using if it's not?
Are you saying
What are we using?
What did they create, invent if they didn't understand what they invent? If they didn't understand that it is a certain type of wave, it called microwave. They called it microwave and they gave it a certain amount of hertz. So if it's not a wave like you think, it's what?
no? But even if it's a wave, it's a
Wave.
particular wave.
What is the medium? If it
Like
is
a
wave,
sound.
what's the medium?
It's like a sound. It's like a water wave. It's like the heat wave that I have in front of me for my heater. I have electric wave. I have million waves.
Wait.
Everything is
Can you
so.
create in a
Are you
single
saying?
medium? Wait, brother, wait. Can you create in a single medium different type of waves?
You see, you want to come back to that God can do everything. And you're gonna say,
Don't
"Oh,
run
you can
away
do it in
from
ether."
don't run
Okay,
away from
ether
me
is not
using
that.
that. No. Don't acknowledge that anymore, please, brother. So, if those things are real waves, what is the medium? If you say that the air is a medium, it's the same medium where you have sound waves, and where you have the other type of waves that have other type of effect on things. They can burn, they can make water boil. So wait, brother, just wait. Don't interrupt me. So if you have two type of waves that are propagating in the same medium, can you show that in the water itself and show me different type of waves in the same medium, different type of things in the same medium? So if the sound wave is traveling in the air, the microwave isn't, is not, because they have no relationship between each other. If it is, so the microwave is a spectrum of sound wave. Guys, please.
Just a wave, man. Why you are not getting the concept that it's just a wave that is propagating in the medium?
Yeah, what is the medium? Yeah,
Wait,
it is just a wave that is propagating inside
what
the
is the
medium. What is the medium? It's the
whatever
damn
is propagating
forbidden word. It's the damn
whatever is
forbidden word.
propagating in doesn't matter if it's if it's
Matters.
14 point if
It's
it's
something that is something that
yes
is there. You can have the wave, you can feel the wave, you can test the wave, you can play with the wave, and you just don't want, you're scared. It's not that you don't want, you are scared to try to understand anything about that medium, till the point that the name of the
What medium?
but
What
this is the
medium?
what
where
medium
the microwaves are propagating.
where is propagating it must be in
Medium.
a medium of if there is particles of air or water where
No,
else can do
because
where else?
because
Okay,
sound
vacuum
waves,
how much is the
because
PCI of the vacuum that you're having
listen.
propagated
You
vacuum
have types of waves in the same medium. It's called that those waves are in the same spectrum.
okay my friend
So
I just
no,
want to tell you one
sound
thing
waves are not same thing as microwaves. They don't propagate in the same medium. So it's not the air
same way in the same
behaving as
because
sound
sound
wave, or the air behaving as a microwave. No, the air is
sound
behaving
my
in a
my
single type of waves. They
sound
are
wave
sound waves.
my friend sound wave it propagates different in the air than in the water in the water it's faster because in the water usually you don't know where the sound is coming from because it's too fast in the
Different
air
type of
you
mediums,
know
yeah, different type of
different
mediums,
medium.
different type
It's
of
the same
effect.
fucking thing with the microwave. You put it in the 14.7 PCI. Okay, it reacts like this. You put it on the 10 point PCI, it will react differently. You put it on the bloody, I don't know, 2 PCI, it will react differently.
Never, never the
You don't have
waves is
zero.
the
You don't
same
have
no
zero.
matter.
You don't have
Wait.
zero
The
vacuum.
waves.
You don't have zero vacuum. This is the fucking problem. You
Wait,
don't have zero vacuum.
I'll ask you something. The Wi-Fi in your house. Do
Me.
you
You don't have
consider
zero
those things?
vacuum.
Do you consider
Network.
those? Wait. Do you consider those things as waves or not?
My friend, you don't have zero PCI. You can show me zero PCI.
Brother,
I believe you.
can you
Show
answer that? Do you
PCI.
consider the Wi-Fi signal
Subject.
as a type of
You're
wave?
running away now.
If
Because you
yes, if the
wanna
signal of Wi-Fi is a type of wave, what is the medium, if you don't mind?
can you
Because
show
it's not
me zero PCI that your vacuum is working in it? Zero PCI, not 0.0001. Zero PCI. Can you show me your vacuum is working in it? You cannot.
you can never
Zero
have a perfect.
PCI
You can never
doesn't
have a perfect vacuum.
zero
You can never
PCI.
have perfect vacuum.
My friend, zero PCI doesn't exist. Just because there is less particles doesn't mean that the particles in this less space doesn't react differently. We don't
They
know that. I
react. They
don't know that.
react.
I don't know that.
Listen.
I
They
don't know
react. We don't. We know that because you said that
that.
the sound wave is a spectrum of the microwaves. You said it yourself. You said that they both
Word
travel in the same
I
medium.
don't
So if
know
the
it.
medium, if the wave is this disturbance of the medium, what will make the sound wave act differently as the microwave? Because the sound wave
loses its strength in the vacuum, because sound don't travel in vacuum, and the microwave still travel no matter what, and the same rate, the same hertz, no change. So
Uh,
behavior
Necros,
of
you want to make life exciting and interesting. You can make it, but it's not. You see, the mind is beautiful. It can play any game it wants. It comes back to one thing, and you know it. Go around, play the game, and come back to the same thing. You
oh, life
can.
is
You want to
exciting for
come
me.
back again, and you're gonna tell me again about the wave and about the sound, about this thing. Okay, go and explore. And I wish you all the best. But there is one thing to come back to, and if I can help you in your journey, I will be here. But you have to realize that this is all mental game. It's the reality is what you experience, not what you have it on the paper as a structure, mathematical shit or whatever. You know that. You know that. I mean, we are going on circles for nothing. We are coming back to the same thing, which is God created duality, and we are playing in it. And we are the experiencer of the experience. You, but don't go that way. I mean, it's like I see black things on that road. I don't see beautiful light. So you want to go there and explore, and I don't know. It's your journey, it's your life, it's your experience.
I have a microwave at home. Why do I don't I'm not
I
allowed
don't
to
use microwave.
understand
You see, my
those
problem
things
is I don't use
as
microwave.
people who created them.
Yes,
So
but for
they
me,
are
microwave,
they the only ones who have the privilege to understand those things and create some things that people here don't want even to look into.
yes,
And
but
they want to utilize, they want to use, to consume. A microwave, yeah, I'm ready, I'll buy it, but how it
micro,
works, what is it, what is generating, what is making the food hot, and how did they manage to understand that, and have the and what are they understanding in reality, and what they are telling us and not telling us.
Necros, you are. I don't know why you are circling around about this microwave. Nobody's talking about microwave here. The only thing is you
Talking about the only microwave in my life. For example, I give you just a helpful example. Do you know that you have the debunker, the best debunker of the spinning globe? Do you have that? You know, every one of us have it. If you have a smartphone, you have to know that you have a gyroscope and an
I don't know. I
accelerometer
don't need.
in
I
your.
don't need. No, no. You see, I don't need the smartphone. I have my ear, and there is a
Okay,
liquid in my ear that is
but me,
telling me every time I am leaning different way. Oh, you are lifting on your right
yeah.
side. That's the liquid in my
But
ear. I don't
for
need
me,
the.
I
I don't
love.
know
But wait.
why you
Let
need.
me say it.
Why
Let me say
eh,
it. I have to go, Migo. Let me say my point. But for me, I love to understand how things works, because I can use them in my
they are
life, in my daily
working.
life. So, for
They
example,
are working.
with the let me just give you a point, and
Okay.
you can tell me your response. So, for example, you have a phone, I don't know if you have it, but most of us have a smartphone. And you have to know that every smartphone have a gyroscope and an accelerometer in it. So something that measure the force applied on the phone and the axis where the phone is moving. So if you take or play a video, 360 video, put your phone on the desk and pause the video, you can still turn the 360 video and see what is behind and what is in the sides, just without playing the video, just keeping it on pause. So pause the video and let the phone on the surface of your desk. If the pendulum, the rotation or the spin of the earth, the effect of the spin of the earth and the effect of that centrifugal force is real, and you can see it on the pendulum, like they say, you would have to see it on the phone because of the gyroscope and the accelerometer. And if you put that video and you wait 12 hours, you will have to see the video watching the other side, because the phone itself, so the gyroscope inside the phone, made a half circle around the earth. So it is the first debunker of the spin of the globes. I love to understand those things and how those things works. That's what brought me into that forbidden thing, and that's why I'm trying to understand it better. I'm not saying that I understand it and understand it fully. So yeah, why not?
Yes, can I tell you something, my friend? You are trying to find the game of the devil, how he's playing. In your reality, I don't need gyroscope. I don't need anything, because my ear liquid is telling me which way is up, which way is down. I have my own horizontal and level balance already inside me. But you are trying to figure out the magic of the devil, which is maybe good, I don't know. But I don't need to play
You know the
devil's game.
strategy of your enemy, so your
Yes,
enemy will
but I
never
know.
surprise you.
But
You don't need to disprove shit.
but I know the enemy when I go inside and find God, and I know that He created the enemy as well. So I know the enemy, it is within, in me. And this is where I have to decide who I want to feed. Do I give food to the enemy or to the one that I want to be with? I try to be with the one I want to be with, even though the other one is like knocking the fucking door and is like doing all the dances and jumping and showing everything, like, hey, choose me, choose me. And this is where it comes, the drugs, the alcohol, the woman, the la 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 la, Louis Vuitton or whatever. It comes all with that. But in the end, I don't need all that, because the Creator created me perfect. It's the only thing is for me to realize that perfection. Not going around and checking, oh, there is a mistake in His creation, or look, no, I want to try. That's why I always say, go outside and check it for yourself, the reality of the Creator. And then when you want to go inside for your spirituality, it's your own journey. Everybody has his own journey. One in the Buddhism, one in the Christianism, one in Islam, one is in atheism, whatever. It's their own journey for their spirit. But the physical reality is outside there, and we can see it, we can feel it. We don't have to add anything on it. Because when you're coming back to the ether, it's like, what is ether? In the end, it would be like, you are saying kind of like, it's nothing but everything. It's everywhere. Yes, I know it's everywhere. So you are like kind of
Necros.
I never called it ether because like I said, I'm an Arab. I use the term ether to talk to people who's talking English because why would how will I call it Brandon? No, I use the term known by
you have to
everyone.
call it.
That is the same term that is hated by the Glover.
Imagination.
Yes, but you see, even the word God, it doesn't represent God because it's just a description. It's a spelling for something. I say God, you say Allah. The other one say Om. The other one say Brahma. I don't know. It's all names, but the reality is not the vibration of my word. It's his word, not my word.
Why don't you just call ether dark energy or dark matter?
I don't know. Like I said, T Dub, it's nothing. There is nothing about the name. Uh, you can call it primordial, medium, something like that. You
I
can
heard
call
that
it just
before.
medium.
Primordial light, you said.
You can call it medium.
So, okay,
Simple.
so let me ask you. Let me ask. What about that? Let me ask you. Why are you trying to debunk Earth motion, Earth rotation?
Oh, I'm not trying. It is debunked already. I'm not just trying. So there is nothing on that. I just like I said, there is no bad as having more information. So like when I give you the example of the mobile phone, so the accelerometer in the mobile phone doesn't detect any motion of
That's
the earth
interesting.
around itself. So if there is a centrifugal force, no matter what how minimal it is, it should be detected by that the accelerometer. It should show you a certain curve in the line of
That's
measuring of your.
interesting. But what did you expect?
Well, it showed nothing. There is no spin, no nothing. I wasn't show it to myself, but I was testing it for to show it to people because it is an understandable thing. If you are a flat earther, so if you know that there is an accelerometer, something that can measure the force applied on the device to make it move, so if there is a system that can measure that, so we can use that system to show people that there is no movement of the earth around itself at all.
They're not going to believe you, right? Most
But you
people,
can
most Glovers
have
are not going, and they're just going to it. They're just going to like assert relativity or something like that. But you don't need to do that. If they want to claim that the Earth is in motion, then it's on them to demonstrate, measure it, and demonstrate to you how it is, not for you to demonstrate how it isn't. We already experience it as motionless, right? It already is
correct, correct.
self-evident that it's not moving.
Yeah, you're correct, brother. And like I said, it's just for me. It's just a good thing to know. There you have something everyone can have, can use. I don't know if it's someone who is close to you. If it's not and then that person that you don't know already. If it's a family in the family or someone that you respect, you can use that You can use those things. For example, you can pick your phone and put the application that shows you the force applied on any one of the three axes on the phone. So it will show you the three-dimensional movement of your phone in any direction. So if that person, you respect that person, father, for example, uncle, someone who you don't want to push him like people you don't know, like here in the server, and you want just to go easy on him, you want to help him also, you can pick up your phone, put the app, and show him that there is no movement at all
No,
on
but
any of the axes.
Yeah, just tell them to go outside and have a look and see that it's not moving.
yes, but my friend, why you wanna go to take the phone and show him? Why you don't wanna take him out and show him outside reality? Why you wanna show
Yeah,
him on the phone? The
like I
phone
said,
is not
it's just an option. It's just an option,
microwave.
and if that option is there, but wait, if that option, it's just an option. You have like a card. You
Don't
add
tell
a
me
card in your truck.
take
Like if
your
it's
friend and go with him for a hike. Don't tell me you don't have an option to tell your friend, hey, man, you like marijuana? I give you a joint. Come with me for a hike. You like a couple of beers? Come, I have. Let's go to this lake. I have a couple of beers and watch the lake. Why you have to show him on the fucking thing? We are being lazy as well. You see, this is the other thing. We are being lazy. We want to show everything on application. You know, when I got Davis Wise
not
application, I
that.
was so
No, it's not that. Like I said,
everything
like
in it. But then
like
in the end, I'm like, shit, I'm not experiencing. I'm just watching it on his application. But I have to go out and experience the creation. This is the point. Yes.
I really know. I really agree. But I hope you're with me. You are not. You
You
don't
know, I
have to
understand
be
you as well.
limited
You have
on
heart.
that. On that.
You have
So you
heart.
don't have to be limited to put the on that chair in front of that lake. You don't have to be limited on that. So it is the reality.
Yeah,
So
but
the
it's the first
reality is
step.
full of things.
Instead of
But if you limit yourself to watching the horizon and just watching the horizon, nothing other that. See,
Necros,
how will you
I gave
experience
that example.
entirely the life?
Sorry, but I gave that example of taking your friend to the lake because of you said it was like I was trying to explain that it's our experience. You know, it's not on the phone. Even it's the first step is the lake, the next one is the ocean, the other one is the mountain. I don't know, but at least it's the first step, but not on the application, because I try to show my friends, my family, I try to show them on the application. But it's the same thing because they see the same shit on the television. When I show things on the television, it's for them it's the same thing. It's television. Why I should believe you and not believe that? I have to take and take them out. Show.
Yeah.
Look, you see, so
Mind
far.
them.
That's the only
Remind them, yeah, exactly. Take them outside and remind them of what they've always and only ever experienced and observed, which is not spinning ball.
I always
Don't-
say, give me your personal experience of the globe, nothing else. Your personal experience of the globe, and show me, and let's talk about it.
Exactly. I already don't experience Earth to be a spinning ball in a
Because they
vacuum.
don't have it. They're gonna show you on the telephone the things. So when I'm showing the same thing on the phone to the other way on the phone, it's the same thing for them. It's not changing. So that's why the only way to change them is like grab from their hands and take them out. Show them the reality, not on the phone, not on the TV, not on the microwave, not on the bloody anywhere. It's there. You can feel it. That's your reality. Your five senses. That's all you have. Go and feel it and show and experience it. Then you come spirituality is a different dimension. That's imagination or whatever. Yeah, experience, different kind of experience. Yeah, different story. But at least in the physical one, that we can do all without any imagination. It's go out and feel it and check it.
With my experience, because I talked about the earth with people for a long time. I'm not new in the flat earth. I'm a flat earth, I think 8 or 7 years old, flat earther. And when I talk with people, my conclusion is that it is really a low chance to convince people by talking to them or by showing them. If they don't try to research or understand by themselves, they will never understand anything from what you say. That's my personal experience from when I was a glober. When I first heard about the flat earth, I had really bad reaction. Cognitive dissonance popped out directly. First second, cognitive dissonance problem. I couldn't see or imagine or have an image of what the guy was talking about. And without watching it in internet, I never seen it. The pizza in the space was the first image I had in my head. So yeah, it is really low chance to convince people to understand what is the flat earth and to debunk the globe if they don't do that themselves by their own research and their own
Don't
observation.
have to. That's the problem. You don't have to. There is absolutely 100% zero obligation anybody to prove, debunk, prove it isn't a spinning ball, right? To debunk that it isn't, right? You don't have to debunk anything. They have to prove it. They have to prove it to you or themselves, right? Just ask them. And then when they present you something that they think is evidence, point out how it's not evidence, right? How it's logically fallacious, flawed, or which you've got to understand how it is or isn't evidence.
But
and they must come to the understanding that what they thought was evidence isn't, and that they set their bar very, very low. They didn't set their standard of evidence high enough, right? They just went along with something that they couldn't verify for themselves.
But as
and then get them to ask the next person that if they've got any evidence, and they'll find that they don't, and so forth and so on, right?
But
this is what needs to be put out there, that nobody has to try and disprove what hasn't been proven already.
Yeah, but I don't take it like that. I don't take it as a competition, because I think that we have
there isn't. I agree.
to help them, because I don't think that we are against them or they are against us. I think that they are fooled.
Never said we were.
We are woke people, and they still are fooled people, and amazed by the fantasy world that was created for them, imagination, pure imagination. So I think that because I was a glober, I was misunderstanding the reality myself. I just have to help them not to be against them and try to compete against them and to show them that we are the winners and you are the losers and you can't provide proof for your globe. I don't take it like that. I take it like, yeah, they are in a misery like we were, and they believe the same bullshit that we were believing, and we just have to help them.
I agree. There is no fight. There's no debate. There is only what you observe and experience in reality, and then there's people that try and attempt to show you that we live on a spinning ball, even though we can't observe or experience it. That's all there is. Is no dichotomy. Right? Nobody even has to take a stance on flat. You don't even have to say that you think it's flat. If you didn't want to, people could just come up and like wait till it comes up and and then say, oh, it's a spinning ball, right? And they say, yeah. Well, do you think it's not? And I go, well, I'm looking for where it is. I can't see it. Then they'll say TV and all that. Right? So there's only them attempting to prove that it is a spinning ball. That's all there is.
Yeah. But do you agree that there is a real thing that is called the cognitive dissonance? That there is a real mental issue that we all have that is called the cognitive dissonance that acts like an antivirus for to protect the ideas or the beliefs that we already have.
Of course there is.
So yeah, and I think
Of course there is.
that thing will act against what we say. That thing will make people create new assumptions, because I witnessed that to protect the belief of the globe. And during the conversation, when you limit people inside the conversation or a debate against the globe, they start creating lifetime new assumptions just to protect their beliefs.
Yeah, like you protecting your
Absolutely.
belief of ether is the same thing. You're not seeing it.
Bring
That is
that
the problem,
in.
my friend. This is the problem. You're not seeing it yet. I don't know why, but you are holding it to it. But
Listen, I will
okay,
consider it
go
like
back
that.
again.
The ether, I will consider it like my own problem. I will never try to bring out the ether to people. Uh, yeah,
But that's what
I
you
have my
did the last 2 hours, 3 hours. I don't know how many hours. That's what you did. You try to prove that there is something there that you
you know
imagine.
it wasn't really a bad discussion as it is when it is when you bring that against globers, because it is more they feel it, they feel like if they feel pain when you bring out that topic to globers, because it's against them. They hate that. They really hate that.
Yeah, like you hate it when we talk about the ether. It's the same. You hate
Yeah,
it. You want
but
to
like I
defend
said,
it so
uh,
badly. You want to defend it so badly. It's like you are defending a religion. Is like the same. It was the same, and you cannot see it. It's okay. You will. I'm
oh
sure
no,
you will.
No, no,
And now you're
don't.
gonna say again that no, I am not, but because the wave is different in
No, no, like
microwave, and
like the in
you want
the.
to go back again. It's
No,
okay.
I don't want to go back to the topic, but
I
like
hope
I
so.
said,
I hope so.
yeah, we had we talked about the topic. So yeah, we have our
Yes,
understanding. So some people say that okay, we don't see that, so we don't have. But yeah, but it's a different understanding of the how things
yes.
works.
But the only thing we can all experience is when we go outside and we look to the lake, we look to the sea, we look to the mountains, we look to the nature. We can understand that it's everything is created. There is no big bang. We are not just um, speck in a dust.
Yeah,
Yeah, we are we
like
are part
when
of
you
the creation that God gave us this creation.
but wait,
Yeah, and
like
we can go on. All of
appreciate.
us respect that and help to grow in this creation and help us each other to grow up.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
exactly.
all we
But
can do.
like when you love to do a thing, for example, making using the wood, working with the wood, making tables,
Hmm.
making things with the wood, uh, yeah, or making things with the iron or metal. Uh,
Or planting is the
when you
best
love
thing.
working with the
Plant
things, so it's just
planting.
experience also. So it's not bad to do or to try to understand or to manipulate
Yet
the
try
things that you
planting,
have
my friend.
in reality. So I think for me, if the God created things, I think that it will be good to understand those creations.
Yes, the laws of creation is very, very simple. Respect all creation.
Yeah.
Don't harm others. Don't kill. Don't abuse.
Yeah, we believe in
It's
spirit,
very
even if
simple, right?
we
You,
believe in
you,
that
you
we have a
don't need you don't need an encyclopedia for that. It's like very
yeah,
simple.
we all
Respect
believe. I don't say
all
that all,
creation.
but most of us believe that we have spirits inside us, even if we can't touch touch it or feel it or test it or something. So yeah, we can have those ideas. It's not bad thing. Still not bad thing
Yeah, but
if it's
still
true,
ideas. It's not
correct.
reality. It's
If it's
still
correct,
ideas. You see, the life is what you experience between every breath you take. Because you don't know if I inhale, will I exhale and then inhale? Maybe not. If God doesn't want, I cannot. So it's like the silence between every breath, every inhale and exhale is the most precious thing. It's like that's where comes the pranayama from. It's like because the first thing you did is you inhaled, the last thing you're gonna do is exhale. That's that's the wave that you are talking about. That's the real wave, the motion, the action, which is in everything. It's not in particular thing. It's in everything. The notion of existence is in everything, not in particular thing. Because God is everywhere, omnipresent. So existence it has to be respectful, however it comes. however bad or good it is. It's the creation. It's his will. Because he has the joystick, he can stop it anytime he wants. If you want to go to simulation, yeah, he has joystick. If you want to go to creation, he has your breath. Anytime he wants, he can take it. You're gonna go spirituality. He has his. Your spirit belongs to him. It's part of his. He created you, spirit, body, whatever. He created me, us, everybody, everything. See, our game. It's our understanding of the game. It's very easy. There is only the creator. But what is the game? He wants us to play, right? Where in his law of the game, in his game, there is law because there is a game, there is law. So we have to understand his law of the game. That's all. In this reality, what is his law of the game? If you want to call it game, Shakespeare call it theater or the play. The other people they call it the dance, it's the music. The other people they call it's the spiritual journey. The other one say it's the God
It's a
put you
test.
here so you can suffer and you can learn. Okay,
Like it's a
whatever.
test. Like for example, like a test, like done in a
Yes,
test. Some
yes, but who's doing the test?
who makes
Y-
a mix of a liquid and take some samples, make multiple samples of that mix, and he put the samples in different situations. A sample in the vibrator, a sample in the mixing thing, a sample in the freezer, and a sample in the hot thing, microwave or an oven. And at the end he takes those samples and he's trying to see which one managed to work for him and which one didn't work, and it's broke out or something like that.
No,
And
I think you like your microwave, yeah? You always have to put the microwave in the bloody explanation of yours. You like that. But I don't think it's that. I think it's more that um, there
Forging.
is this terrain, and you can choose to do whatever you're gonna do. Good,
It's
well,
described
because he
as
created good and bad, so you have these two choices. You don't have the third one.
right. It's a
So you're gonna be
trial,
good or
trial
bad.
by fire. So it's
Yeah, whatever you
described
want to
as
call it.
like a
Yes.
conglomerate. So it's described as a conglomerate of
Mhm.
material that's put in a refinery. Out at the end of it, you just get pure gold, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. You know, that's it. Whatever you do in the end, you're getting the gold.
like
Doesn't
a
matter
preparation,
how hard is the heat, how low is the heat. In the end, you're getting the gold. So it's
like
like
like it's it's a preparation, T-Dub.
yes, of course. It's like
Right.
you're gonna
That's what it's
fall
described as.
down, you're gonna stand up. It's like when we were kids. If every kid gave up first time he tried to go up to stand up, nobody was going to walk. But
Have you
you see,
ever
the
heard
kids, he goes up, falls down, he goes up again and falls down, and until we in the end we start to walk. Right?
it made
We
me
tried
remember
so many times, hundreds of times maybe.
it made me
But
remember a short story they written. It was talking about the two kids in the womb of their mother, and so
Mm,
kid were asking the other,
yep.
do you think that there is something when we get birth or when we'll get out of the womb of our mother? And the other said, no, we will just like that disappear. And the other, and how about if there is something and we are just in a phase of preparation for something more important than that? And imagine if mother exists, and if it's she is feeling us now. And the other one asked him what and why she never came here, and we never seen her. So it reminds me that story.
Yes,
So like
I know
we
the
are,
story.
like
And I
if
always put,
we were in the womb of our mother, a first preparation, and we got here in this physical world, the second preparation for something more important.
the second thing, which I say, hey, where is that place? It's where I am now, right? Because when I was in the womb of my mom, probably I thought about that. Oh, shit, this is the best place, man. Why should I go out? I have food, I have everything here. I mean, I'm warm, I'm nice, I can stretch, I can do whatever I want. This is where the mother feels, oops, somebody's bumping, something is moving. Yeah, right. We feel the baby in the womb. And
So just to
yeah, we
understand
were like that, right? That, yeah. In the
So
end, we
just to
choose.
understand how I
Metamorphosis.
was excited with about the discussion with you guys, and I loved it so much. You know what hour it is now in my country?
Oh man, I know it's too late. I was already thinking like already you started very
It's nine
late.
it's 9:53 a.m.
Oh man, you've
I
been like
sleep
awake all night, right?
all the night from yesterday. Yeah, I didn't
Yep.
sleep all night. It's 9:53 now. Uh,
Oh
uh,
my God.
I would love to stay longer, but I really so tired. I will get
I
some
know,
sleep.
me too, me too. Hey, brother,
Yeah.
it's beautiful talking to you. I
Yeah,
love
get some
you,
sleep,
and
bro.
already, we talked already before this when I was going to my um, solar eclipse journey, and I was on the road, and you were talking about the Quran and Muhammad
Yeah,
and with righteous, and we talked there as well, and it was beautiful, and it's still beautiful. It's
I
amazing.
love you guys. I respect you all. T-Dub,
Yeah.
all
Thank
the
you,
guys,
man.
even those who didn't talk or I didn't hear them. I respect you all so much.
Thank you for spending time, but don't
Yeah.
stress too much on
Yeah.
Ether anyway. But anyway, that's
So
different
have a
story.
good one, guys.
I love you.
Much love and respect.
Yes, man.
Yeah, man, no problem. Yeah, take it easy. Have a good night
Yeah.
or a good sleep. Good morning.
Whatever. Yeah, man. That was a good one. But uh, you know, I went all around and I can see where he's coming from, but he still didn't figure out that where he's going with Ether, it will lead him the same place. It's like it's crazy. He's he.
I
I don't
think
know why he
anybody
cannot
does.
see it. It's crazy, but he. I mean, he's awake. He's pretty awake. He can see a lot of things. Why he cannot see that trap? It's like very small trap. I mean,
Yeah, it's just a new story. It's just a filler to fill in the hole. It
Yeah,
was left by the void. It was a void left by the understanding of reality. Not being what it was before, what you were told. Now there's this gap, right? Oh, let's
yeah,
stuff
yeah,
ether in there, and oh, that fixes it. No, it doesn't.
yeah. I understand that as well. Like, I went through many things as well. Like from here to there, from I left flat Earth because like there was so much infighting. I didn't like it, and I said, man, this is not searching for truth. It's like people fighting against each other. It's like what the hell. And then during the pandemic, I had more time, so I found this channel and others, and yeah, nice things happens, and learn more, and yeah, realize that
Yeah.
because I had these speculations as well. Yeah, it must be something or ether, or not ether,
Well, yeah.
but I had these things as well. Like it must be something there. Yeah, but in the end, you come
Be
back that
fair.
no, there is nothing else. There is what there is. There is nothing else. This is what
Yeah.
you
And to be fair,
experience.
he did say it's just his belief, and like he, did concede a few things. It's just what he's
Yeah, I
trying.
like him.
His
I like him.
understanding, his
Yeah,
personal belief, no
you know,
scientific evidence. Blah blah blah.
yeah, he doesn't have that. This is the problem, and he knows that. But it's still the mind
Yeah.
game. It's nice because when you play chess, it's like you want to find the best move, right? Not the second best one, the best one. So you try your best, but it doesn't come out. Oh shit! It was the worst. He found the much better. Like he found the checkmate in two. Fuck! How did I miss that? You know, you thought it was the best one, but it's not. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was seeing the chess thing the other 2 days ago. The analysis. It's like it exactly like playing chess. It's like yes, I know what you were trying to do. I'm talking about debating. Yeah, it's like when you're debating. Yeah, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to circle around. You have this belief. You want to go there, but I have the checkmate. Go wherever you want to go, but you want to come back to the checkmate because I see what you're doing. He goes to. He don't want to leave it. Yeah, it's like I love my ether. I cannot leave it. He wants to defend it badly, and I told him. I said, as soon as I want to say the word, they're gonna go ranting, and I said, "You believe in ether?" And he goes like, "Ah!" And I learned all this on this channel. So thanks to you guys.
Hey
Are you
man,
from Australia?
I was asking about. I was thinking the same thing about the ether. I've just come on, but I was asking about the ether the other day because I was looking at some stuff from um about like Tartaria and stuff and free energy and shit like that. So what do they claim the ether actually is?
You see, I have completely different idea about the free energy. It's like the free energy. What is the energy in the first place? It's something that exists. You cannot destroy it. You can manipulate it. You can use it. Yeah. So probably we as humans, we have so much electric energy in our body. So I'm sure in the air that I'm breathing, there is probably energy as well. Now, how I'm gonna cultivate it to make it something to work my refrigerator, I don't know. But probably I know if I do some good breathing exercises, it will do good for my body.
Like I was looking at
But
the world, like the world.
can I transfer this energy to work my TV or refrigerator? I don't know. Probably there is a way. Maybe there is. It must be because it's energy. You can manipulate it. You can play with it, right? It's only way how you harness it. So usually our human body is need air more than anything else. Like I can live without food, I don't know, 60 days, maybe without water 2 weeks, without air 10 seconds, I don't know, 10 minutes, let's say, right? So air is like you saying most important fuel for our body. So what is air? So it must be maybe energy that we are getting from it. Yes, oxygen, CO2. Okay, fine. What else? Is it only that? Is there
To
something
answer,
more important? Probably
yeah.
there is.
So to answer to answer Macbeard, like we've gotten a lot of different responses when we've asked ether believers what ether is, and they range from just potential energy background medium, right, which is essentially what they're going to try and claim it is, through which light can propagate, right? But there's been all sorts of different shit. Like I fucking don't know, man. There's even been like
Yes, but
comments like
the thing
love.
is, why you have
QE
to
has a good
complicate?
list. QE has a list of things that's been, described as being the ether, and it's quite
But
funny.
why you have to
Some of the
complicate
responses.
life and create things? Why it's not enough life when you are breathing and you are happy? Why is not enough? And I have to create things to complicate my life to understand what it is when I can only experience it and live in it. Because what is my experience? It's like I'm breathing, I'm eating, I'm drinking, and whatever in the morning I'm doing, you're taking out whatever you need, you keep it in, which is come everything from the earth. That's why our bodies, you see, that's what the experience is in levels. I have my physical experience. I'm hot, I'm cold, I'm sick or whatever. And then I have my emotional experience, which is I'm happy, I'm sad, I'm aroused, I came or I'm not, or whatever. I have my uh, feelings, which is I'm sad, I'm happy. It's crazy. It's like conflated everything together. Which one is reality? Which one is not? Which one is really me? Which experience I have to follow? So some people they say, "Oh, I have to follow my emotions and forget about uh, whatever I see," because that's not reality. My emotions, they tell me I'm in a sphere and I'm blowing away. I don't know how much, whatever, or whatever belief they want to have. I'm in a dragon flying away, or whatever. Right? I'm a man. I'm a woman. I don't know. I'm a cat. I'm a dog.
Yeah, but that's
These
even
days,
that
it's
even that stuff's going too far now.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like crazy. Because they let the dogs out, and then you don't know what's happening. It's like, who let the dogs out? It's like, what the fuck is happening? Everything is going. But in reality, physical reality is what I experience in my physical things, right? I go outside and I can see, I can feel, I can touch, I can breathe, I can smell. Everything is there physically. And then you go emotionally. She loves me and she hates me. I don't love, I hate, I am angry, I am sad, and blah, blah, blah. And then it comes the feelings. I am happy, I am joyful, I am. Uh, but all of them, they are different levels of experience. Which one I am? None of them. Is
Here's,
the one who is experiencing all this shit is happening. But who am I in the end? It's like, this is the confusing thing. Who am I? I am not the feelings. I'm not the emotions. I'm not the senses. I know I am not. So who am I? That's the big problem.
here's a question for you.
Yeah.
If we didn't live in the system that we live in now, how would you picture the world? How would you? What would be different for you?
I think the world, if it not was perfect, we wouldn't be here. You see, in
As in the system I'm saying is in the system that
political
we are
system,
living in. No, as in like the financial system that we're in, the system
political
that
system, financial system. Yeah. Okay, this is all creation of our demons, right? Because these things keeps us away from reality. Because the financial system wants us to be occupied about nothing else of financing them. Political system, they want nothing else except us supporting them. But they do nothing to us for us. Even the financial system. So those are the other side of the creation. So God created two things, the good and the bad. And he gave us the choice, or I'm saying he as a matter of speech, yeah, not as a like, well, he's a man. So he gave us the choice to choose between them. That's all he did. And we are struggling in choosing. But the options, they are there. There are two, not three. It's only two, or the good or the bad. Because of our egoistic things and our upbreeding, our programming, our mind manipulated, or the system, the society, we are thinking that we are created this way. But no, in reality, we were created beautifully, perfectly. But the society brought us this here and there. We all grew up on the globe ball, damn thing. I was fucking paying monthly fee to the uh, astrology magazine, buying them and watching all these beautiful pictures, CGIs, and I was believing in this shit.
I have this.
That
The trouble with my friends is obviously I get outcasted for this, but they've invested so much into space and exploration and blah blah blah, and they talk about,
Yeah,
and
the
because they've
1500s.
invested that, it's because they've invested all that into it. They're kind of so far down the road they don't want to come back.
I think what happened in the 1500s when the Jesuits they found out that give me your child and I make the man that you want.
Exactly, yeah.
And then everything is changed because then everything is start to push towards the globe, the uh, what they called it, that bloody thing, the painting stuff and all these things, the that era. Uh, Renaissance, and then after, and then all this the other they came in and they stamp it on it. Yes, here is the evolution, and here is the Big Bang, and even the church, the Catholic Church, it goes like yes, whatever. So it was all the game of the Jesuits, right? It's or one of the branches. Yeah, it's like, and they played it so well, and they put it all in the education system in a perfectly that every children will be educated in this thing, and
Yeah.
if you're outside of that, you are bad. You are
Can you
bad.
see an end to this system as we know it, or do you think we
Yeah,
just have to live it out?
it's it's very easy for me to see the solution. The thing is, all we have to do as humanity, as respect, everything is created by God. Even if it's the others, my neighbor, whatever it is, whoever it is, they all make mistakes. We all will, we've been trapped. We made mistakes. We hated. When I grew up, I used to hate Muslims because I grew up in a civil war where a Muslim shot my mom, and all these things, and uh, that's what I thought it was a thing. But that Muslim guy who shot my mom, he was just a victim as well of his mind manipulation, his outbringing. He thought that we were devil. It's and my whole experience is changed when I went and I did this DMT ayahuasca sessions, and when I went on the way back, and I saw all these things happen, and I realized that the guy who was doing the killing or like shooting, he's not the victim. The victim is the people, or the people who manipulated they put him in the state to do this thing. It's like Jibral Khalil Gibran, he had one of his great things, and he says, when I'm walking on the road and I see a stone and I jump on it and I pass it because I saw a problem in my journey, I jumped over it and I pass it. But the problem is the people that are coming after me, they might not see that stone and they stumble on it. Did I do a good thing jumping from that stone and saving myself? Or I just being egoistic, I saved myself and I left the people behind me to
I
stumble on that.
understand. That's quite good way to think about it.
You see, it's there is no reason to be bad and to be nasty to somebody. I mean, if you look to the human body, what needs to survive, it's food, drink, nutrition, right? And then it comes the
Yeah.
emotion. And this is where it comes the tricky part. Because the emotions, it's very manipulative. Because they are vibrations, they are frequencies, and they are like he wants to go maybe Necros and say it's ether. You know, it's things that you can manipulate. You have certain vibration, you can manipulate things. You give certain frequency to my body, I will feel heat. You give certain frequency, you can manipulate these things, right? And even emotionally, and emotion is it's very strong because we think that we are that. Oh, I love, I hate, I because this is the I who's doing. I forgot the body. I'm not the body, but hey, man, I know what is hate. I know what when I love, I love. I cannot leave that. Yeah. You see, emotions, it's very good. I mean, that's why you see all the movies, it has to be some emotional thing in it. All the TV series like this that they goes for years and years, it has to be love story and struggle and these it has to touch the emotions. That's what keeps attaching.
And when they use different music and different notes, for example, that's supposed to like hit different emotions, right? To like change your state when you're watching a movie, for example.
There was medieval cathedrals, like they were tuned perfectly to the
For healing,
frequency,
the organs that heal.
yeah, and then they change it. They put it lower. They lowered it down, and
528 to 440 hertz.
yeah. You see it, so they just man, a small frequency. Nobody remembers it. Yep. Here is the German manufacturer of the pianos. They made it this. Oh no, forget about that. That was the wrong one. That was a different one. This
Just
is the
imagine
best one.
going to church to heal, man.
You
That
see,
would be
it
insane.
happens all the same time as well. It happens all the same time as well. The 1500s, late 1500s. It was the, the windpipe. How you call that ones? The before the piano was the ones that they didn't have the vibration.
What, like a pipe organ or?
Oh, clavecin, they used to call it, or clavecin, something like that. Uh, it was the ones that used to be black in the bottom, white on the top, the opposite of the piano, which Bach used to play on it a lot. And Bach used to play the real frequencies, which was the healing frequencies, and that's why he was a lot in the churches and just during the changing time, and his music was beautiful. They just changed the frequency and they just uh, took the vibration of the people in the churches, to a different place, because it's all vibration in the end, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. It's all.
Don't they call that string theory?
Yeah, like the Buddha said, yeah, it's, your string has to be exactly the note. If it's too low, it will not give you the right note. If it's too high, it will not give you the right note. So the string theory, it has to be the right note, yeah, on your sitar so you can play. So it's not because Buddha tried the struggle as well. He started to eat only one grain of rice a day as a fasting, or like as punishing the body, because he tried. He came from very um, king family, yeah, and he had all this fun with prostitutes, all this sexual and any fun you want, you could have it. And then when he saw the struggle, so he wanted to go to the extreme, to the struggle, to find out what was the struggle, what is the suffering. And then he started to eat one grain of rice a day. And he was, of course, physically suffering and suffering and suffering. And then he was like, oh, this something is not working out. And then he hears a guy tuning his sitar on a boat, because he was next to a river, and this boat was going around the river, from the down to the river, and the guy, he was tuning his sitar. So when he was tuning his sitar in the wrong tune, so the tune was wrong. So he realized that if he pulls too hard, it's not good. If he blows too hard, it's not good. So you have to be in the balance.
It's very fine tuning though. It's
Yes, it's like, when I said uh, God created the good and bad, but God is not the good or is not the bad, is both. So in the Buddhism, in the Hinduism, they come always into these things where you want to unite the bad and the good. They have to come in a very good place where they will unite together, where they will not be good or bad. That will be only, let's say, God, right? The creator, because there is no bad, no good, nothing. So what else can be except God? So that's why they call the yoga as union. It's the union between the bad and the good, let's say, or yeah, the positive and the negative, the male and the female, the dark and the light, the good and the bad, the happy and the sad. It's all balance, right? God creation. So
yeah,
all you have to do, bring all these things into realization that I am not the bad, not the good. I am only the witness of the bad and the good, which is they are all good, all from the creator. So they have to be good. Yeah, right. In the end, it's like they are there. You know, the bad gives us a lesson to learn, and the happiness is to enjoy the lesson we learned, because there is another lesson will come. That's why you say, I am happy now, I'm sad later, I'm happy now. We all have these things. That's why we are not uh, on a straight line. That's why we are going up, down, like on a string, right? The string is vibrating, we are going up, down. If you go too much up on the good side, you might lose the down, and then you hit the down very fast, very bad. And if you go down too much, too low, and then you forget to come up, and then the coming up is too hard and too hard and too hard and too hard. So if you play in the middle of that straight line, the perfect tune, up and down, very slow, very fast, you can play anything you want, but very slow, very fast, because you have to remember, you are the straight line. You are enjoying the vibration up and down, but you are the straight line. You are the unity, you are the one that the unity is happening in it, if that makes sense.
yeah.
I like that way because it makes the perfect sense because there is no sense in it. Because
Do you
I
think?
know
Do you think that, for example, where I live, there's a very small amount of people where I live in my village who are awake, for example. Do you think that one person who is, say, what we would call awake can have more of an effect? Say, one person can have a massive effect over, say, 10 people, more than someone who's asleep could have an effect over 10 people. It's a bad way of explaining it.
Yeah, I know,
But
I know. I know what you mean. But you see, I look at this way. You know, when I moved first in 2015 to California, I I was staying in a place and there was like a small backyard behind, nobody using it. You know, it's like all green, but there is next to the wall there is this like empty area where couple of things growing, but not much things. And I'm friend with the landlord. I didn't ask her, and so I just start to plant things there next to my wall. And my neighbor on the other side, he looks at and he goes like, because you know we talk to each other. You know, we're not like kind of neighbors that you know we're fun and have cup of coffee together. And yeah, I'm planting. You know, a few things, cucumbers, strawberries, this, a little bit pepper, and suddenly I see on her side, under her wall, is like everything is clean, and suddenly things are growing.
it's like you've had
Did,
influence.
did I made her do that, or it's my change? What I did affected her to do things. I said, oh, could be coincidence. So I came to Las Vegas and then I stayed here in apartment for 8 months and then I moved to this house. I'm still renting it. And but I had this the landlord is a nice guy, but he still wants to keep his landlord thing on, you know. He's not giving me full access to do whatever I want to do in the backyard. I have a beautiful backyard. I can do a lot of things in it. So I start to plant things and I was showing him the things and now he start to plant. And my neighbor, and I gave her like 2, 3 cucumbers the first year. Oh, really? You planting? Oh my God. Now she's planting. I have the other Mexican neighbor. He's planting and now he has a chickens that I'm jealous about. I want to get chickens as well. So, you know, it's like, is it contagious? Probably it is.
I think so.
But is
And
it a
they
good
say
thing?
that we can live in abundance. Just I heard something which was pretty strange about um I don't want to quote it, but it was something like in farming they didn't want people to grow food like that because we would have like too much or it would ruin like it would ruin farming, which is stupid, really. I know,
Um,
trade and
I
stuff,
know the
but
trick. I know that trick that they did. You know, they start to say that if you don't uh, um, uh, spray your plants, they will be toxic because the air is not good to breathe, and you know all this shit. And men and the people they believe these things. When I was in California, people they have orange trees, apple trees, and man, so many fruit trees. They don't cultivate it. And I go like, why? They said, no, we cannot. Maybe they are poisoned.
You've got a
Please
nice
don't eat
climate over
them.
there in California for growing
No,
citrus fruits.
no, no. Actually, I'm now in Las Vegas, and even Las
Oh, I
Vegas is
see.
like it's desert. It's fucking produce if you just give a little bit love. It's just like give a little bit soil and enjoy it, the thing it gives. I plant. It's been like 3-4 years now. Uh, this year I had little bit my own problems. I was going in, and I was not into the garden, and the garden did very bad. But I always get enough, to enjoy at least things. And now it's getting better. I'm having lemon trees, orange trees. I have apricot. I have pomegranate. I have almond. Olive is coming up, but I'm still in a thing. And I have fig tree. I have, I'm going there slowly, slowly, and trying to find the space to put my vegetables between them as well. And so I'm working on that, and I think it's hard. Yeah, sometimes it needs more work, but still the earth will give w- the amount that you put. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like sometimes you have a hard lover, you have to work on it harder. Yeah. So it's the heart, the earth is like that. Sometimes you have fertile earth is like you are in a paradise where there is everywhere woman, let's say. And when you're in a desert, it's hard. Yeah, you have to struggle. You have to fight for that woman. Yeah. And the same is the planting. You are in a hard place. You have to work harder for that. You know.
Have you looked at? I don't know. You probably know about this already, but have you done any experiments with electroculture?
No, actually, I didn't. My electro. I didn't. I heard about it. The one with the
With the copper coil?
yeah, the copper coil. Did we talk about that before?
I'm not
I think
sure,
we talked about that
but it's
maybe.
supposed to. There's a whole thing about it. So, um, the use of apparently back in the day they used to use copper farming tools, plows, whatever, because the copper is supposed to remineralize the soil. And then they changed over to, like, for example, iron tools and things that demineralize the soil. And obviously
Yeah.
spraying the soils and all this other shit which demineralizes the soil. So
Yes.
the system's being built against us, obviously. But the
Yes.
copper is supposed to both remineralize the soil and give it like an electrical boost.
I,
And
I saw I saw a website that they were selling all their tools copper, and
yes,
that's what they're explaining. Everything from the hatchet, from the spade, from everything. It was copper, uh, because copper and earth. You know anything about William Reich's work?
no,
Okay, he was one of the students of Sigmund Freud. That he didn't agree with Sigmund Freud about uh, about the life energy. So he found out that it was organ. It was like made of uh, the life energy, let's say, yeah. And he found out the way to accumulate this um, energy, which was made. So he used to use copper crystals, metal, and not wax, the thing from the trees, which is
Sap.
sap. Yeah, that's what he used to use to collect the energy. And that's why, when we were talking about the energy, free energy, about Tesla and all these things, and I was saying that, yeah, it could be there, but it's how we can find out the way to accumulate it or to harvest it, this energy. So, William Reich kind of doing that, and he was using a lot of copper because he thinks that copper is very conductive material to the plants as well, because the plants, they were growing crazy when he
Yeah, and
had
there's supposed to
copper
be
wire.
old literacy and some old books and stuff showing that people used to grow giant fruit and veg. I don't know if it's been manipulated or not.
Yeah, I mean, these things can happen because, as I said, I think it's like it's all connected to how much you give to the earth and how much love you show. It's like energy kind of transmitting. Yeah, we have energy, they have energy, we are transmitting that, and we are trying to grow things, or we are trying to found that balance on the string of the duality, let's say, right? The oneness, and go up and down. And once we can find that vibration level going in that fast and slow or whatever level, and they will grow better and they will grow slower. And I know that because it happened.
And also, the same guy who I was watching about the electroculture was he's saying that we should also drink out of like things like, for example, copper cups and things like that.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
one thing I noticed is, and it's everything connected for me. It's like the lies are like a big domino effect. It's like, for example, like they took out in England, they generally don't use, when they build houses now, they don't use copper pipe anymore. Now you think about your water flowing through copper; it's always in contact with copper. You know.
You saw the move, the documentary, The Mystery of Water.
No, I need to watch that.
It talks exactly about that, how the water cycle. Victor Schauberger.
No.
The Nature Was My Teacher is the one he talks about the water, and it's the rotating or dancing energy. The water, when it's going through the stream, it goes between rocks. Yeah, it dances. It goes left, right, and
Is
it
that
dances.
someone who created like a spiraling?
Yes, the vortex.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Victor Schauberger, and that's how he realized the energy of the water. It's from its movement. So that's where the idea comes of uh, the wave is the energy, the wave is the life, the wave, the ether thing, I think. But yes,
Yeah.
the wave is the I lost it. Oh yeah, Victor Schauberger. So when he saw the way of the water was moving, and he realized that when the water is in the straight line like a canal, he's not active and it's not delicious as the one is in the stream which is dancing. So
I know what you're
then
saying.
you realize when they're coming to your water pipes, which are there straight, and then you have the 90-degree turn, which they have to hit the wall and they have to turn. So the energy is completely broken, right? There is no that, let's say, female roundish dancing movement.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like it would be,
Like,
for example, like the pipe work would be straights and 90-degree turn, bang, straight into a.
and it's not dancing. You know, as we talked before, you know, you have the straight line of the string, and then when you put
Of the horizon.
you touch the string will vibrate to make the note, right? So that vibration, it will go up and down. So that up and down is the male and the female, and the straight line that it is, that's the unity, that's the creation, that's the creator. The creator created the good and the bad, and we are playing in that, right? We're going to
That-
find the unity, the string.
Is that where the yin and the yang comes from, or is that
Yeah,
something else?
it's everything. It's the parallel. It's dancing up and down until we found the unity between the up and down, the yin and yang, that which comes in a still, not moving anymore. It's not going up and down. Then you have nirvana or whatever you want to call it. I don't know.
Here's another thing, right? You know, obviously our body has a lymphatic system, which is crazy. Like,
Oh, yes.
yeah. So in the UK, I live in a new build house, so we live in small houses here generally, but they put in bathtubs for which are so small you can't submerge the whole body to drain the lymphatic system. So you're forced to take a shower. Do you know what I mean? Because you can't bathe. And I think if you look at, like, for example, like Roman baths and things, like, I think bathing is more important than people think. You know, I think showering doesn't do the job of the lymphatic system draining.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. You know, if you look to the all old traditions like India, even in Jordan, even in Christianity, even if baptism, you had to go into the river, whole inside, not like
Submerge.
submerge in the water, right? You know, they put you under the water and you have to go under it. 70% of it, right? Maybe more than that. Yeah, it's there is a lot of things like, you know, even when Necros was talking about that ether, I understand when it's coming from, but when I told him you're just trying to give your mind little bit of pleasure, in the end you are going all in the same place, which is the unity. As long as we are thinking, we are going, we are doing all these things, we are doing the up and down. We are playing like I'm playing good, you're playing bad. Yeah, the bad and good. It's all the same thing. It's the creation of God. He created us. He created the good and bad, and he told us enjoy it, and we're fighting for it.
And do you think the way we live our life affects what will happen in the future for us, like punishment, for example?
If I think if God will punish us, no, I don't think so. But if you're talking about the physical world we are living, huh, I mean, anything can happen. It's like crazy. I mean, can happen beautiful things if things change very quickly. Like, I mean, things can change so quickly. Just like people have to realize how to respect the creation. And then everything is created, so everything has to be respected. So there is no more, I will abuse you, I will steal you, I will, it's all like, how can I help you? How can I help you? That has to be the thing. It's not how can I use you? How can I get your time or something? I don't know how that can be. That can be only about the people making the choice of what they're gonna do. It's their time. It's their choice to run or to do or whatever they're gonna do. Do I love running away to please this and that, or I'm happy where I am, or do I need? It's all perspective. There is no wrong and right. Everything is permitted under God, so everything is good. There is no good and wrong. It's like everybody's having his own beautiful journey in this life. Like I was, Necros, he agreed with me on everything. In the end, he comes up and he goes like, "Yes, but Ether." Oh my God, I like that guy though.
Lanolin, hello.
Hey,
Well, howdy do.
How's it going, man?
Doing all right. It's fairly late where I'm at. It's almost 1 in the morning, but
Yeah,
I'm
damn.
just kind of lounging in. I'm sitting in front of the oil stove heater because I'm too lazy to go cut firewood. And
okay?
yeah,
Nice,
no,
man.
it's negative 15 degrees outside right now, so it doesn't
It's
sound like a
beautiful to
good
cook,
idea
right?
right now. So yeah, so I'm from is it okay to talk for a little bit? Just kind of give you guys
Yeah, man. I'm just listening because my child is wanting to sit on my lap, so I'm just gonna listen to you guys chat. That's all right.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, my name's Caleb. I'm from Alaska, and I don't know. I'm doing a science observation this winter in February. It's going to be a another observation where we are refining our observation we did here. I posted it in the live stream voice chat where you wanting to check that out. And it was a laser observation we did over Lake Testamina when it was frozen. We had originally intended to shoot 20 miles, and then due to just poor cooperation and not having exactly the most excellent of help, it was reduced to 14 miles. And then the actuality of the situation kind of came together where my helper was really even less helpful, and we ended up only shooting 10 miles. So we are going back out there this time, somebody different, but and again going for that 20-mile shot. But we learned a whole lot about how to kind of make this easier for people to get their head around where they're at. That's one of the hardest things about these observations, is that people watch the video and they don't really understand where they are. They don't really understand totally what's going on. They just see some guy looking across the lake and just shooting a light on the other side, like, oh look, I just proved the Earth is flat. And the thing is it's significant because we are proving that. I mean, it's proven the Earth is literally flat. It's something we can see with our own eyes, and you can measure it with these incredibly accurate lasers. And so we're going out there again this time, not to only redo it, but again to improve every aspect of it. This time, it's more focused on the data collection that we missed from last time, or we didn't have the ability to do. Because last year, this was all very rushed. It was like, hey, we actually have help to do this now. And so it was like this last minute 1 month kind of thing. Whereas this year, it's like, no, all year has been put into sorting out a lot of the variables that went wrong last year. And yeah, it's all completely free. It's going to be something to look forward to. I'm not sure if anybody in here has anything that they particularly would like to see. Something that we are intending to do, just to give a little more information, is that we intend to go out when it's this cold outside. Like just previously mentioned, it's negative 15 degrees outside right now. It's really cold. And we're intending to do that in February, hopefully, again, when it's negative 15 or lower would be ideal. That way we can have as little humidity present as we can possibly achieve. Also, simply because when it's cold, the air doesn't move as much. It's a lot more still, a lot more calm and steady. So it's all in all going to be a excellent environment to actually be doing this in, if not the best. And actually, shooting over snow, it might not be like completely common knowledge. It's characteristically the same as shooting over dry ground. It's practically the same as shooting over dirt. So this is essentially and just, I mean, I don't even want to say essential. It is an excellent place to prove that, hey, look, the water froze in the shape that it was in when it froze, and is going to stay that shape as it's frozen. And since it's completely frozen and the air above it is frozen, it's perfect. It's going to be a good time. It's actually going to be miserable, but it's going to be a very purposeful misery, which will make it all enjoyable. Any questions? Anything you'd like to hear?
Please don't die out there, for Christ's sake.
Right. So that is something that maybe we'll talk about that for a little bit. This is actually incredibly dangerous. Lake Testamina, you might know this, might not know this. In fact, most people certainly don't know this. So I don't know why you would know it. But is Lake Testamina is considered, and it's not just me claiming this, it is considered, you can look it up, the most dangerous lake in Alaska. And to give you an idea of why that might be, is because Lake Testamina sits at the bottom of a glacier. All right, it's glacier fed, and that's its primary water source is the melting glacier. Massive glacier, it's huge. And the wind that comes down off this glacier in the summertime can sometimes reach 100 miles per hour. Seriously, that's not like some exaggeration, because it comes through this kind of narrow gully. And it's kind of hard to explain. You might would have to see, but these large, steep kind of gorges are along it, and so the wind blows over the top of this glacier and then comes down these gorges. And so by the time it gets to the entrance of the lake where it actually feeds in, it's going incredibly fast. And it can create like 14-foot swells on a lake, like 14-foot waves on a lake. That's almost like open water.
That's
sometimes.
insane, man.
Yeah, and so it's a lot of people. There's actually a very famous death that happened on it, not even that long ago. I mean, it was kind of a while ago, but it was Ashley Udelhoven. You can look him up. He and some girls went out on a fishing trip and didn't make it. They were crossing from Caribou Island to the nurse's cabin on the lake, and yeah, they didn't make it halfway through. And yeah, that was all she wrote. What else here? The other thing is that there's a lot of water flowing into the lake from various streams, Indian Creek, Bear Creek, Moose Creek. There's a couple of creeks that come in. It also has some warm springs coming through, and then it feeds out the far side of the lake from the glacier, which goes into the Kasilof River, which drains out into the ocean. So there's quite a bit of moving water, which is why we're going out near the end of February, because February is mostly the coldest month that we have of winter. It's where it tends to peak, and then it turns around, and then by the end of March, it's pretty much the end of winter. The end of March is generally where it begins warming up, about 2 weeks into March, and then by the end of it, it's in full blown. It's time for the thaw.
Is there
So,
an average ice thickness there, or is it just do you have to kind of just wing it?
yes, that is. I am not laughing. It's to be like mean. No, it's not something that is just consistent across the entire lake because of the incoming springs. There are areas which tend to be incredibly dangerous just the entire time. So in some places, the ice around the shore can be, frozen all the way to the ground. More than 32 inches of ice. In other places, it can be, a quarter inch of ice, and then in some places where the
Jeez.
water not completely frozen, it's there might even be standing water. I haven't seen it in February, so I don't know if there is in fact standing water in February. But when we were out there before, it certainly was a good indicator for me. I'm very glad we went out last year when it was warmer, because it gave us a very good idea as to where along the shoreline, at least for the first 10 miles, where the incredibly dangerous sections of the lake are. So, but for the other half of the lake, the other 10 miles beyond that, since it's a 20-mile long lake, is still an unknown. So, yeah, it is my best estimate that the near-ish to the shore is likely going to be about 5 inches of thickness, which is substantial enough for riding and it's coming to a complete stop on a snow machine. Certainly it is. Though it's still ultimately you're taking a very calculated, you better be praying is what we're saying.
Have you got any precautions if you go in? Are you pretty much a goner then?
Yes, absolutely. And it's worth it to me. This isn't about for me, this is more of a God-given duty than it is not about me, man. This has this caliber of science has it's a paradigm changing caliber of science for people who really need this high of a
It's a big deal,
standard.
really, if you think about it.
Yeah, it really is. Absolutely. And it's the variables that have lined up for us to even be able to do this, to have the equipment to do it, is so far beyond my head, man. Like it's literally a God thing. So I'm very thankful. I really do thank Jesus for this, because it's a choice. We could not do it, or we could do it, and it's worth it. My life's gonna be sitting there in the midst. I'm not forcing anybody else to go out on the lake with me. So, because ultimately this is not to get people killed, but there is that, there's always that outcome. So yeah, we're hoping.
Are you gonna? Obviously, you're saying the wind. Is it just gonna literally be like the whole?
No. Okay, so the wind is variable. Okay, sometimes it's dead still. Okay, it can be completely just absolutely still on the lake. And that's the hope. We're going to be out for 5 days. This is a 5.7 mile journey through pure wilderness You know, there's not anybody out there to help you to get to the lake. There's no road access to this lake. So the closest road we can get to it is in the boonies, and it's about 5.7 miles away by the trail. It's not a straight line 5.7 miles, but 5.7 miles through the woods. So it's not terribly off the beaten path. It's still, though, far enough away where this is not commonly accessed, were we to get into serious trouble. There is some cell service, but we still have to haul all of our gear out here, man. We still have to be able to withstand the temps that we're going to be out. And again, we're hoping for anywhere from -10 to -20 or lower. It's going to be hard. There's a lot of difficulties. Even just keeping the batteries and the equipment, you know, the recording equipment is going to be a very immense challenge. Otherwise, so we wanted to bring out some pretty high quality hydrometers, thermometers, and barometers, and we have to do with analog, and we can't afford the incredibly high, top-notch analog, measuring devices. Mainly because they're like, you want to buy one barometer, it's like $500 for a top-notch analog barometer. So we're going with some lower quality analog barometers and not digital, because again, it's going to be so cold that there's absolutely no trust in the batteries of these things to be able to withstand sitting outside for potentially multiple hours. It would be in my mind, it would maybe last about 45 minutes in those temps before the batteries would fail because of
Have
the
you got
temps.
like a way of thermally wrapping the equipment?
See,
No.
that's the thing. So what ultimately has to be done is the batteries for the cameras. Like I have a Nikon Z8. It's a $4,000 camera, which we bought specifically for documenting this. I couldn't rent it because I need to be able to have the camera know how to operate. I had to know how to operate. Honestly, these are high-end cameras, and you can't just rent one, figure out how to use it, and then send it back, and then rent it again. I mean, you could, but we need to be able to leave basically on a whim. So I needed that camera. I also had to buy a very special lens because we're going to record the side profile of the laser beam. And something we didn't want to do was to do it just flippantly, like, oh look, we shot the beam from the side and leave in camera distortion, and then to try to correct a lens based on user generated profiles on video would be less than believable. A lot of people would be like, well, they manipulated the picture, like they didn't show you what came out of the camera. So instead, we opted to buy a lens, a 12 millimeter. So it's an ultra wide lens, a 12 millimeter, but it's rectilinear. And the company which makes it, they're not affiliated with any Flat Earth or anything or whatnot like that. Their claim to fame, they're great. The thing that's made them a noticeable company is that they offer this lens brand called 0D, meaning zero distortion. And that's how they've made their traction in the optics market, is selling these lenses, which they basically have set the standard that they do not sell the lens unless they lab check it to be less than 1% distortion, meaning it's 99% distortion free or less. So the only
So you're going to have like a true image of basically a
right. It's the only quote unquote distortion in the image is what's called compression. So angular compression, meaning it won't it doesn't curved straight lines. What it means is that the everything in the distance will appear further away than it really is, which means you have to have higher resolution to capture everything in the picture. So this camera is a 45.7 megapixel camera, and it can record 8K, 60 frames per second. We're probably not going to be recording a lot of things in 8K, not because we don't want to, but because of the immense file sizes. It would cut down the amount of recording we can do. So, but we do intend to shoot a couple scenes in 8K, which We won't probably release the presentation in that, mainly because almost nobody, in fact, I would go as far to say that 99.9% of the people won't be able to watch an 8K video, and plus my computer is just not that powerful, unfortunately. I can barely put out a 4K video, so I tend to stick with 1440p, which is likely what our presentation will be in anyway. But to have that footage, and then we also intend on releasing all the raw footage. I don't know if I mentioned that, but just as with this 10-mile Earth measurement that's in the voice chat, you actually, were you to go look at the channel, it's mentioned in that video that all the raw footage is available, and it is. You can actually go view all 17 hours of it if you'd like. So, all there on YouTube.
What about wildlife and stuff like that? Is there anything out there?
Oh yeah, there's wolves, there's bears, there's moose, there's crows. We saw I think we saw a fox. It was kind of hard to tell because we were looking through binoculars, and it was walking towards us out on the middle of the lake. I mean, it was brave enough
Are they
to walk
aggressive
out
or
on.
not? Fox? Are they aggressive things?
I wouldn't worry about the foxes. It's the wolves that are.
Or the bears?
The bears don't bother me. The bears are going to not. They hear snow machines going. You know, they're not going to want to come by. They'd just rather go off and do their own thing. They're not very confrontational unless you get close and you don't know it. Or he's very hungry. I mean, yes, and besides, a lot of them sleep in the winter. They do get up and walk around from time to time, and you definitely don't want to run into a bear at that time because they are hungry. But we saw bear tracks, and actually during the in this video, this 10-mile Earth measurement video, we show a time lapse from where we actually shot the laser all the way to the target that we shot from, like almost a continuous shot the whole way from the snow machine. So that way you can see exactly where we rode to. And were you to watch that, you might have to watch the raw footage because I don't know if you'd be able to look down steep enough because it's stabilized. We stabilized the entire trip so that way the horizon stays nice and smooth and it's a very coherent. Like you can really get a sense of what we saw. It's just in a lot lower resolution than what we saw, obviously because our eyes are so much higher definition. But at some point you can actually look down in the raw footage and see that I made sure to aim at them when we went by, that we actually went over bear tracks multiple times. And yeah, so they're out there. There's wildlife. You know, we last year we brought out I brought out a 223 5.56, you know.
I was gonna say, like, you're gonna need to be ready for that shit.
Yeah, and again, it's not too much of a worry. Snow machines are loud, you know, man, and like it's the only trouble that I could see is wolves because you know they tend to move around in packs, sometimes 4 or 5, 6 of them, or more, but generally not so much. And they might be curious enough that if they see somebody out on the lake, you know, with like a telescope and a camera, and they only see one of us there, that they might feel brave to go out there and see if they can get a lunch. But you know, if you have even a 45, 16 round mag, you start dropping 1 or 2 wolves, they're gonna run away. They're not gonna keep coming at you when they start seeing their friends hit the ground. Even though they could probably overwhelm you,
Yeah.
you don't want to do that. So
And
they get
what kind of are you staying in, like a tent or something, or what is it like?
No, so this is a lake people like to go fishing on in the summer as kind of like a getaway. You know, it's people go hunting and trapping in this area every now and then. It's not a large amount of people, but it's been, this is where some of the biggest moose in Alaska have been shot, the biggest trophy mooses. And so there are trapping cabins, hunting cabins. I spent a summer. I spent a summer up at a cabin called Emma Lake Cabin, which is way up the mountain towards the glacier. But there's a few other cabins along the lake. One's called the Nurse's Cabin, and then there's Caribou Island Cabin. And then there is actually a lodge. It's called Bear Creek Lodge, which has been there since like the 70s, probably, maybe even earlier. When I say lodge, I don't mean like you have like a cash register, you know, and a till, and people, you know, go. I
I
mean,
know what you're
like
saying.
it's
Like
yeah,
a
it's like a
timber frame building, like a hut, is it? Or
no, it's like it's a log built building. It's that it's you know, you go in there and you know all the furniture is made of brass from like the 1800s.
oh, really? Damn.
Yeah. So that was like brought up here, and then they brought it up on a boat up the Kasilof River, you know, type thing by using to bring it upriver. You know, they didn't have motors, so instead they, you know, would take the boat and put the furniture in it, and then they would have a horse on the side of the trail and have it tied to the horses and have the horses pull it up the river, you know, type thing. So,
Damn.
yeah, it's there are cabins. Some of these are private cabins, so we won't be able to stay at them. The Bear Creek Lodge, for example, is a private place, even though we do actually know who owns it, and we could probably talk to them. We're not sure whether we could actually get permission to use it. You know, who knows what they have? They might have their personal belongings in there and don't want, you know, people to stay there since it is privately owned. There are a few public cabins. We're hoping to be able to stay at the nurse's cabin, so that's our hope. It has, you know, it's a cold cabin, but it's got a wood stove. You know, it's got a wood stove, and it's got you know, a door, you know, that shuts and locks. So, that's just the most important thing.
It's gonna be a nice experience.
It's going to be brutally merciless in a way, because we you know, we got to bring out 5 days of food, right? And so it's not like we are going to be hauling out, you know, the just wonderful rations or whatever, because dude, all this costs so much money. This is not like, I know you know this, but it's not a stroll in Central Park, be back by brunch. So it's going to be like,
Yeah.
I'm
I mean,
expecting to be eating a lot of bread.
this is going to be an experience that you're going to remember for the rest of your life. It's going to be nuts.
Right, and the biggest thing is that for people to, you know, so let me share. I want to share something with you. It's been one of my greatest missions to, because, you know, for me, flat Earth isn't just about flat Earth. It is, but it's also more than that. It ultimately shows people we come from a creator, and that is something. You know, I'm not sure how much of a Bible reader you are, but there is a scripture which says, he who has offended, this is kind of a paraphrase, but basically, he who has the most sin and is forgiven more will love me more, me being God. Okay, so not calling myself God, but, you know, it's basically, he who is forgiven more will love the forgiver more. And so, you know, I definitely, you know, I committed a pretty heinous crime when I was 19 years old. It's considered, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but it's an unclassified felony type charge, meaning that there is no statute of limitations. I could still be put in prison for it today.
Okay.
And so there is somebody forgave me. I believe that the one that was impacted by it the most actually forgave me out of love, trying to teach me what love was. So,
did that change you as from then on, or did what?
Well, at that time, no, it didn't change me because I didn't understand. But I did know it was my fault. I knew the whole thing was my fault and that I was to blame, and I never wanted to lie to myself about it. That was something I wasn't willing to do. Is I'd heard all these stories about I hate X and X and X and Y and whatever, and I didn't want to be like that. So I refused to lie to myself about what had happened. And you know, I didn't know Jesus at the time. I didn't know. I'd never believed. I was actually kind of an atheist, but I was an atheist who liked the idea of morality, of goodness. And to have done something like that, like, really shook me, even, you know, as an atheist, because it was like, you know, all these things that you claim to like and to love, you just did the complete opposite. In fact, you just went so much further than most people ever do. And so not as bad as, you know, some people do, but more than most. And
Yeah.
and so that was hard. That was hard. So after you know, witnessing the way that Jesus kind of introduced himself into my life, yeah, it's kind of on me by him to basically just give my whole life, because that's pretty much what I robbed from.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, so
It's like you've been given a
right,
second chance, so you want to make the most of it, kind of thing.
right. So not gonna squander it. So, you know, were this to cost my life, so be it. Though it would be a bummer to die out there, because
It'd be a bummer. Yeah.
it would be a bummer because nobody else has sufficient knowledge that knows me to be able to take, let's say we did record all the stuff that's necessary and they recovered it, to be able to put it in a format that is worthy of the material. Not saying my own skills are great, just that there's been a lot of blessings in my life to create stuff. Like there's a lot of videos on Flat Earth that you can watch, that are out there, and sadly there is not a lot of videos that are great for first impressions. Like a lot of people are looking for that, man, I really want to tell my parents, or I want to tell my best friend, or so and so, or just, you know, a stranger on the street, you know, that I might not ever meet again, or just some guy I'm working with who I might not meet again in 2 months when this job is done, you know, about FE. And I don't really have anything that like just seems powerful or impactful. So it was kind of on me to fill that void. So this was a video that was made because there doesn't seem to be any super what's the word? Just they don't really encapsulate what Flat Earth truly is bringing into question. And that's what that video is for. So people can really experience firsthand the kind of distrust that it takes to be able to take that step and say, hey, I think I've been lied to. You know, I think they can lie to me this way. So that way it kind of breaks that.
I find it
Go ahead.
interesting as well that some people, you know, they know they've been lied to in certain fields, but then they just accept that they're being told the truth in others.
Right. It's kind of hard for me to blame a lot of people who believe in the globe, and have a hard time even questioning it or pondering it. You know, that's why I made this video. I mean, I know I said that already, but you know, we see pictures of the globe literally every day, and it's usually mentioned every single day, and in one way or another, or inferred, or just something about what somebody says, that it's you know, in the Bible, we're told that we're supposed to be immersed, you know, baptized in the Holy Spirit, and specifically the name of Jesus. And meaning that we are constantly bringing his name to mind, that it surrounds us everywhere we go. And what they've done is they've taken the name of Jesus, which is to be our the name in which we are immersed in, and replaced his name with the thing called the globe, and put it in that place instead. And that's sort of the this sad situation. So yeah, again, that video was to put that into perspective, that these people are very dishonest, and the evil that is abound in the world, a lot of people think about it and imagine it, and then can't really tie the knot, though, when it comes to, now, how does that impact me? How do they do this against me? Because a lot of people, when they can't see the enemy, when they can't see them, they can't even put their arms up to protect themselves. So yeah, it kind of lets them feel that, you know, oh man, I was just attacked, and I've never seen that I've been attacked this way before. meaning that they
Yeah.
actually have to have been tricked. And so this video isn't to trick them by what I've done. It lets them experience what it is to get tricked by the people who did the tricking, and then immediately have somebody show them, so we can dispel that delusion right away. So that way they're not left believing it, but then having also experienced getting tricked firsthand. So that way it kind of they have a new perspective, something that nobody's ever really put together. So yeah, I would encourage you to watch it, because truly,
Have you
it's
linked
it's
that
helped
one,
me.
Lano?
Yeah, it's the one in the voice chat. It says counterintelligence fraud, the science of counterintelligence.
Okay.
It's right there.
I'll check it out, man.
It's truly the one that you can give it to just about anybody. You don't even have to bring up flat Earth. You can bring up 9/11. It's easy to talk about 9/11, right? A lot of people talk
Yeah.
about it all the time. You can talk about World Trade Center 7, and people, oh, what was that, and blah blah blah, and tell them all about how, hey, it had 81 columns, unlike the. Anyway, you can talk about that. Oh, in case you didn't know, speaking of that, University of Alaska Fairbanks, they put out a 4-year study that was paid for by a bunch of high-rise architects and engineers, and they concluded at the end of their 4-year study that office fires couldn't have brought down World Trade Center 7, and that it had to have basically experienced a total collapse of every column in the building all at once, to begin collapsing in an immediate free fall. So very fun. They didn't come right out and say, yes, it was taken down with controlled demolition, but they did all but that. They didn't want to get accidentally suicided, 2 shots in
Yeah.
the back of the head type thing. So, but yeah. So this is something where you can talk to somebody about that and then say, but there's some really messed up stuff out there. Do you mind like me sharing something with you and blah blah blah? I've done this before, because you mentioned flat Earth, and the likelihood someone's gonna watch a video you share with them goes down. It's basically cut in half, if not more.
I think
So-
Flat Earth is one of the biggest ones which people are like, fuck me, you're in deep.
Yeah,
You
you're
know.
you're a moron immediately. You flipped the lid and gone down the deep end, and you're drowning, dude. And you know what? It's a waste of time to even spend a moment talking with you, because clearly you're off your rocker. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's one of those things where that's what this was for. So, and again, that's what this Lake Testamina video is for. And this time, again, it's going to be recorded in a much higher fidelity than that one that was posted in the chat earlier, mainly to show that, look, flat earthers really aren't stupid people. It's the time and the energy. I mean, that's the time, the energy, the finances, the purpose. There's some people have different standards of what is proof, or and that's kind of the biggest thing, is like, this is to show that people don't have the time to question what they're being told. And when people do have the time to question what they're being told and have the time to formulate it in their own time, and be able to do it, and not do it for free. I mean, nobody's making a dime on this. I'm not monetized on any platform. Rumble, I don't even put my videos on Rumble, because they are on Rumble, but they're in the personal category, where you literally have to search my channel by name. Not because I don't want people to see it, but because you cannot, promote videos on Rumble unless you receive ad revenue. It's a terrible system for people who just want to put out content but not receive any recompense for it. So. So it's primarily on YouTube, always put up on Creative Commons, sometimes BitChute, when the time presents itself to upload it, mainly just because I don't get a whole lot of traffic over there, that I tend to not to upload over there, or sometimes on Odyssey, which even gets less traffic, but is a nice place to have it spread out on several platforms. Yeah, it's getting the word out, but people just need to be able to give people something that, hey, look, these guys can prove where they're at, and it's undeniable. It's not like the budget that these few men have is like the U.S. government, you know. So
Yeah, exactly.
the budget, if it takes $400 million to make a Hollywood movie, right? Then these guys don't have that. So that's what we're trying to put out before the public is convinced that some Joe Blow with an AI can generate an entire movie that would be imperceptible from truth, like the government's really trying to push right now. So
Yeah, that was one of my worries.
well, and it's totally the intention. There's no doubt in my mind that this is why there's this big push on AI right now, is to try to bring this realization upon people that, okay, for the last, 60 years, you can trust everything from the last 60 years. Now you can't, because you guys could totally tell what was true and what was fake, but now you can't, and we want you to know it officially. So now from this point going forward, you are going to deny your own eyes and only trust us. And that's kind of where we're headed, is only trust authority. Don't believe your own eyes. Not that you should, actually. I believe that there is I think believing our own eyes is ultimately going to get a lot of us in trouble. I know that's what a lot of flat earthers believe, but I do believe that the perception of man is so fallible, meaning like it's so usurpable, that there is going to come a point when you'll almost have to just say, I know it because I know. And so that's kind of my take on that. If I'm cutting out, I don't mean to. Sorry.
I understand.
Right. So it says, do you trust your senses when you look to the left and to the right? This is Adam Unsalted. No, I don't. And I'll tell you why. Because I have looked to the right and to the left when I've pulled out in traffic and have completely missed a car coming towards me very fast. And just miraculously, I did not hit the guy. I could have, but just moments before we impacted, it's like, oh shoot, there's a car there, and stop. But, he had clearly not been seen just moments earlier, looking left and right. And so, no, like, your eyes, that was my sense lying to me, because my eyes looked directly at the car. It was in fact lying to me because my sense told me that there was no car there. Similarly to how you can look at something which is not performing right. Like you can look at somebody who is sitting in a chair and they seem to be okay, but in reality they're having a stroke and you don't notice it. And then you turn away and you walk away and you come back and now they're in worse condition than they were before. And now you see that they're in a stroke, but you had walked away having every indication that, hey, this person's having a problem, and still walked away because your senses were misled. They were operating under a wrong assumption. And so to say that you can trust your senses and that your senses will ultimately be the thing that saves you is just, you might not agree with this, but it's something which the Bible pretty clearly kind of says not to do, to not rely upon your own understanding, to trust in God in all things. And I believe that truly ties into the greatest deception of all. So, yeah. That faith shall be sight by the end. So, like, were somebody to say, hey, would you believe that the earth wasn't flat if they put you up in a rocket? This is a question that people like to ask a lot. Right. Okay. Would you believe it if you just went in a rocket and we flew you up and you saw it? Right. To me, that's not so clear, because we live in a time where the technology that is produced in labs by the military is not presented to the public. There's technology that doesn't, quote unquote, exist in the public eye, which does exist. And we simply are unaware of it because it's, in quotation marks, a matter of national security. So let's say they take me, they say, we're going to put you in a rocket, Caleb. We're going to fly you up. with all these other flat earthers, we're going to all pile into one rocket and send you up into the air. And so they ship us all to the facility where they're going to fly us up. And, you know, obviously we have to wait for the rocket to be prepared and whatnot and make sure that the flight day is right. So maybe they put us on a plane or whatnot. We all have to go to bed at some time, you know, at some point. We wake up, you know, and we get on the rocket. They send us up and boom, it's like, you know, there's the curve. How am I supposed to know for certain that in my sleep, because we're all at this rocket facility, that we weren't drugged and then our minds were usurped, you know? They put us in one of Elon Musk's little Neuralink things and jab us with their little electron things. Well, you know, they drugged us, put us to sleep. So when we wake up, you know, it's like we're still in bed. Because to me, this isn't a battle for, you know, slave labor. This isn't a battle for, it's a battle for your soul. So how am I supposed to know that my mind wasn't usurped were they to put me on that rocket? Again, it's something where at the end, the point of the devil is to rape the mind so ruthlessly and so mercilessly that the mind is unable to escape, is unable to do anything but worship the rapist. To consider that every time that it's raped, to not only love it, but to consider it a victory that the mind has been conquered. So it's a very disgusting sort of evil that a lot of people haven't comprehended because they've never seen that deep into evil. You know, they don't understand the mind of a rapist.
But it's like in every industry, there is that. They are trying that infiltration into the mind, even like, for example, music.
Right.
You know, and I can see people like I work with daily, like talking about stuff that I find which almost disgusts me. And I think, how can you be so like sick? But that's because what you've absorbed and what you've accepted as like the norm, for example.
Yeah.
It's twisted.
All right. It is. It's a new level of apathy. And it's not like it's even conscious apathy. It's like this is just how we talk about people and how we talk about you know, what we do. So making videos, that's a huge thing. Making videos is this kind of sick, twisted process because when you're making a video, every aspect of it is about holding the retention of the one watching it. This is very disgusting because what you're ultimately doing is thinking about how am I at every point of this persuading them. And another way of thinking about that, which is even more transparent, is almost tricking them into using their time to watch my video. This is a very sick process. Making videos for consumption purposes, for entertainment. Entertainment meaning, like, you know, the word detained, the police detain you.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well,
but the intention is good. The intention
It is.
not
It
bad.
has to be done with a good purpose. There has to be the purpose behind it is what ultimately is the final judgment or the final verdict of the matter, because the tool is so useful for sharing the truth. It's also so useful for sharing lies, because as of right now, it's the fastest way to download/downlink information to somebody, because we can't just plug a USB drive into the back of your head like they want to and then just, you know, run a rootkit and then, you know, usurp the BIOS, the basic input output system, and then bada boom, you're their drone. No, but yeah, as of right now, it is the fastest way to communicate, because you can refine what you need to say. And yeah, it's kind of been well, it's not my favorite thing to do, It's terribly not my favorite thing to do at all, to make videos. So
I find that people have a shorter attention span now as well. You get the likes of TikTok videos where the video can be, 15 to 30 seconds long, maybe a couple of minutes at a stretch, but people flick through those videos like they're fucking, do you know what I mean? Like they're nothing.
Really, and for me, it's that's tough for me because my content is generally anywhere from, when I say content, my my presentations are generally like anywhere from 5 to 25 minutes long, and that's asking a lot of somebody these days to not just glaze like over their eyes. Like some people won't even be able to put up with a 23-minute long video. Their eyes will glaze over and they'll have to skim through it or skip through it and ultimately miss a lot of the message inside of it because they're trying to just summarize it very quickly.
It's almost like the title can even put people off. For example, if I sent a video to a friend and it was like proof that the Earth is flat, they'd be like, right, fuck, I'm not watching this. Oh, look, it's 30 minutes long. There's no way I'm watching this. It's sort of like you were saying about trying to persuade the people into watching it. It's like you have to like coax them in to try.
Yeah, and that's what's terribly disgusting about it. Yeah, that's why it's almost a twisted process. Making imagery is a very innately sort of sick process when you think about it. You learn so much about what keeps people's attentions making video. All my knowledge of learning how to create videos, were you to watch The Science of Counterintelligence, the one that's posted there, you'll find that, man, this is like this is unnaturally well put together, which is not something that's common with flat Earth content. Ultimately, sometimes it feels amateur and whatnot. And all of that knowledge on learning how to put together videos was actually learned because, for me, it takes a pretty high caliber of proof for me to believe just about anything. So a lot of the content that's out there was not sufficient, especially surrounding the moon landings, because one of the biggest hurdles for me was all my life it had been drilled into me that the technology in 1972 and beginning at the Mercury missions was not sufficient to produce the images that they showed, especially after looking at some of the Apollo archive stuff, that there's these really high resolution, if you go look at them, they're medium format, essentially the equivalent of 11K photography. I mean, like 10K photography. We're talking like modern 35 millimeter full frame cameras that have resolutions of 60 megapixels, incredibly high resolution images. So and then to be able to say they produce thousands and thousands of them, and then all this video, which also shows them not just with the images, but it's supposed to show them taking the images too with a live video feed. So this was an incredibly difficult thing for me, because although every time I looked at the moon landing footage, there was something inside of me saying something's wrong about this. There was also this other side of me that was saying, oh crap, Caleb, this looks so real. And so there was this flip-flop, this disconnect, where one side of me was trying to believe it and the other side was fighting it. Okay, and it was very clear because it was right there. It was like a paradigm-changing moment where my mind was really sitting in the balance on this topic solely because of what I thought was believable in the 1970s and early 1960s. And so that ultimately became the crux of Flat Earth for me was, is this provable? Okay. Can we falsify the Apollo record? Is that possible? Is that doable? Because if it were possible, and it is possible, just a spoiler alert, it is possible. That is ultimately the deciding factor. If they could fake it back then all the documentation leading up to this point is smudgeable, bendable, modifiable, just basically counterfeitable, to put it shortly. And so in doing that, it took a lot of research, which most people don't have the time to do the type of study that was done to learn this stuff. A lot of people have no idea. Like when you go on YouTube and you look up moon landing conspiracy, debunked or whatever. I mean, you don't even have to type that in. Like, did we really go to the moon? Okay, something like that. It's like I'm gonna catch my breath and take a drink of water.
No worries.
When you look up that kind of stuff, there'll be a lot of people who have made videos like, oh, CGI experts review the moon landing or something, or a cinematographer, a film cinematographer checks the moon landing, debunks claims about it, or whatever. Okay, they'll talk about the technology. Often when they do make these videos, they bring up the quote unquote technology that was available at the time. And to me, when first watching it, it's like, man, like this technology doesn't work. And 100%, actually, that's one of the biggest things is people will watch those videos and be like, oh crap, this technology, there's no way they could have faked it. And unfortunately, they're being presented. It's not even unfortunately, it's just, it's sad. It's really sad because they're being presented as though this is the technology that was available at the time. And because it's coming from somebody who makes a very cleverly put together video that looks professional and trustworthy, like it's of a high standard, it makes it feel more believable, like they're giving you the full facts. And ultimately, I don't think it's really that they're lying to you. I believe it's because they actually have no idea. They are making a video, and in a video, it's easy to pretend to be an expert. And when I say an expert, I don't mean like an expert like the way that we think of experts. I mean like somebody who actually crafts, a tradesman. There we go, like an actual tradesman. Like when you think of like a master carpenter, somebody who actually builds really nice houses and whatnot. You can be a carpenter and be a crappy carpenter, okay? But when you're
I see bad tradesmen every day.
Right. You see people cutting corners and whatnot, and they can pretend like they know what they're doing because they know all these terms and they can speak confidently about it. And when you're making a video, man, you can make anybody seem like a genius. 100%. You can make just about anyone feel like a genius or act like one or look like one. Mainly because you get as many times as you're willing to attempt it to get whatever it is, the image it is that you need to get right. Kind of like when a woman takes her Facebook profile picture, she'll be like, I'm looking for the most natural picture. 200 pictures later, isn't this just the most natural representation of me?
Right.
And you're like, you serious? It took 200 pictures, and what you're calling natural was 200 pictures. So what we refer to as natural is actually one of the most, like, we're taking the most surreal picture and then labeling it to be the most natural. But the most natural would have been the first picture.
Exactly. The most natural would be taking a picture where the person was unaware that the picture was even being taken.
Right. Or it was in the spur of a moment. Maybe the picture's being taken, but you only had like half a second to actually to
react,
do whatever it is you were going to do. Yeah. So that would be the most natural, absolutely. And or just again being totally unaware. And so a lot of these guys who make these videos, they talk about the tech that was available at the time as though that this is the tech that was, and there was no other tech available at the time. And then they try to build their thesis upon it. And then ultimately it leads the viewer to the conclusion that nobody could have faked this. Nobody could have done this. And were that the only tech available at the time, they'd be 100% right. But almost nobody, I don't think I've seen a single video, not even one, actually, ever mention that blue screen was in existence during the time of the quote-unquote moon landings. Not just blue screen, but I want to be even more general in that sense, but chroma screens. So when I say chroma screens, I mean like green screen, blue screen, sodium lit screens. A lot of people know about those because they think of Disney and their custom sodium process that they say that the only people in the world who could do it, but that's not true actually at all. And that's a whole nother thing to go down. I don't want you to just believe me because I'm saying it. One second, I'll bring up some stuff here. So a lot of people have no idea that blue screen was even being used, because a lot of people think that like Star Wars pioneered that, and even then it just wasn't good enough and whatnot. So there was another process that's almost never mentioned, and that's rear screen projection. So a lot of people, do you know what front projection is?
No, but you were talking about this the other day.
Yeah,
because this is like your bread and butter as such, isn't it? So
this is something where most people just haven't a clue, and it's actually one of my biggest things about getting it out there, is because I can literally make a video pointing out that, hey, look, all these other videos don't know what the heck they're talking about, and I have literal documents that I can reference when it's showing it. It's not just I'm just making it up. It's like, no, they're talking about this stuff decades before you believed it was possible. So how could they talk about things that don't exist? But they're talking about them, telling you they exist. Not just inferring that they should come into existence soon, but that they already exist. And so that's kind of the issue. So rear screen projection is slightly different. So front screen projection is where you have a projector. Have you ever watched a presentation at like a college? I'm not trying to ask you questions.
Yeah.
But you have a projector overhead and it shines on the
overhead
wall.
projector.
Yeah. Okay, that is technically front screen projection, because what you're doing is you are shooting a screen in front of you from the same side of the screen that you are on, okay? And so when people talk about like Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey, they talk about a process where a mirror is placed in front of a projector, so that way you can record with a camera the same line of sight as the light coming from the projector. So you can basically eliminate shadows that are cast from the light of the projector. Like, when you walk in front of a projector, it casts a shadow, right?
Yeah.
Right. So again, I'm not trying to give you a bunch of questions.
No,
So,
it's interesting. I like it. It's good.
Okay, so to get rid of that, the projector is shined through a semi-mirror, basically a one-way mirror. So the light can go through that mirror, but the camera is recording the mirrored side of that glass. And because it's recording the mirrored side of the glass, and that glass is at a 45-degree angle, it's actually recording from the same perspective as the light coming out of the projector, which means you don't get shadows from the people in the foreground. This only works, though, when the camera is not moving, panning, or anything. It has to be a completely locked in. The camera does not move, and the actors have to walk around in this area. Okay. So it's a very limited process, and a lot of people seem to think that that's what was possible for the moon landings, even in the current skeptic field, but they really don't understand the shortcomings of that tech. Okay, because if that's all they had at the time, then I wouldn't believe it. But that's not what they had. In fact, because people say that's all they had, it's even more of a proof that they definitely did have the tech to do it, because why do they ignore the other tech? So rear screen projection is quite a bit different. It is front screen projection, but better in practically every way. In fact, I can't think of a way that rear projection is inferior. For almost all sort of aspects of like chroma screens, like if you think of a green screen and a blue screen, it's not that one's superior to the other, it's that they have different kind of uses, okay, for different scenarios. Whereas with front projection and rear projection, I can't really think of a time when front projection's superior at all, really. Maybe it's more useful like if you're trying to shoot yeah, I don't know. I honestly can't think of anything where it'd be superior. But rear screen is where you have a screen. It's a special kind of screen. It's not anything like, they didn't have in the 60s or even in the 50s. In fact, you can go back as far back as 1923, as far as I'm aware, in the movie Metropolis. It was a black and white film where you can see rear screen being used. And it's where the projector is actually behind the screen. Okay, so the light is actually being shot from the backside of the screen, and it's being shot flipped. So that way, when you're standing in front of the screen, it's not distorted. You know, it looks the way it should. Okay, think of this as
Yeah.
like a CRT TV. You know, like an old bulb television TV, where the light's actually coming from behind, and you're looking at it from the front. It's the same kind of idea. That's a rear screen projection. Except you're not doing it with a CRT bulb, you're doing it with a film data projector or a digital data projector. I mean, just depending on the time period. And so, oh man, I'm sitting in front of my oil stove heater and because my computer's here, it's so freaking hot.
Melting.
Yeah, yeah, and I'd love to I need to just turn the heat down. I just don't want to. Oh, it is down. What the? Never mind. It just hasn't kicked down yet. It's like an automated thing. So when you're behind the, when you're in front of this thing, as long as the aperture of the camera is stock down, so meaning like it doesn't necessarily mean the aperture. As what I'm trying to say is there's a couple ways to reduce the amount of light coming in. So you can either use a less sensitive film or, a less sensitive sensor, like ISO. When we think of ISO, you have a lower ISO, takes more light. Or if you have your aperture closed, your f-stop higher, that means you're getting less light into the camera. You basically have to make it so that the room is very dark. So that way you can get true colors with rear projection. But you can create like incredibly realistic photography. And when I say that, I mean like there's just no way to tell it's not real in every sense of the word, unless you were told it was fake.
That's crazy.
There's nothing. Yeah, there's absolutely not. In fact, I'll share a video with you from a it's not one of my own videos, but this guy is a cinematographer, and he's a very good cinematographer too. And the fact that he put out these videos is actually incredibly pretty cool, actually, for just people who know nothing. Actually, it's almost better than I didn't go to film school, so this is like going to film school in a sense. Just if you just look at the thumbnail there, you'll actually see very clearly that those people, they when you watch the video, it looks like they're sitting in a restaurant in front of a nice big window in a penthouse. It really does. And
What? But they're being
just
projected on. They're being projected.
yeah, but that's
there.
actually no, they're not being projected. That's a projector shooting at a screen where there's actual windows there. They have actual windows between the screen and that picture. But behind those windows is a screen which has a projector shooting that projection from behind the screen. Kind of like a CRT television where the bulb is inside the television shooting the front of that panel, and then you're standing in front of the TV looking at the front of the screen. That's what's happening in that little thumbnail there. If you were to watch the video,
Yeah, I need to have a look at that. Yeah.
It's worth watching every minute, by the way. Like listening to the audio and everything, it's worth every second. It's a very interesting video. So and he does a really good job of making it understandable to anybody. You don't have to know anything about film when you watch that video. You will instantly walk away after watching that and know exactly what I'm talking about. In fact, I'm patient enough to wait where you're wanting to watch it. It's a very good video. I'll watch it with you if you want.
Yeah. I'm just distilling some water as our water system is poisoned in the UK. So.
No worries. We don't have to watch it.
No, sorry. I've just put it on, so I'll watch the video now. I'm on the phone, so I'll have to just mute and watch that.
I'll just start watching it, and when you're done, just let me know.
Yeah, Sam.
Yes, sound nice. Like, I got a total beatdown when I was here yesterday. So, very I guess, podcasty to be in here.
Yeah, I mean, like it's
Well
it's
articulated,
nice.
no soundboards. It's like nice to be in here and like listen. So thanks for that.
Well, yeah, yeah, absolutely, man. And there's more to come, so sit back.
Lano's got the voice for it. He's got the perfect voice for making video or content.
Thank you. That's thank you. Very kind.
Lano, I'm just going to watch that video you linked right now, and I'll come
Yeah,
back.
and I'll be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet during it, just because yeah, we'll resume when you get back. Okie dokie. Well, for me, that video is done. I'm not sure where everyone else is at.
The video's done. Give me 2 minutes.
All right.
Okay, so that was a good little video. I understand what the rear screen projection is now.
All right. So
Go ahead.
that's rear screen projection. Now that can't be used for everything that has to do with the landings. Now, but that's not the point. That's not what I'm trying to show. Is that there is a very simple technique. In fact, it's just to show how a lot of people don't understand that very simple techniques are also incredibly deceptive. And so when you're talking about a blue screen process or a green screen process or even a infrared process for example, which a lot of people who know about blue screen and green screen have never even heard. And I brought this up the other day of an infrared screen, and that's where things really start getting out of hand. So this just goes to show what you can do with just a projector. So when you start compositing layers together, things really start to get even more out of hand. There's not limitations anymore. One of the limitations of so this guy he talked about how the bottom of the screen had to be blocked with something opaque,
Yes,
right?
yes, I noticed that. Yeah.
Well, what that kind of made you believe, maybe perhaps, I'm not saying for certain, but it kind of made you think for maybe a moment that you need like a window or that dark painted board or something. In reality, it can just be a mound of dirt. And it's similar to the Apollo missions. Now, again, I don't actually believe they used rear screen for very much of the imagery. I do believe they did use it, but I don't believe they did it for a lot of stuff. And I actually believe the primary thing was infrared chroma screen or blue screen, whichever one they needed to use for whichever purpose they were going for. But infrared is unique, and I won't go into it just yet unless we get that far. So.
Be nice to see. It'd be nice to see a video about infrared as well. That'd be cool. Eventually.
I would really, really like to show the process. The issue is buying this equipment is kind of a limiting factor. Like my camera, right? It costs $4,000. Well, buying a projector isn't really all that expensive, but you buy a camera, and then your camera needs to be able to record infrared, which isn't really the same as just strapping a lens on the front to record infrared. A lot of modern digital cameras have a sensor shield built into the camera. And so you actually have to remove that sensor shield by opening up the camera and peeling it off. And that's very, when you $4,000 is not a lot of money. I mean, is a lot of money, and I don't have the budget of the entire United States military behind me to do this kind of research and development.
Of course, yeah.
So, but the problem with the infrared screens is that this is very much a military tech. You're not going to see it coming out of Hollywood. I can show you the documents where they're talking about using it, but when it comes to actually showing video of it, The only video on YouTube that I'm aware of infrared chroma screen being used and somebody kind of showing it off is a very experimental kind of movie. I'm not even sure if he used an infrared screen. He did use an infrared chroma, but I don't know if that means he was shooting an infrared screen or if he just recorded with infrared, with an infrared camera and then composited several infrared shots into one scene. It's a very different kind of thing. This is a very expensive field to pursue unless it's something that you do quite often. It's not just something that you would like, hey, like you want to show it to somebody, you show it off, unless you're literally like you have hundreds of millions of dollars and a lot of time on your hands. And I don't mean hundreds of millions of dollars to test this, but that that's your lifestyle, is that in the bank, you're a multimillionaire to an like just filthy
Money to
rich
burn.
type.
Yeah.
Yeah, money to burn. Then you could get into something like this. Then sure, because then you could easily drop probably the 100, and I think you could probably solve a lot of the intricacies of this with simply like $100,000, where like you could pretty much have the entire budget you needed to sort your way through everything, even with $50,000. But I don't have that kind of money to throw around just willy nilly. So I don't have that kind of money to throw around. Period.
I go fund me from the Flat Earth community. Everyone chip in $1.
Right. I mean, but seriously, some of this stuff people are just gonna have to just kind of have to accept the documents. Like the documents are there that says it's in existence. And it's like, well, I mean, why would I don't believe everything on the CIA reading room. Like they couldn't have put stuff in there. But when it comes to this stuff, that is anybody even looking for? Do they even really see the significance of it? Do they even know what to look for to find it? For them to have just made these documents up, even though it makes them look really bad, I just don't see them fabricating these.
Lano, do you think? I don't know. You must know about Bluebeam, but do you think that's a threat for
Operation Bluebeam?
Yeah, for like creating illusions.
Right. So this is where this is kind of that thing that was mentioned earlier about not being able to trust your eyes, and your senses. There's a scripture in the Bible which talks about that the Antichrist, whoever that may be or whatever that might be, is going to have the power to call down fire from the heaven. I have no idea what that means. Some people maybe that means what what the government did in Maui.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe that's really what it's talking about is lasers from above. I really have no idea, but it's not beyond me to, like, when I look up in the sky, right, and they're like, look, you're a moron for thinking the earth is flat because you can just see the ISS through a telescope, you idiot. It's there, moron. Well, here's my issue is I won't pose it as a question. I know that the only people who had the time to study the sky is the astronomers of the royal sort of nature in times past, who could sit there all day and document the positions of these stars. And the people who had access to this information were the people funding them and the scholars surrounding them. Okay. And so this info was not just like, oh yes, you go to the public library and it's all there for you. No, this was like closely guarded secrets that people had. And you could like convince the masses, like, oh yes, we're gonna have a solar eclipse here in 5 days because God told me so. And in reality, it was all created to happen on a watch, on a time, and bada boom, you tell the people that, and it's like, oh man, he must be talking to God, right? But it's all just one giant lie, kind of like, maybe the Pope does that, so people believe him, right? And so it would be very closely guarded knowledge about what is in the celestial heavens, and just a guy sitting on the ground isn't going to be able to make out this object that flies overhead once every, blue moon in a location So to me, when you look up at the sky and you see that, it's not the ISS. To me, we look up and the ISS was modeled after this Easter egg that flies around in the sky. And when I say Easter egg, I mean like, you know, when people create video games and they put their little
Yeah, I
signature
understand.
on
Yeah.
some, yeah, it's kind of like, you know, you're looking up at one of those Easter eggs that the creator put in. And when they assembled this ISS, when they said that they put it together, that they modeled it after something they could already see and didn't tell people about it until they felt comfortable enough to point it out to people. Like, oh yeah, look at what we put up there in the sky right there. Yeah, we did that.
But
We
really,
did
it's
that.
been there
And
all along. Yeah.
right. And who could have checked it except them? So now they're claiming credit for things in the sky already there. So it's also aware to me that like you can take a antenna, right, and you can point it up at a position in the sky and quote unquote download images from satellites that are up there. You can just talk to them, Caleb, you moron. Don't you know you could just set up a radio antenna and receive a transmission from a satellite if you know how to set up the antenna? And it's like, you know, with the current misunderstanding of what's above our heads and the, you know, once upon a time, I would have maybe believed that, you know, fallen for that and been like, oh man, you got me. But it's not beyond me to believe that the tech has sorted out how to send up a balloon into the upper area that doesn't deflate. Okay. That can withstand the lack of pressure. Okay. And just sit there. And because there's no air currents, it sits there. Maybe it's pressed up against the firmament. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it just sits in that one spot.
Who knows?
This is like, that's the thing, is it's like, this isn't like outside of the realm of still being possible.
Well, they've already admitted
It's that's what we're saying. Is like, this is
They've
some,
already
like,
admitted it. They've got a balloon with an internal bladder. So what they do is they increase the pressure, they increase the helium inside the internal bladder, and it goes into different air currents. And if you increase your elevation, it goes into a air current going one direction. Then you decrease your elevation, it goes into an air current going another way. Now, they've already admitted that they've got this stuff.
and this is what I mean, is that people like, so for me, like knowing so much about making trick photography, I know a whole lot about that. I don't know a whole lot about this stuff, but it's not beyond me to know that just because I don't know enough about it doesn't mean that the tech isn't there. That was something that learning about this trick photography, which wasn't supposed to be, you know, around in the 60s and, you know, the late 50s, and it actually goes back to like World War II. But anyway, it's kind of like, I don't know everything about everything.
The balloons go back to the 40s, so
right. So
and
it's
they make videos telling us that this is the gold standard of communication. So, you know, cost effective. You know, they can control where these balloons go, just by changing. You know, and they can stay up there for long periods of time. Now, yeah, they call it the gold standard, and NASA makes videos about it, and they, you know, anyone who's listening and wants to look it up, it's just called the NASA balloon program, and it's out there, and anyone can read about it.
This was what immediately turned me on to this sort of thing, not to get too sidetracked on just this one topic, but because there's so much more to talk about. But is that the Epic camera that they claim is up there at the Lagrange point, right? Looking back and being able to photograph the Earth from, you know, millions of miles away, you know, and that
magic point where gravity doesn't work, yeah.
Right. Well, and then on their website, this is what really got me, was on their website, they say, oh, it's at the Lagrange point. And then you read more about it, and it turns out, well, it's not really at the Lagrange point because we didn't want interference from the sun, all the radio frequencies coming from the sun. So we actually put it off not at the Lagrange point. So it's not really on the Lagrange point. It's actually thousands of miles away from it. So you don't actually aim at the sun. You aim 4 or 5 degrees to the right of the sun. And it's like, whoa, 4 or 5 degrees to the right of the sun? That's immense. But it's not just 4 or 5 degrees away from the sun you have to aim, because this point moves. And it's claimed to be on like an orbit that is so irregular. And when I say orbit, you can't even think of the word orbit, because it's more like just a line that just is all squiggly that kind of inevitably loops around back to itself. And so this thing, which is supposed to be in this very precise spot to make sure that it stays in this precise spot, isn't really there.
Well,
And
you
it's
run
doing
into
this
a
really
problem of elliptical orbits as well. So
Yeah, and so that's what I mean. Like, this is what really made me started thinking about this, is that it just really seems like you guys have something up there that's maybe pressed right up against the firmament. And so again, like, people just simply don't want to entertain for even a moment the thought that this stuff is in fact doable, just because I don't know what technology is really out there. Because when I go home, I get on my TikTok and I scroll through 30-second videos of people who just, talk about pretty much nonsense. I mean, just things that will satisfy you for ultimately a few minutes, and then it's just nothing. And it doesn't have any learning value whatsoever. It's just something
because they got
to
nothing to
occupy.
back it up either. They just claim stuff.
Right.
Even the flat earthers are renowned for it as well. The TikTok flat earthers.
Right,
They
and
just say
actually that's
things and they got no evidence for it at
yeah,
all.
and that's something that bothers me a lot about FE, is that a lot of people just repost things which are like,
Yeah.
yep, that's not true at all. Especially
Yeah.
the moon landing stuff, I really hate. Again, and that's why to me it's like, yeah, I need to get these videos out, because there's things in the moon landing, literally, where it's very clear that somebody left an Easter egg here, and it's not something where it's like, maybe that's not real. It's like, no, you can literally see it with your own eyes that this event could not have happened right here in this particular scene, because the guy literally left his signature in the video. Like, he made sure that, hey, anybody who really cares about the truth can literally watch this scene right here. And if they just like the truth enough, if they really love the truth, to not deny what they're seeing. And I'm not saying that like, oh, if you just don't see it, you're just a moron. I mean, like, it's kind of a big deal, like, where you're looking at it and it's like, man, I know what I'm seeing, but wouldn't it just be easier to believe it otherwise? Wouldn't it? There has to be a reason why this doesn't work. Or I'll actually post that video in case you want to watch it, but because I've already made that video. That was kind of a big one where it's like, yeah, people need to see this. But there are things about the moon landing which just prove it completely fake. And unfortunately, a lot of that stuff you can't just put in a meme. Like, people will say, how did the photographer on the moon get there before he stepped on the moon? Like, what'd they do? And
Well,
whatnot. It's
that's
like,
stupid because the camera's
it is.
attached to the claim is the camera's attached to the outside of the capsule anyway. So
Right, on a
that
motorized
stuff.
arm that retracted when they hit the ground. And that's the kind of stuff
Yeah.
that makes FE look stupid. In fact,
Yeah.
there's the video in case you're wanting to
I'll
watch.
agree with you on that.
Well, I believe a lot of these memes in FE, I don't even think people are making them, because I think a lot of people are just inherently pretty lazy. And I don't
Yeah,
mean
it's
that in
copy
like
and paste.
like
Copy
yeah,
and
just
paste.
so it's just mainly I'm gonna put that one, and then this one in particular is also one of those moments where, yep, sorry, it couldn't have happened unless it was fake, and you can just see it with your own eyes. I had to burp there for a moment.
Also, the
So
fact
yeah,
that you can't go to a place that can't exist.
right. I mean, you can't go to the moon, and that's a tough thing for a lot of people to hear. It really is. Like, that's like just
Well,
so, dude, you can just see the shadow.
This is where this argument comes into gas pressure without a container. Yeah, so gas pressure without a container is an argument to counteract the vacuum of space, nothing more. Yeah.
The
So
thing, I don't tend to go towards. Right, though.
when Globers say, oh, well, so where's the container? And all you need to say is, well, where's the vacuum of space that the container is providing a barrier from, because you only need a container if there is a vacuum of space with zero pressure. That's the counteraction. So if they can't
this was
prove that
something.
there's no vacuum, then it's, you know, you don't need that container because it's already a contained system.
Right. This was something that actually bothered me going into FE. Was I understand both sides of the no gas pressure thing. I actually look at
You
this
have to.
argument that is presented, and
Yeah.
I the thing. Well, when I say I understand it, it's like I currently can look at both sides and be like, okay, it makes sense to me from both sides what they're saying. And so if somebody already holds the belief, then they're
What,
just going to side with the side that
gravity
favors
causing
their
gas
side.
pressure makes sense? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, one sec. I'm not going to make the argument for it because I'm not going to sit here and defend the globe. I'm not. But yes, to me, if it's articulated correctly, which I'm not going to give them ammunition,
Yeah.
so I'm not even going to say it. I believe that
But then gas would
most
need a downward
people.
bias. So that's where the argument falls apart, because gas does not go down.
Again,
You know
Timbo,
what I
I'm
mean?
not saying it actually is.
No, I'm
I'm
not
not
trying to
saying your
argue with you. I'm
explanation
just, yeah.
is adequate. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is they have
I'm not
a good
starting an
enough case
argument
to
with you,
cause
man.
something called
Yeah.
plausible deniability, and that's all. Like once they
Yeah.
get this
It's
idea
gravity.
of plausible right? It's gravity.
Gravity.
But the argument, the thing, it's not an argument. It's just a fact of truth that the satellites that are supposedly up there are surrounded by what's supposed to be a near perfect vacuum. Okay, and some people say a perfect, some near perfect, whatever. It's a near perfect vacuum, which we know a vacuum is a insulator. In fact, it's the best insulator. It keeps heat from transferring, okay? And the molecules are supposed to be so thin out there that even though these molecules can be so freaking hot, you don't feel it because there's so few of them, okay? And the idea that space is cold is drilled into our head from like a really young age that, oh yes, in space it's just so cold out there, when that's not actually the truth. There's nothing to make it cold, and it's not that there's a lack of heat or anything up there. It's that, you know, it's just whatever the heat is of something that's out there, it can't escape it. So when satellites are up there, okay, were they up there? And they're not, but were they up there? They're getting bombarded by this giant microwave oven. I feel really bad because Salt Lake Stacy came in here and I wanted to maybe talk to her for a moment, but
Go and talk to her, because I gotta mute up, and I gotta go inside, so I gotta mute up. But
she
I'm
just took
listening.
off.
So yeah,
She just took
But,
off.
She's took off.
I'm listening anyway. So but
All right,
yeah.
I'll continue. So these alleged satellites that are supposed to be up there are getting bombarded by a microwave oven with no air in the model that they say that these are in to protect them, and yet they have no way to cool. And this is like, think about this. There's only a couple ways to cool something, and that is to radiate it into another medium or to expel it. Okay, so what I mean by that is, like on a car, you have a radiator. You know, water goes through it. The water gets hot by circulating around the engine, drawing heat from that engine, and then it expels it out into the air. Okay. Then there is expulsion, which is where you have something like liquid nitrogen, for example, and you blow it onto the thing that's hot. The liquid nitrogen then heats up, and now it's lost its cooling potential. So to get rid of that heat, you then eject it out into space, okay, in that model. Those are like the only two ways to get rid of heat. So these quote unquote satellites that are up there surrounded by this perfect vacuum, because they cannot radiate this heat away from the satellite at all. Okay. There's no way to get rid of it. They'll say, oh, well, when you're not in the immediate sunlight, it's really cold. That's baloney. That is a fictional fairy tale. You know, we put vacuums inside of our coffee mugs, not because it cools our coffee down, but because it keeps our coffee from getting cold from that heat going through the vacuum. Okay. And so, and it's in perfect darkness. It's not getting sunlight on the inside where that vacuum is. So it's not exactly freezing the inside of my cup. So it's this perfect insulator. There's nowhere to get rid of this heat. So what happens is this microwave oven just heats this thing up, heats this bad boy up, and it'll melt, and it'll just turn to vapor inevitably, because it will inevitably get infinitely hotter until it reaches however hot the source is of the light coming towards it. There's no way to cool it. It's the same thing goes with the moon. Just because the quote unquote moon goes into a dark area, it couldn't be any colder on the other side of the moon. There's nothing there to transfer the heat of this quote unquote physical moon that would have to be floating out there. There's no way to get rid of it. So it's just this heat sink. It's kind of a problem with the vacuum of space. You can't get rid of heat. There's nowhere for it to go. So there's nowhere for it to dissipate. There's no entropy that it can, equalize to. It can't get rid of it. It's stuck with it. So yeah, it's kind of a problem. I talk about that more often than I talk about gas pressure. That's all right. I'm not versed in the gas pressure and the second law of thermodynamics, and I'm not trying to fight where I am on unknown ground. Plenty of other people know how to talk on that better than me.
Have you seen the recent? You're talking about the balloon hitting the firmament, or what we know as the firmament. Have you seen the latest rocket launches, which supposedly hit? I mean, from the video, it appears that the rocket is hitting a body of water.
It really does. I mean, it really does. But ultimately, man, we're looking from the ground. To me, it definitely is some sort of interference. Like there's something up there because it's not natural. Like there's never been like, oh, NASA sends up the space shuttle, Challenger or whatever, and you see that sort of interaction. So what's happening now what's happening then should really throw up some red flags that, hey, we've never seen anything like this happening in the sky before when we've sent how many alleged rockets into space now? Something's going on. Whatever they are studying, because they're not just sending these rockets up to put on magic shows. Don't get me wrong, like that's totally part of the purpose. But it's more than one purpose for every single one of these launches.
But what do you think the purpose is? Because from our perspective, that's hitting something. And why would they show that? Or why would they...
I don't think they necessarily intended. I'm not always thinking that they know the results that they're going to get. Because to me, they are studying what's above still. And they're doing it in broad daylight because they know they can do it. They know they can get away with it. But did they know that when that thing was going to slam into whatever it did, or skip upon whatever it did, or cause whatever phenomena that we did see? Because I know exactly what you're talking about. And yeah,
So I'm sure they've done it multiple times in the last few years.
Maybe. And maybe that's about normalizing it, dude. I don't know, because that could be like, we don't see what's going on at that rocket when it's actually up there. They show cams as though it's on that rocket, but I really don't think we're looking at what's coming from that cam after a couple cuts.
No.
Like I believe that it's simulated, like they switch at some point, whether they just do a fade or I know that they can merge real time into animation flawlessly. I don't have to know exactly how it's done because, I'm just an amateur trick photographer, okay? I don't know what it's like to be in a military environment in counterintelligence where there's no closed doors, okay, to what you can do with the resources of the U.S. military. Not just the U.S. military, but just the quote-unquote military-industrial complex. So I guess that didn't need quotes, but just the military-industrial complex, yeah. So...
It's very interesting there to watch. Just kind of guess what's going on up there.
I try not to. I try not to guess. Not because it's like I'm trying to avoid it, but because for me, people who study the recent launches, I don't think it's like a vain attempt, but that the likelihood of them making a mistake this far into it is incredibly low. And I mean like really, really low. So to me, it's like we're watching things where it's like that Yeah, I mean, like, maybe when you see this stuff happen, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying ignore it. Like, when you see this stuff skip up there, it is good to like get that out there and be like, what the heck is going on here? Something doesn't look right about this. And force them to come up with an explanation. And they'll say, well, it's just interactions with the, the air layer or whatever. But at least it's a good seed of like, hey, I don't know, that looks off. But more than that, like, dude, we're just gonna be sitting here, trying to imagine it or
Yeah,
just speculate. And
yeah.
I'm not much of a speculator, honestly. I try not to speculate or imagine. I know that sounds weird, but I really don't. I think it's one of the easiest ways to go awry, to make errors, is to just try to dream up how it happens or whatnot. A lot of this information, it's like I'm not speculating when it comes to. Sorry, I'm choking on water. I'm like, pipes are froze right now, and I'm like looking at my Aquafina bottle, like this is all the water in my house right now.
I expect you get
Um,
really. You must have nice clean water out there, right?
So at this cabin in particular, the water is, when it comes out of the ground, it's kind of like a greenish yellow, and
Okay.
because it has like tannins in the water, and a lot of people would be really put off by that. But this is my favorite water anywhere that have. There's not a place in Alaska that I've drinking water where it's like this tastes better than this cabin's water. Even like fresh lake water, it's like no, this cabin has the best water that I've ever drinking, ever.
So, like, is it
Even
like mineralized from the?
No, it's an algae actually in the water. And dude, I don't know why. I know that sounds gross, but it's just the most flavorful water that I've ever
Well,
drinking.
yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. You know.
Like, it's living water. Like, dude, there's plant life inside this water, which isn't toxic or anything. And it's like, dude, if there's plant life in it, this has got to be good. Like, it can live, I can live.
Yeah.
You know? Nah, but yeah, my pipes are froze at the moment. Even though I have a space heater, it's not. It's has more to do with just the way that this cabin is in shambles, sort of. But
Did
it's
they
kind of
like?
weird. Like, you're talking to a guy who basically lives like, my family has quite a bit of stuff, but the building that I'm living in, even though it's like this really nice looking cabin and whatnot from the outside, in reality, the whole building is practically in shambles.
All right. I mean,
So
it'd be an interesting way to live.
it is. I mean, there's some people
I
just
mean,
want to be
like,
comfortable.
you're saying about it's 100-acre plus homestead or whatever it was the other day. Is it
Yeah,
100?
it's 160 acres. So when you think
Yeah,
of like Winnie the Pooh, like 100-acre wood, it's like, yeah, we actually have the 100-acre wood.
yeah. That's like a dream for a lot of people, especially where obviously in the UK it's very tight here. I tried to buy
Right.
some land the other day, but the price just skyrockets. A lot of people are trying to go off grid, so yeah, it's very
Yeah.
expensive here. There's not much, to be honest. I would say you've got to be quite resilient to live here now with the cost of everything. It's getting crazy, but
It
it's
is.
something
It's
that we knew
crazy
would
here.
happen because it's like a thing I knew it was going to happen. They're just price hiking everything intentionally.
Right. To put a choke on people. And this is how people get the time stolen from them. Their attention spans go down. They have less time to work. They have to have that, satisfaction they feel like in their lives. And I'm not trying to talk down on people, and I'm not. I really sympathize with and empathize with the people. Mainly because, man, they are robbing their time. And it's a very interesting situation for me to be able to have as much free time as is given to me. Like, seriously, this is a major anomaly, and for me, my biggest the biggest weight for me is to not squander it. So making these videos for me is very important. Like, this is something where
It's like your purpose now.
right. I know that sounds weird, but God gives everybody a purpose, man. And yeah, he's given me mine. And it's very clear for me to continue doing this and just you know, even just sitting here talking with you to be able to get some of this, even though it hasn't really, maybe you didn't believe all the stuff that you heard about the trick photography and stuff. It's like just getting this information into somebody else, to even the smallest extent,
Yeah,
you
it
know,
resonates with
it's
people.
it's worth it to me to be able to sit here and talk, even though it's 2:35 in the morning, and ultimately I'm gonna have to wake up in the morning and, you know, cut firewood and not spend time making the video that I want. Because putting together some of these videos, man, is going to be quite the challenge. And it's because, like, the visuals don't really, you know, they don't exist to an extent. Like, I'm gonna have to come up with the right way of presenting this in a way that's interesting and digestible, but more importantly, you know, fathomable for people who have no idea, like, what the heck is being said from the get-go, to make it to where it is fathomable just to pretty much anyone coming to the video. And because, like, you know, military intelligence isn't going to, like, give you how-to videos to where you can be like, hey, look, guys, I have the visuals right here for you, you know, from the actual how-to videos of how to create trick photography. It's a very, it's going to be a very kind of interesting topic to have to walk through, and to just be the guide.
I'm looking forward to
follow.
I'm looking forward to this test you're going to do. Did you say it was going to be the beginning of next year? So, like, was it
No,
like?
it's well, it is next year. It is well, but next year meaning just 2 months away. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. It is next year, and February, and it has to be in February. It's not that I don't want to go out like today. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'd love to go out a little earlier. I'm not
Are you
prepared
ready?
to go
Are
out.
you all packed and ready to go, or have you got to spend some time?
So I have two not everything's packed right now because not everything's here. Some stuff is still going to be coming in the mail. In fact, I'm and this is something that was kind of like a bother last year, was making sure stuff got here on time. We actually had to delay. We were going to go out like March 12th last year, which would have been way better because the temps were still like 0 degrees outside. And in just 2 weeks, it went from 0 degrees to we had 2 weeks of weather that was over freezing before it started freezing again. It was miserable. It was, and just it. We were just so thankful that when we actually went out to the lake last year, that the temps dropped every day we were out there. Every day we went out, the temps were below freezing, which was for at least a portion of the day. And then the day we actually shot our 10 miles, it was freezing all day long, which was thank God for that. So this year's different. We're going out, like I said, in February because the lake needs to freeze. It's massive. I think I've talked about that before, but it's massive, man, and there's a lot of water. It's a deep lake. I mean, this is a deep lake. So, yeah, it's more out of necessity that we're doing it at the time we're doing it.
Are you a 2-man team or a 3-man team or?
So it's 2 observers as of right now, as in a 2-man team actually on the lake. But when it comes to the support system that we're actually working with, it's really 3. So like my parent, my worldly dad, because I only called Jesus.
Yeah.
Bible said. He's the guy kind of supporting this. My grandma has Alzheimer's, and we often, you know, I have to look after her quite a bit. She cannot be left really alone for any extended amount of time, like unless she's like hardcore sleeping, which sometimes lets us get out of the house for like, you know, 2 hours or so, while she's like just absolutely out, and you can tell that okay, she's going to be out for a while just because we've been around her long enough. She like literally has to get her butt wiped and everything, and it's kind of a hard thing to be in, and we do that. I mean, but somebody has to be with her, so that's why he's not coming out to the lake with us, is because the only other member of my family who could watch her doesn't have the heart to do it. As in, like, it's not like they're too ill. It's that their priorities in life are very different than, you know. It's
I
a
understand,
very
man.
yeah,
Yeah.
it used to be like me quite a bit. And so yeah, so it's kind of a tight thing we're doing here. Having only 2 people makes things kind of it's a lot on both of us. Certainly with 3 people we wouldn't have to be out there so long. And we could have an independent cameraman. That would be oh man, to have somebody who could just hold the cameras and just use the cameras and let us do, you know, everything else would be great. But that's obviously not going to be what happens.
Surely there's someone who lives in Alaska on
It has nothing. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do mainly with the fact that but also just this is kind of strenuous, you know, going out there. This isn't like something somebody over, you know, 60 would really want to be doing. And I know a lot of older people, but not so many young people. And then a lot of the young people that live in Alaska are well, either they have lives where they can't get out for, you know, a few days in the middle of winter because they're working, or they're just not trustworthy. And I mean at all.
That's the other problem.
You know, it'd be very easy to go out on Testamina with somebody who does not have any intention of helping you, and you're far enough away from anything, like you could very easily disappear. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
with some
nobody
expensive
would.
equipment.
Yeah, you would be gone, and you know they were never there, type thing. So it's not that I have like a fear of any of that happening. It's that, you know, you don't just ask anybody. And the guy that I asked, I don't know him hardly at all. I really don't. This isn't like 2 buddies who are like good friends going out and doing it together. No, this is like I've known this guy. I've known of this guy for a few years, but I have never met him more than 3 times in person. And I have maybe cumulatively spoken with him on Discord for maybe a cumulative of like 20 hours, maybe total. So it's like, it's not like we're good friends. It's just he was friends with people that I did spend a lot of time with, and it just so happens he's the only guy who, after, you know, coming to this knowledge that the Earth is in fact flat, that still talks to me and is actually interested. So, yeah. So this is a very like this isn't like a good old boys club getting together to do this. This is like, yep, this is a bunch of, you know, 2 strangers pretty much who are gonna do this together. Yeah, I'm calling him tomorrow actually to try to make sure that we can sit down and talk about how some of this is going to be filmed, because last year it was very obvious that you know, I had never shot like a movie before. It's like I knew this was going to have to be shot kind of like an actual movie to like help people understand where we are, but not in like a dramatic way, not like a movie like, you know, we're getting cinematic angles or anything, but just in a movie there's a storyline that you follow and you understand where the characters are when they're there, and you don't have to like, it's not something that has to be said out loud. Okay, it makes it a whole lot more digestible. Like you can watch it and you can just know by seeing the material what's going on. And so this year, it's a whole lot faster to tell people things when you do it that way.
I guess the footage has to be, in some senses, seamless as well to avoid people saying that's been cut or whatnot.
Right. And when you did you see the you know, that when I linked the laser test from last year, did you look at that at all by any chance while we've been talking? Probably not, since
Not. I've looked at obviously the projection I need to go back and look at that laser test.
Okay. All right. Well, when you do, you'll notice it's a lot different than almost every other laser test you've seen, probably, in that it feels very much like, oh yeah, these guys definitely went. Whereas in the other ones, it's like, okay, I don't really know where they're at, but they're showing the map, and so it's like, okay, they're probably there, and oh yeah, they're probably there. It's like, no, in this laser test, you're like, yup, I know where those guys are standing because I just watched the whole way to it. And
Oh,
I
nice.
see the marker. Like, yeah, you very much get an idea. Yeah, I know where this guy is. And it wasn't done perfect. It actually can be done better, and that's what we're gonna do. Like, even though this is like, wow, this is head and shoulders above, where people are showing us where they are in other videos. And I'm not. This is not about like bragging or anything. I'm not. If that's what you are hearing, it's not what's intended, and it's not what I'm trying to do. It's just that
I know that you're not the type of person that is going to be bragging.
Oh, thank you.
From what I've
Because
heard so far, in my
it's
judgment.
not what it's about. It's that people really need to grasp that we're talking not to a court of law, but to the court of man's heart. That's who we're talking to. Okay, and so man needs to see. When I say man, I mean woman, child, whatever. Man needs to see that this is what is enough proof to show it happened. It's not fake. And it's why they shot the moon landings the way they did, was because they knew that this is what it takes for man to say it's too much. It must have happened. They knew that because they made videos, a bunch of videos, in the intelligence. When you're making intelligence, you learn what intelligence is. And if the intelligence seems like so much above you, then it makes it more believable, because now it almost feels like it's coming from authority. I'm not trying to be deceptive when we do this, but to show people like, hey, look, there is an immense amount of intelligence that's been poured into this video, beyond probably what almost anybody's ever seen before in their life, because most people have never been in an intelligence briefing or know what that would even be like, what it even looks like. And even if they have been in a real one, was the officer giving that report really doing it well? Okay, so like, this is supposed to be pushing video in the terms of sharing knowledge to its absolute limit. Like, how condensed can we make the download of knowledge for other people? That is the goal. To be able to do that, not waste time. And something we failed at doing last year was to really make it to where we had to show less but tell more. We had to show so much more to tell the same amount of information, which wasted time in the video, because we've been talking about, like, people's low attention spans and how they like TikTok stuff, and I already make content that's like borderline too long. 23 minutes, that's a long time. My last laser video, that's 20 minutes. That feels like a long time. You see that come up in the YouTube recommendations. It's like, oof, man, a 20-minute video? Maybe if I'm like really interested, if it's not like 13 minutes, man, like even 13 minutes, oof,
Yeah.
do I really want to watch 13? Like 7 minutes, yeah, okay, maybe. Yeah, I'll click on that. 3 minutes, oh, yeah, maybe. 30 seconds, it'll just come up and you'll watch it, So it's that struggle. So this time we're trying to tell that with very precision videography. I want people to see where we're at very quickly, and by doing that, I'm basically gonna be shooting. Here's where the laser is from several different angles. That way, people can see the 360 degree. It doesn't have to be 360 degrees, but it has to give them landmarks. Okay, so like when we're riding out across the lake, people need to know right away, where's the laser in reference to the background? Well, that means we're going to have to get far enough away from the laser where it is and show what it looks like from like a quarter mile away, to where you can still see the laser sight. You can still recognize the laser sight from afar, but then it also lets you see, well, what's the backdrop surrounding the laser look like? So that way people have this knowledge when we get 10 miles away or 20 miles away and they see that backdrop behind it. We don't have to tell them that, hey, look, we're looking at the laser. It's just this, it won't be this foreign landscape anymore because it's been introduced to them early. So there's a lot to this, where we could just save a lot of time in the video and spend more of that time actually, you know, showing people like, hey guys, you shouldn't be able to see 20 miles, and you know the physics of air don't allow you to see 20 miles where the Earth a globe. So Earth's not a globe, you know. It's kind of this hope, man. Please be praying for us that all goes well.
100%, mate. I'll be praying for you.
Thank you. That does mean a lot, actually. Yeah, somebody out there is that has never seen me before, except maybe in a video when they click on this laser test, that they'd even waste a thought on the success for others and me and honestly, it's just gonna help everyone, man. Hope so. I believe it.
It's for the bigger picture, isn't it? So it's for the good of humanity.
And you know, it's not, again, like, let's not drone on about it. It's just, it is what it is. So, yeah, man. Like even for you, like just to make people who already know these things, man, just so they can, like, you know, if they could have done this, they would have, man. Like seriously. And that's so this isn't like, this is to like to take those who had doubts, you know, who still are looking, who had doubts, and just crush them. Just crush them. I want to see these Satanists, man, really be put in a corner when it comes to it. Obviously, like, the events of the Bible have to unfold. So, but that being said, people need to see. So, yeah.
Of course.
Thanks for listening to me. Thanks for listening to me.
I enjoy it, man. I enjoy it when you talk.
So, do you, I know that you probably don't know much, like I was saying, about Chroma screens and whatnot. Maybe I'll just try to give you some insight as to, it might take me a little longer to do this, but it'll kind of help me as well by telling you this for making the video later, because it's, you know, it's kind of it's a process of putting it together. So let me bring up some.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring up some screenshots that I can that I don't have them made yet, so I don't have them screen capped is what I'm trying to say yet. So let me I have to do that. But so with the Chroma process, there is a thing called a traveling matte, and I shared this earlier. I'll actually link the
Yeah, I remember you saying about that.
I'll link what I'm a document right quick talking about them. That it's not the actual CIA document; it's just a screen cap of it. But I did leave the reference there. So were you wanting to look it up? And I'm going to bring all this up in the video that and inevitably ends up getting made. But a traveling matte is a it is the it's going to be very hard for me to tell you what it is. So in a moment, after I find where I saved the actual video,
In layman's
I'll,
terms.
yeah, well, I have a resource that I can go to kind of show you what it is. So I'm gonna go find that first, which I found it. I just need to take a screenshot of a couple things because I'll put them in for you, and then okay, there we go, and take that screenshot. Okay, let me just upload them right quick. Okay, so this is for a Star Wars mat. Okay, and so the traveling mat is created to create a mat is a mask. So like it's like it blocks the light from reaching the film. Okay, so
Like a filter.
yeah, it's like a filter. It's like a little blackout thing. So it covers. So if this ship, like you see the outline of this ship, right? If it needs to fly across
Yep.
the screen, and you don't use a traveling mat, that means for each frame, you have to go one frame at a time and you have to hand draw it in. And your hand drawn mat might not be as good as a chemically made one or a traveling mat because it's only as good as you can draw it in. Okay, a lot of the times they're called garbage mats, actually. Is a hand drawn mat usually called a garbage mat or sometimes a articulate mat. So this is a method of creating a traveling mat is a method of creating these for a whole bunch of frames. So like let's say you need to composite the ship flying in and you don't want to hand draw all of these. Well, you shoot this model of this ship in front of a blue screen, or which is in the case of Star Wars, they used blue screen. But you could have also shot it in front of a different type of screen, not just a blue screen. You could have done it in front of, for example, a green
What's
screen.
the difference between a blue and a green?
So it has to do with the colors. So if you're wearing green in front of a green screen, when you try to chemically remove, so if you go to that first screenshot I shared, right? Okay.
Yeah.
What you're doing is you're actually, it's kind of hard to understand what's going on there because, you know, it's just a bunch of weird outlines and different colors and whatnot. But what's really going on is a chemical process when you're developing the film. So what makes up the colors of film is a red, green, and blue. All right. And so when you add the red, green, and blue together, you get the color spectrum on the film. The other way of getting the remaining colors, because red, green, blue can't make every single color, is to then take the inversion of those colors. So you have red, green, blue, and then you invert that, okay? And you'll get cyan, magenta, and yellow, okay?
Yeah.
And so that will give you a filter for all the colors you need in what's called the subtractive color process, which is where instead of adding light to make a color, like your monitor does, like with your cell phone, which uses red, green, blue pixels, you're using a filter. You're actually blocking light. So it's like, think of like a transparency that you would use on an overhead projector, like the ones that they used to use in the school rooms where they could write on them and it would show up on the board. And it's just a transparent piece with a dry erase marker. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, just a transparent sheet so you can project.
Yeah.
So you can only
like
see the right
like,
thing.
yeah, if you had like a red, green, and blue one of those, like, you know, it's a red filter, green filter, blue filter,
Yeah.
Cyan, yellow, magenta. You can get whatever color you want with just those colors: red, green, blue, cyan, magenta, and yellow. Any color you can make it with those colors. Okay, so by basically taking the blue, when you shoot in front of a blue screen, you're doing a very specific color of blue. Okay, within a particular range. Usually it's like 500 nanometers. Sorry, sorry, that's wrong. No, it is 500. Is that right? Somewhere in there. It depends on what color of blue screen you're using, but anyway, it's within a certain wavelength range, and essentially what you're doing is you're taking that color out of the scene. And so everything that's blue in the background is going to turn transparent because on film, okay, so on film, the way that film functions when you put it through a projector is that you actually have a white bulb, like a light, which shines light through the film, and that light is then thrown onto the wall, right? Super bright light goes through the film, and the image is then cast onto the wall, projected onto the wall.
Yeah.
And so it's actually filtering light from that white light to create the image that you see. And so when you shoot in front of a blue screen, the idea is to turn all of that blue into transparency. Okay? As in, you want the film to be all the color stuff, because when you take a picture on film, it's actually burning the chemicals on the film. And so it's literally burning off parts of the film, and whatever light, the color of the light was that hit the film will burn different parts of the emulsions on the film.
I see.
And then whatever is left is the color. Well, when it's transparent, when there's no emulsion left on the film, it just is transparent now. And the white light from the projector shines through it. Okay. And so everything that's transparent will hit light. So when you're making these mats, you're basically creating a piece of film that when you develop it, everything but this black outline of the ship, like this filled in object of the ship, is everything surrounding it is transparent except that black ship. So that way, when you shoot this background, this sky that the ship is on, okay, you can have this black silhouette that when you shoot that background, you're also you're bipacking the film. That means you're putting two pieces of film right in front of each other, and then you're projecting the light through, and then you are capturing that. It's like taking a picture with a camera of two pieces of film. You're projecting the light through those two pieces of film onto another piece of film. So that way you're combining those two pictures together. Okay. That might be, maybe I can bring a little graphic for you, maybe. I know this is kind of like, isn't this a very interesting topic to talk about?
Oh, mate,
It's very hard.
It's interesting. I like to learn new things every day.
It's good. It's why. So this is probably the best graphic I can give you of it. So there's 4 reels there, right? In that there's the green and the red. Those are 2 different images. One's the background, which is the sky you see, and then let's say the red one is the ship silhouette that you see. Okay. And so what's happening is each frame is taken a picture of. There's a camera on the far left of that image on the left, and then there's the other camera, the data projector on the. Oh, sorry, it's actually reversed here, right? I think he has this backwards in this diagram. The video camera shouldn't be. Yeah. So the thing that looks like a video camera on the right side is actually in the wrong position. That should be the
Okay.
projector shining it through the lens, and then the camera would be on the left here. So he mismade that graphic. That's fine, but whatever. It's not all that important. What's important to know is that this background plate and this silhouette are then shot together. So what you end up with when you shoot that black silhouette on top of your background plate is that image that's directly above, which is a black silhouette of a ship. All right. Which I believe this one was actually made on a computer. He's just simulating what it was. This is a guy who actually worked on the Star Wars film, who put together some of these graphics. And what you then do is you have this, what's called the background plate. You then take your ship, which you shot, which if you look at the very top graphic, It's on the middle row on the very left. So it's the middle left image. You'll see there is this black box with a ship inside of it.
Yeah.
Right? So that there is what a finished blue screen plate looks like after you've filtered all the blue light out of the frame. Okay. And so that would fit perfectly in this now black gap that you see. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, this is done like with a I'm trying to give you an idea of how this is done with multiple frames. So with a background, what I'm trying to give you is the information of how to have moving scenes, okay? Because if you composite this into a background that is stationary, right, then the ship is moving, the background is stationary, but they need to move together, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like the way that this is done, again, I'm not really good at explaining this because I don't really have like a way of visually showing you what I'm talking about, even though it's like this is actually incredibly simple, which is the sad part about this. When you shoot a blue screen plate where like you need the background to move with the foreground. So like you have an actor and he's walking like think of the moon landing for a moment. Like they're prancing around, okay? But when the camera turns to the left, the scenery in the background moves with them. Okay?
I understand,
So
like
that
the video you sent earlier. That's that background is actually live footage. Well, it's recorded footage, right?
Right. So this is well, yeah. The only difference with the rear screen is that if you move the camera, that background ain't moving with it. But with the blue screen process, you run into a very similar issue, except there is a way to make it move with the camera. And what that needs is a motion control camera. So with a motion control camera, you can move the camera the exact same way across the same path over the same amount of time every time. Okay, very precise movements. Okay, and this was something that was already in existence in the 50s. Okay, so it's
What?
not
So
like it
it's
didn't.
literally programmed to follow a course or something like that.
Right. And it's programmed to follow the course over a certain amount of time. This actually started out with sound recorders. So they recorded the motion that the camera would take using a sound recorder. And that sound recorder recorded the data for playback. So when they would play that recording back, the motor knew what path to take because it was programmed into the sound recording. So that was like the first memory, that the motion control cameras used. So by doing this, you can synchronize the movement of your background with your foreground. So that way your actors can move and you can quote unquote pan the camera and have them move with the background plates. Okay. So for me, when the moon landing was filmed, they used, I believe, an infrared screen for most of it. And that's how they actually shot. Like a lot of people think they used like Hollywood backdrops and whatnot. And for me, that's just not, that wouldn't have been, had that been the technology available at the time, I just wouldn't have been able to believe it. But knowing now that, yeah, they had this tech, it's like, oh yeah, oh yeah, they did it. They absolutely did it. Especially since they kept all this secret.